Greetings ladies and gents, and welcome to this batch video, for there is no epic loot here, only puns taken from the website Reupload. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Please don't forget to do all the usual YouTube stuff, as that helps the video and the channel with the algorithm. Chapter 124. You can call me Al. Delta was waving her hands as the battle waged on. "Less thorns, people, bleed," she told Viam, who scowled, but the thorns vanished on the moment before she smashed a punch into Poppy. Delta moved between different angles, fretting about the party and Viam. It was both their first time in the boss event, and Delta just wanted everyone to have a good time and, "Don't choke, Grim," she screeched slightly as the poor boy was held upside down by the root and shocked like a clownfish in a bag. "Why are you sleeping?" Kemi wailed as she tried to squeeze into Dio's wooden prison, poking the boy hard in the face with an obscene mushroom staff. Ammonster was waving a snake skeleton around like a whip, the bone shifting with a dark energy that wilted some of Wyam's leaves in contact. Poppy was looking like a cross between a Komodo dragon and a cow that snorted fire out of her nostrils. Vass was being thrown into a nearby stream and simply laid down as if some psychosomatic shock had made him sink like a rock underwater that he could stand above. It was a pandemonium, and Delta felt grey hair forming in her astral form. She opened her mouth to tell Wyam that clubbing Delta's baby seals, brave adventurers, was still not allowed when she stopped abruptly. She turned as if her body was a series of clockwork sprockets and springs. Blinking once, Delta exhaled as if releasing a sigh that she had been holding for a very long time. In a single instant, her orange form vanished and a very confused blue young man spluttered as he formed upside down, legs kicking in the air with a scowl on his face. Looking up, he snarled and smacked himself. "Legs! Damnable legs!" New rage before he paused to consider why he had legs again. He closed his eyes as he tried to follow the sunshine feeding of Delta, a warmth of his face that he didn't mind as much as the other pains to his existence. Delta had been in various states of dungeon core before, deep in the Spider Queen, unconscious as levels formed, even sad as a person. But this side of her made her go from solid to mist. A part of her was pulled forward that New had never seen in such a pure quantities. Her soul. Alpha remembered falling to his knees, each step down into the dungeon heavier than the last. He panicked slightly, thinking that he was being attacked, but the weight was warm, like sleep after a long journey. He leaned forward, intending to simply catch his breath, when he saw the ground, then rushing towards him, and he blinked, awaiting the pain. Instead, he went from lying on the ground to sitting in a chair. It was a subtle shift that took a moment to understand. The chair was leather, deep and comfortable. It also felt like he had never relaxed into it, constantly sitting as close to the edge as possible as his back was killing him. Alpha settled back with relief. He tried to blink back tears, but his eyes had been closed this entire time. He opened them. He saw. Alpha saw. The universal, someplace that seemed to be everything that he had seen and felt compressed into a single location. Light, rain, earth, wind, the sounds of cities, it all clubbed together like a painting of stars and swirling galaxies. It felt the closest to home since Alpha had come to this world. Groaning nearby made him sit back up and try to take notice. All his skills, all his talents and abilities were, gone, and it left him feeling naked as a warrior to a degree. He still knew how to throw a punch if needed it. Peering over, he saw two empty chairs, one to his left and right, one of bone and wood that seemed to be more flat surface than chair for a human. The other was a solid rock, while the other sat upon looked more like a covered in a dozen or so deep scars where something would slot to make a mythical sword in the throne. Directly across from his own was a most bizarre of chairs. It was a massive beanbag of mostly orange fabrics spread out like a sunbathing slime, but many different colors had been stitched to it, giving it a mismatched appearance. Cartoonish depictions of goblins, pigs, and frogs seemed to cover its surface. No, 10 more minutes. Jack won't blow up too much. A soft voice complained in the throes of sleep. Hello? He called out. The mumbling stopped. Someone slowly raised their head from the sunken center of the beanbag. Black hair that looked unkempt and bushy fresh from sleep was the first thing he noticed. The second was the eyes, one of the blazing orange, the other of dark green. Alpha presumed the green one was her natural color, but he had to admit that she wore orange well. She slowly managed to sit up, and crumpled shirt, tie, and long work skirt gave her a mature appearance, and the pocket watch in the shirt pocket added character. Alpha felt a little enchanted, as if he knew this woman, a face that he saw at work every day, or someone he shared a commute with, maybe someone he saw when he was shopping, a neighbor he had never quite said hello to. This stinks for bro and sis's work, the woman muttered before she gave Alpha a bright smile. Hi, I'm Delta, Her smile faded, and when she looked fully at him, your chair is, bleeding, she said slowly. Alpha looked down, despite his conscious mind really not wanting to. His chair was a sort of seat that one would see in the tent or on the road, hastily built, but done so many times that comfort had been maximized. It was badly damaged, as if the trip was dangerous. Battle scars and the unwillingness to mend it meant that the chair had sunk on one side, and from the leather of many beasts that came upon it, a few sections were indeed leaking blood, but the entire thing was even more ruined, since every inch of it, words had been carved into it. Slay the skeletons, find the lost breach, find the ruins. So on, and so on. No space had been spared by all the consuming quest lines, except for the armrests. They were almost pristine except for a single word on each. The left said quest, and the right finished with failed. He shook a little and tried to retreat to old habits to suppress the simple words. He looked for great quests unscratched, something left undone, something to take the choice away and responsibility, anything. He went still when his head was pulled to her shoulder. Hey, you're all right, the woman, Delta, whispered as she held him. The contact was like a cold shower, and he shuddered and exhaled. She pulled back and smiled again. Some stitches and stuffing, then your chair will be good as new. I don't have sheep yet, but I have a rabbit tails and pig hair. I'm sure I can whip something up if you don't mind the smell of the occasional mushroom, she offered kindly, looking unbothered that Alpha had gotten tears on his shirt. I don't need a good chair, he replied almost automatically. The woman leaned down with a smile. I didn't ask if you needed it fixed. Do you want it to stop bleeding? She insisted. The question threw him, as it always did when a human kindness was shown his way. Do you want me to want it fixed? He tried meekly to work the argument into an area that he was more comfortable with. She pursed her lips. You're a weird one coming from me, that's something. What's your name? She asked, and Alpha shifted, unable to take back the knowledge of his bleeding chair to blissful ignorance. Alpha, he said, only now fully understanding Delta's name. She froze as she made the same connection. This was Delta. This was his superior, his thrice model successor. Even with the letters, even with the promises of system, Alpha wondered if he was here to pass the torch on and die. He could feel it happening now. Breathing was becoming difficult. His vision had gone dark. He was being swallowed by a screaming void. And after a second, he understood he was merely being smushed in Delta's body in a tight embrace as she jumped up and down, screaming in laughter and delight. Alpha! Alpha! Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta! We're practically related, Alpha! Get him! I'm Delta! She said excitedly, spinning him around, and he was mildly bothered that she was so much older than him. I'm the first model. I suspect you must be an impressive warrior with many abilities. Alpha tried to compliment back. I'm a what? Delta stopped smiling and tilted her head. A hero of the system. What's your strongest ability? I haven't, compared to anyone, he admitted, and Delta looked slightly unconcerned at the question. Non-consensual mushroom power? She offered slowly. So invasive mushroom spores. It must be deadly. Does it infect dragons or armies? he asked politely, trying to get his grounds on where he stood compared to his talented hero. No, they mostly infect me and walk about sometimes. They also explode and taste bad until I fix them, Delta muttered. Alpha stared, not sure if she was teasing him. He inhaled once. Usually, this activated his stoic posture ability, but all it did here was make his cheeks puff up. You don't have to tell me if you don't wish, he insisted. Delta waved her hands in a panic. No, I have goblins as my helpers, and I reformed a Spider Queen's soul, and I accidentally made a super mushroom man that wipes out armies, and I built a bar. Also, I have a jungle that is filled with really good materials I own, she listed, trying to explain. Alpha's mouth fell open. Delta Quest rewards were so unfair. What about treasures and loot? He asked, hoping maybe he might win on that front. This oddly depressed Delta to an extent. I have no epic loot. Only punbirds, she said, looking frazzled. Punbirds? He blinked. Delta's eyes turned mischievous. Birds most foul, she agreed. I can slay them if they are bad. I don't need a quest. You're nice. Foul birds are a pain. Alpha shrugged. Delta opened her mouth and then closed it. I made them, so I'm a little attached, she declined. It was Alpha's turn to be depressed, since if he didn't quest, he didn't have anything else to offer. So, Al, do you remember before? Delta asked slowly, and the tone of the space shifted as Alpha swallowed once. Pieces, usually doing a quest of importance or something. Just thinking brings back pieces, he said, and Delta nodded as if she was the same for her. I don't remember how I died, Delta said softly. Alpha watched her face turn speculative, and looking at a nearby image of a swirling star, the light bouncing off her face, bouncing off her eyes, burning. It was burning, screaming, which way to go? It had to go, panic. He turned as fire rose into the air, casting light over people. The people, her eyes. He snapped back, stumbling back into his chair and held his head. Whoa there. Don't poke those memories. All the medical people will tell you trying to force suppressed memories can be a bad thing. Delta scolded and worried. We died together, Alpha said abruptly, and Delta let go of his hand as if he had burned her. Alpha, she said, then didn't know what else to say. I don't know how, but I know that now. Not that it helps, he said sullenly before he winced as Delta smacked his back. Listen here, Eeyore. We had a bad time, and now we're going to have a good time. I am Delta, and I just got to level 3, so you can count on me, she said seriously. Alpha looked up at her, a slight pain on his face. Were all the quests reward heavy? 3 is a good start. How many foes have you vanquished? He said, with a thick voice. Delta looked proud as she answered. I've only ever killed one person and a few slimy things, she bragged before thinking. And an invading army of spiders, but that was by accident of soul-crushing their queen. She shrugged. Then she had a serious thought, and she crossed her arms. Does releasing the souls of the cult undead count as killing or simply finishing the process? She mumbled, shaking his head. Alpha only had one real question of interest left. How do you own the dungeon? Do you win over the core, or did you use an ability? Everyone says it's your dungeon, he asked as Delta bragged to him on her beanbag. It was really comfortable, but whatever was inside had different sizes and shapes to them that simply beads of cotton. Delta looked bemused. You could say that I was handed the job. I've done good with it, but I've been Delta a few blows to my ego. She nudged him, but then expecting something. Learning political or speech skills should encounter those blows, he said slowly. Delta's amused look turned exasperated. Puns are not your forte, are they? She asked bluntly. Killing things is my forte, he agreed. You're killing me, she muttered, and Alpha frowned as he didn't seem to be getting any damage numbers. His sword wasn't even sheathed. Alpha, I wasn't put in charge of a dungeon. I am literally the dungeon, she explained. Alpha frowned, trying to understand. You are the only thing inside to fight, he asked, before Delta leaned in and passed over his forehead to his. Oh, you are a treat, she smiled, with a crackle of energy was shared between them. Orange, and Alpha saw rooms created with forming souls, winding passengers, and omni-awareness of space. After a moment, he leaned back. I was the floor, he muttered. Delta nodded sagely. I was the torches and dolls, he went on. Uh-huh, Delta encouraged. I knew the monsters. I saw the people, he said. And the logical conclusion of this, Delta, led him to a duck chasing breadcrumbs. Alpha also saw the duck. It was not a duck, but it was the closest thing to a duck in disguise. You used your mushrooms to infect a dungeon to override its consciousness, he said, impressed. They aren't mine. I was forced to adopt them. Only Mushy and Maestro and Missy are mine, and sometimes the pygmies, Delta said, furious, jabbing her arm hard with each word. I was the dungeon. You're the hero. I'm the dungeon. Those two are the monster and the weapon, Delta said after a moment. She touched Alpha's hand. Hero, she said, then placed his hand on her face gently. Dungeon, she whispered. Alpha looked at her, and his heart broke for her, a physical sensation of pain. It shattered at the knowledge that she was not superior in terms of the system, nor was she his replacement. She had been turned into something he was meant to destroy, and harm, to conquer. I won't, he said firmly. Delta just smiled. You don't need to do any of that, she agreed, but Alpha shook his head. I don't want to, he insisted. Then do you want to be my friend instead? She asked, smile bright as she held his hand gently. The question was hard as he fought so hard to never feel lost again. But this space, this feeling, perhaps the fact that Delta had a literal army of monsters and traps to protect her. I do, he said, an admission of desire and loneliness making his shoulders shake. He couldn't stop, and soon he was making unintelligible noises, and Delta was rocking him in a hug slowly. Welcome to the dungeon, hero. It doesn't have epic loot or the ability to level you that great, but it can be your home if you need it, she said, smiling. Alpha let go of his pain inside, letting it weep and flow. As he did so, the waiting quests and notifications melted away from his vision. For the first time since he had awoken in this world, his vision was clear of symbols and alerts. All he saw was orange and warmth. I think I'm forgetting something, Delta muttered above his head. Shackles unbound! The sun has set and the gleeful moon bids your pain. Wyan purred as New observed the fight as sharp spears of branches made hallways and snakes made of Wyam's flowery hair snapped at anyone approaching. Whip Grim more, but leave the innocent priestess, New instructed. Isn't this hard mode? Grim demanded as he deftly slashed, cutting any vine that got close. New smiled, unheard by them but still responding. It's more a New Game Plus, he said, and Wyam froze, snapping her head at him in disgust. New sighed in a dramatic sadness. I'm ruined. She's ruined me, he mumbled. End of chapter. Chapter 125. Branching Paths. Wyam swept the mist back as if brushing a loose strand of hair behind one ear. The veil rushed in to hide the holes around the island of paradise that was Wyam's home, a rush of air that vanished with almost musical notes. A plucky lot, aren't they? New's bluish form was distracting as he stared down at the panting, adventuring party. A young man that looked to be growing an afternoon shadow with a tasteful business suit, if Delta's memories were correct. New's one concession was that his jacket was undone and his tie was loose like a noose. His ruffled hair seemed to be growing longer each time Wyan looked. His smile, however, was so shark-like it belonged in a cutthroat world of stock markets and liquefying booth corporations and people, which one depending entirely on his mood at the time. In the light, New was handsome, but Wyam couldn't ever fall for him. In the dynamics of power, the tie between the two beings, she could never truly love a dangerous beast that was too like herself. Wyam very much enjoyed being the one in control. Plucky? Well, they are looking plucked, Wyam said, enjoying the way New's smile changed to anguish at the wording. Wyam didn't like wordplay or puns, but she'd love them just enough to use them against New. She's mocking us, the little boy, who tried to smother his light with death, gritted out. The various bone instruments laid about the boss arena shattered, but even in pieces, even in dust, the boy proved to be clever. Between the snake skeletons turned into wisps, or even the little trick where he almost grew a bone segment over her eyes with chalk dust, Wyam would have to keep him down. He was too clever at times. At first she was worried, but the boy lacked the true affinity for death. But the way he struggled to keep something contained, something powerful, made her want to poke at him until he snapped like one of the small branches. But Wyam could believe. Children were in a bad taste to traumatize, even if it had made them stronger in the long run. Thankfully, Delta had less pity for stumbling buffoons, so Wyam would always have to grown men and women to break physically and mentally, even spiritually, if she had time. Next to him, a girl who burned with a bestial rage stumbled to her feet. "Why, the angry face, dear. Do I do something to upset you?" Wyam asked, innocently, like a naive dryad emerging from spring. She absent-mindedly shook the case in her other hand, making a snorting boy inside roll out. Another scary child, if Wyam was honest. Still, for all her Drake breaths and Flame Goliath fire auras, Wyam had tasted stronger. Not that she let herself get too cocky. The fire mage who burned her very self was merely 15 minutes away from the dungeon and into the town, even if he didn't seem to recognize her now. Someone put a hand on the girl's soldier, and Wyam tried not to avert her eyes. The thing shook his head. "She's trying to make you rush," the golem said, his blonde hair and petite features too perfect to be natural outside of years of selective breeding. Just before the extra toe started showing up, Wyam both glanced over at the golem and tried to avoid looking too long. It was a frustrating feeling. Magnetically drawn and yet instinctively repulsed. Some part of her was now him, flowed inside that aura the golem called a soul, but it was a mixture with so many things, like a beautiful tapestry that was set on fire with glee until it lived with confused flaming. It was a work of a master, a dark and twisted master who delved with no mortal should. "My name is Vass, and I would like to negotiate for the release of our comrade," the boy began, and Wyam saw the shrewdness that was so like her own for a moment before it was replaced by the foolish brightness. "I accept. I would like you all to submit and give up. Do so, and your friend is yours, whole and alive," Wyam offered in what she thought was quite a generous deal. "If we refuse, will you kill him?" asked the shifty one of the cat summon, Grommet or something. Wyam would learn his name later when she cared. Wyam thought about it, but after a few seconds of manipulative wording, the image of Delta rising up from the dark abyss of Wyam's conscience glowed orange. "Imagine they were your children," the spiritual Delta said benevolently. "Like a toad under both feet," Wyam said bluntly. The kids froze, and the mental Delta screeched and New shot her an odd look. "Every child you save gives you a loyalty point on this stamp card that allows you to traumatize one person that I don't care about," Conscious Delta argued, waving some card about, and Wyam hastily took back her words. Wyam didn't know if she was developing a conscious or Delta was speaking to her through some veil of consciousness. But Wyam wasn't letting that deal go. "I'm joking. Look at his—" Wyam stared at the boy, Dio, and hesitated. "His, pinchable, meaty cheeks that flow with hot, warm blood," Wyam said, smiling as if nails were being inserted into her eyes. "I'm having no part of this." Lou turned, simply walking out of the boss room as if some meal had been anticipated and had been replaced by cardboard. "Well, Dio's dead. I think that we can still escape the same fate if we run and don't run into any more murderous trees. Knock on wood," Grim said, and then looked at the Furious with himself. "I won't leave my teammate behind," the priestess said in a serious tone. She reached into the robes that looked like she had tied a cloud to her body. It was essential, and Wyam felt her own mist trick was a little lacking in comparison. "And what little trick do you have?" she asked as she snaked a vine around the pun-making critten's leg and lassoing him around the top and making him more bad jokes. The woman held up a single length of white cloth, the thing dancing in the breeze. It, didn't seem to have a magical aura, and the thing threw Wyam for a moment, cautiously gathering the mist and coating her vines in case it was a trap, even Her teammates looked confused. In the darkest of the pits, and we are the foulest of creatures, I give up my flawed sight, and let the path of truth guide me. With the white cloth of surrender, I give my fate to my goddess. She warned, and with ease blindfolded herself. Wime scrunched up her face. Pit fell. Excuse me, I made Delta work very hard on... She began, but froze as something washed over the room. A touch of divinity. Wime saw shadows move as new light source leaked out of the woman's body. The mushroom staff in her hand creaked and strained, and the ethereal glowing veins traveled its length, meeting at the tip. The item struggled to channel the power that now filled the priestess. The priestess seemed to have an idea of its sheer image she gave off. I have confused feeling about this, the little death mage said bluntly. Wime narrowed her eyes, taking no chances. She moved dozens of vines at the priestess, parting the meadows like their wave of breaking upon the shore. The priestess tilted her head and then floated as if it was made of nothing but feathers and purity. She weaved around the snaking vines. The priestess shot skywards, and the vines followed with snatching intentions. The staff she wielded swung and began to smack into each one with an accuracy that was... Wime stared at every smack of the leaf landed perfectly. The touch exploded each vine in a white energy strands of viscous sap. The cheating goddess, I call. What does Delta call it? Hacks, hacks. The woman is using aimbots. Wime raged words that she didn't understand, flowing out of comforting anger. The path of truth is easy to see amongst the garden of lies and fake masks. The priestess called out as she shot towards Wime, still glowing with divine power. Of all the luck, Wime's first religious nutter had to be a legitimate saint. A very untrained and timid saint, but that was like saying a knife in your kidney was only a little sharp. This hurts, Dio. No. All of their dreams are to be the first team to conquer this dungeon. I won't let you end their dreams. They're good kids, Wime. The saint girl cried as she glowed with more power with each word of faith. The staff smashed into her cheek, moving through her wall of vines as if she knew exact angle, speed, and spin needed to break through. The image of that, staff on her face made Wime's temper boil. What if Sir Fran had been watching? Wime's amber eyes slowly looked at the saint without moving her face. Little girl, she began, before the vines curled around the staff, gripping it hard. You wished to spit some truth at me. Very well, Wime said, moving slowly, making the staff groan ominously. Let's have a heart-to-heart. My name is Wime, and I don't think anybody loves me, she began, and the glow around the saint diminished hard, as if a sharp wind blew out her divine light. It hurt Wime like a shot of glass in the heart, but the look of panic on the girl's face was so delicious. She pulled the staff closer to her flowering dress, sliding it down smooth wood as the girl struggled to get free. I lost who I was, and now I don't even know if I like who I am becoming, she said casually. The phallic staff was gushing white energy now, unable to contain it due to Wime's constant squeezing. And honestly, I like Delta. She tries hard, and she has a side that I see that I don't think others do, Wime admitted, seeing Nu's dark blue form skulking in the shadows. And if it weren't for her, you'd all be dead, she said, sensually, into the priestess's ears. The divine buff snuffed out, leaving a limp girl in Wime's grip. Her staff sagged, her spent any of her power. The saint slowly raised her head, and Wime's smirk slipped off her face as the girl was grinning. I didn't lie. You just presumed that I didn't have a plan, she admitted, as there was a sudden pain from her arms. From the staff, a necrotic dark energy that had been hiding under the divine light shot across Wime's body and into the cage. It was weakening, becoming rotted as several hands flew from the girl's cloud dress and sucker-punched Wime hard enough to make her entire form rock back. She saw out the corner of her eye that the golem waved a cheerful two-armed wave, messing his left hand. When had he detached? Wime's mind flashed to not a few moments before when he stopped the bestial girl, putting her hand on her shoulder. He must have cut it off when he left it there when he talked to her. The crafty little... Wait. Wime panicked as something was still missing. She felt the ground rumbling. The death mage grinned, exhausted, as he fell to his knees, the beast-girl at his side collapsing into clothes and dead skin. A one-sided mimic. Even the clothes looked to be made of a hastily dyed hair. Something shot past her roots in a shark moving through the soil. The massive, limbless worm with veins of burning fire breaching the ground as Wyam did her best to move the rotting cage, but the girl snapped her maw over it and snapped it clean. There were still human features, but clearly this advanced transformation had taken time and her team had brought her more than enough for her. They had rescued Dio. Wyan couldn't even deny that they'd completely and utterly pulled the wool over her eyes. She closed her eyes and sighed as Maestro began to play the trumpets in morally uplifting victory theme. Wow, it worked, the annoying one said, and Wyam scowled, dropping him to a slightly softer piece of boss arena. Her challenge had been beaten, so she would stop trying to murder the children. For now. You didn't do anything, Wyam reminded, as she examined her chopped branches with dismay. It would take minutes to grow all this back and days to get it trimmed just right. Hey, it's my plan, and you're just annoyed we wormed our way into a win. He grinned, then looking at the beast girl transforming back inside. Can you break curses? The boy asked, hopefully. Wyam didn't even blink. Death is the best way. I suggest a neat beheading. Get the cursed juices out quickly, she said coyly. I'll keep looking, he responded dryly. Ah, well, Wyam was just being honest. Before long, they all gathered before her. Wake him up, the saint girl insisted, as the beast girl checked Dio with worry. I didn't put him to sleep, Wyam said, bemused. There was a long moment as they all stared at her and then back at Dio, who was snoring his head off in the girl's lap. He's a heavy sleeper. I was hoping he'd wake up and scream a little, she insisted, getting annoyed that they weren't believing her. This is, Wyan turned to see New struggling with something that she couldn't see. It was like he was trying to turn a valve into what was beyond him. I knew it was bad, but how did she bend the reward back? Wait, I got it. New, crowd, and success as something seemed to give in his hand. There was a loud popping noise like a giant bubble had exploded overhead. New began to spin with a shriek as whatever he tried to do was now taking him for a ride. What was that? Dio mumbled, having felt the rumble. He seemed to feel the pop more than the entire battle. It was astounding. New was now blue vortex as the system he was trying to use didn't like his hands on handling, and then he shot across the room as something like a white rip in space formed, the sounds of reels spinning the room. Oh, rewards! I hope I get a 1 to match my staff. Having sidearms are always useful. The saint clapped and Wyan pursed her lips, deciding that no one could be that naive. Girl, you don't need more toys. You need a man, she said, and the girl shook her head as the light grew brighter. I don't need a man, or anyone for that matter. If my partner wants to come into my life, then they will appear at the appropriate time, and with heroic charm. They have to be not too old, and be earnest, and if they like helping people, that would be nice too. The saint lectured with a sweetness that made Wyan want to gag. I'm sorry, but people don't just fall from the sky. Wyan began, cynical, acid building in a tone before someone fell from the white tear, landing in a couch before Kemi. Some squire knight's costume with a sword over one shoulder. Wyan stared as he stood slowly, looking around with a frown. Delta, this isn't the 3rd floor. I think you missed, he called into the tear. In the tear, barely audible to Wyan, let alone the humans, Delta's voice cried out. I'm sorry. I've never inter-dungeon transported someone. It's not as easy as it looks. Listen, I promise there's a feast table down there. Just go down the stairs and enjoy yourself. I need a minute to find my way out. She defended herself. The young man turned, looking slightly red and smiling to himself, as if Delta's words made him happy. And then he saw Wyan, then the group. The smile vanished under the stoic mask that would make rocks envious. Kemi just got rewarded a boyfriend. The golem nodded, and the saint looked either terrified or starstruck. Lame. I wanted giant magical swords and artifacts to make me invisible. Grr, something complained. The knight looked awkward before he pointed at Kemi and turned invisible, as if erased from existence. I am Alpha, family of Delta. I must go now. I am not, taking requests right now other than assuring you that I am quite capable. Forgive me, I'm on a break for being a hero." He bowed politely and turned on his heel. He didn't get far before something yanked in his arm, Kemi slowly becoming visible with a smile. "Hey, even if you're not my reward, I'd like to say hello and, know more about Delta. Can we come with you to the next floor?" she asked, and Wyatt felt ignored. This was her boss room, and they were having an emotional connection in her vicinity. She needed a hose. Yeah, felt tainted. "The third floor is not, available for trial, but there is a feasting table that you can all go and enjoy. Go, leave, explode, just don't linger," Wyatt said bluntly, as New floated back from the disheveled appearance, looking like he'd gone through the ringer. Items began to fall from the tear before it sealed up. Wyatt snatched them and hurled them at people like a squirrel trying to get interlopers off a lawn. A large black branch that was infused with the spirit of winter, the goth took it up with an eagerness that she passed off as aloofness. Some thorny collar for the beast girl that was glaring at her, keeping Dio behind her. The thing had some magic that Wyatt only knew was not teleportation to make them leave faster. Kemi got a sharp stiletto heels and made thorns and an actual heel. They were dark and clashed with the innocent cloud robe. They let her balance no matter what was under her, barring magical interference. Great, she could hustle on the next floor faster. She tried them on, and the boy who made Wyatt want to kill something watched. Something about his alpha made some deep urge to rise up. A long, dead dungeon instinct to murder that Wyatt had needed to no help in cultivating. Her own murderous rage was sufficient, so she ignored it. Kemi took 3 steps and fell over, the magic in them clearly counting on the wearer being able to walk in heels already. "What about us?" Bass insisted as he pointed to himself and the Dark One. "Grim and I did a lot. Dio should get something for penning the victim," he added after a moment. He reached down and reattached his hand, the flesh moving like liquid until the hand and arm were one again. When he did that, Wyatt tasted something. "Incredible," she smiled, seeing what the golem was, or, what it would be. His nature, so clear for the single moment, his master was a devious one. Wyatt would tip her head in respect if the idea didn't want to make her skewer the golem now and end it before it could bloom. New scowled as he heard the question and smacked it rift a few times as if adjusting the signal on an old TV set. It spluttered and spat out a little tacky participation trophy decorated with glitter and metallic paint. It had Dio's name on it, and it did have a little magic to it, but Wyatt had no idea what it was. Picking it up, Dio spun on one foot and held it skywards in one hand, giving off a loud, cheerful cry. The rift wheezed a few times, giving up a book and a flower crown. The book was a cozy-looking thing, with its cover showing a little ant riding on a train towards some quaint city. It was titled, How to Chill Out and Be Helpful Hobo Teacher, one by R.R. Rivers. The pages seemed to be tons of comments made on the margin by some editor that Wyatt could see was a sassy. Grim held the book out like it was going to bite him. Vass put the crown on his head and began to... Wyatt recoiled. He was... vibing. Alpha seemed to watch this all, from Kemi topping over everywhere, Dio still posing with his trophy, and a death mage posing with enough edge to make a razor wire. Grim nibbling on the book like a toddler, and the beast girl putting the collar on a nearby rock which made it grow little legs and run around barking. Then there was Vass, vibing. She sent a pygmy downstairs to get her a flagon of troll ale. Wyatt was going to black out and erase this from her short-term memory. It was for the best. It was either drink or taking up knitting with her organs, and one of those required patience. Delta pressed her cheek against the floor. The white nothingness was cool. Narrowing her eyes, she licked it and left an orange streak. The mating room had a few bugs to sort out. One, Delta couldn't evacuate because she couldn't slip into 100% dungeon mindset to use the way out. Darn her humanizing mindset and inability to go beep-boop murder. Well, if I can't get out that way, I'll just make my own way, she declared and began to lick the floor. How many licks does it take to get out to the center of a dimensional soul escape? She wondered. 16, it turned out. The floor cracked and Delta saw that she had not taken the consideration that she was on top of a hole when it finally gave out. She floated there for a moment over a yawning abyss. "This is fine," she said calmly as she began to fall. She fell for a long time, crashing into tubes that she wasn't sure she wasn't supposed to be going down. She gave a yelp as the spongy mushroom tubes turned sharp and metallic. The feeling of orange faded sharply, only her own body glowing orange as she crashed into something hard. It was a place of stone. No, more like ash. Ash that was so delicate that one hiss of breath would bring down the entire city of ash. No, not a city, not ridges and levels of some ringed city. These were floors, a disconnected series of levels of a dungeon. She flowed to the very bottom, past all 103 floors into the depths where the core was, where the core should have been. Instead, in a giant room where night's gleaming metal once stood and art mosaics and made Delta want to cry even in the dimensional states. And it all became flash frozen in ash. The back of the raised platform and a massive crater devoured the space, the ruins of the pedestal barely poking out of the bottom. Her form tried to fill the space, forming a slightly glassy orb, more energy than physically substance. Around her the ash began to sluggishly turn to orange metal, then shone. Orange silver, a paradox that would cling to her over oblivion. It began to hurt. All the floors pulling at her at once. 103 floors, 10 special floors of bosses so long dead that not even the dungeon's power could resurrect them. 93 floors of lesser bosses, all powerful traps and gimmicks. Over 2,000 monsters, some able to return, others not. Powerful magic items and obstacles, pulling and tugging at one last gasp of breath that was Delta. Delta began to crack down her sides, seams coming undone in the sharp edges, and she could not utter a sound. It took everything that she had to keep it together. Her hands dissolved as the dungeon that was so too big for her sucked and drained her. One of her eyes went dark and thoughts started to become slow. She was Delta. End of chapter. 126. Slivers of silver. It felt like this was it. Sensation, a sharp poke that brought reality crashing back, a reflective manner tapping on her very essence. Delta twitched as something broke in the time dilation over her own mind. I like your grit, but there's biting more than you can chew off and suffocating yourself in dessert. A voice broke through the endless loop. A woman had simply walked out of thin air. Silver hair, amused, sculptured features, too beautiful to be real. She reached up and pulled Delta out of the pedestal, as if grabbing a fish stuck in a net. "Who are you?" Delta said slowly, the connection to her dungeon coming clearer now and giving her energy through decaying dungeon veins in here. The once silver dungeon. "Silver?" Delta asked the woman and snorted. "No, don't let the hair fool you. I used to have a different color. My name is Lorsa, and you, little stepsister, are a long way from home," the woman said with a sigh. This Lorsa was a dungeon, but not. She was old, but new. She was strong, but weak. Lorsa was sad, but she was determined. "You should come to my dungeon and have cake," Delta said, first thing that came to her mind, her most base thoughts, her first instincts in a stressful situation. Lorsa smiled, and they were moving through the dungeon system links, bouncing between dungeons like bounce pads. This was how Lorsa teleported. Her control was years above Delta's, however. She could make sharp turns with ease, and the other dungeons moved to get out of her way. The good news is that you, for a few minutes, managed a dungeon with about 34 times the amounts of levels of your own and didn't instantly snap. That means you're tough, Lorsa complimented. Delta still felt groggy, confused as the tunnels around them shot past like stars in the sky. "Bad news?" she asked, frowning. Lorsa's frown grew, and Delta decided she would have to add ice cream to the offering table. Under her silver hair, like lines on her skull, the glint of diamonds sparkled in the passing light. "You set off every alarm on the way down," Lawson said simply. "Oh, Delta didn't suppose that was very good, now was it?" The gleaming tower was a marvel of stone and rare imported glass from the desert, bombed from the fabled ruby dungeon of beauty. The constructs had been infused with rare glassmaker mana, making them permanent. The appearance was open, airy, and approachable. The stairs leading up to the physically exhausting but brisk. One could pay a small fare at the entrance gate for a platform that would lift them up as they relaxed on benches. It was affordable, so it really was a choice of endurance versus time. Along with 10 free rides around noon each day, it was all very light. Such was the way to Fairplay Tower. Near the top, not quite at the top floor, Director Reupload looked out the window over the expanding town of glinting glass and streamlined mage colleges. Water majors would be going to the sewage treatment plant along with fire majors to waste management. Local air majors would collect and spill off from the full, then back up in the blocks that Fairplay would take back and feed to the smog dungeon to the east. A long trip to simply dump waste, but it was the only dungeon that naturally developed such a, taste. The dungeon was an amendable one, keeping its word and their deal, and they had struck. One of the smoother deals, but that might be due to the gluttonous nature of the dungeon rather than their own negotiation tactics. The sheer profits they made off enchanted air masks was also not to be ignored, so Reupload considered the journey of waste to be worth it. His door opened, and he looked over his shoulder to see a lanky boy shuffling in, holding a tea tray. It shook, but at least there had been no more stains in his expensive rug this time. "Gentle, come in, boy." He beckoned, and the nervous teen with the dull brown hair and uniform he still struggled to fill out did so, managed to put the tray down without spilling anything this time. Reupload internally sighed with relief. The tea was bitter sort, but Reupload had grown to enjoy many flavors in his years. "Sir, a report from upstairs in the manor tracer came in. They need to see you immediately," Gentle said, not stammering. Reupload nearly promoted him on the spot. How far the boy had come from the stuttering, clumsy idiot he had taken under his wing. "Very good, Gentle. Stay here and enjoy some tea. Anyone comes looking, you know what to do," he instructed. It had not been his intent to turn Gentle into an assistant of sorts, but it just worked out that way. The boy seemed happier when he was elbow-deep in work, so he didn't have the heart to actually hire someone to take the duties away from the Gentle. "Sir?" the boy asked before he was out the room. Reupload turned back with an arched brow. "If the manor center is acting up, it means that there's a new dungeon, a strong one," he said, not actually asking anything. "Gentle, remember to not dawdle with your words, lad," he reminded the boy and straightened up, saluting. "Sir, I want to know if I can finally join the scouting expedition," he asked, unable to hide his excitement. Reupload brushed his silvery beard, unable to quite hide his frown. Men and women could legally join up at the age of 18. However, special permission from a guardian could allow one at 16 to join the various groups. Since Reupload was Gentle's guardian in the eye of the law, he could grant the boy's wish. He managed a small smile. "Let me think about it, and we'll discuss it over dinner," he promised, and Gentle's face lit up before turning serious. "Sir," he saluted again, and Reupload left the room, unable to stop the smile that he felt in the small childish necklace he wore of seashells that Gentle had made for him when he was a lad. The shell was fragile. In all his fights, escapades, and adventures, Reupload had collected more than a few scars by protecting it from the toll or any attack by a monster. It was also heavy as he thought of Gentle in those same dangers. He reached the manor tracer on the top floor, a massive singular room dedicated to a massive globe-like device that was the collaboration project of geomancers, madna purists, dungeonites, and one woman, Genia Visp. Her business hair was up in a bun, and her sole talent controlled the entire globe. The other people in the room were here for maintenance, recording and aiding Genia where they could with her own talents. She turned to his entrance. Their uniforms were similar, dark green with a white trim around the neck. His had a sword at his hip, hers a hand and a crossbow. The rotation images of the world split and unfolded into proper shape of a rough rectangle. I don't know why you insist on the round mode. The round planet just looks wrong, Reupload said gruffly. I wouldn't mind a world where walking forward doesn't meet a dead end, Jania said easily, her voice coming out in a light lisp. Her quirk was long familiar to Reupload, comforting, even. I like to see where my world ends and build a bridge further out in spite the void, Reupload shrugged. Then same old argument like a greeting between them. Bridges. You mean dungeons that fall hopefully there or here and expand one realm or another. We're lucky dungeons don't crash into cities, Jania said with exasperation. Reupload watched her settle into a chair, the commanding dock that would control the machine at full power. Not even the kobolds would build cities with extreme edge. It's bad enough that we lose people to the dive syndrome every year, but we don't need a whole cities exploding or going over the edge due to shoddy foundations. Reupload leaned against another chair as Jaina rose up, a stone pillar lifting her chair up so that she was equal to the map. Dive syndrome isn't exactly a disorder. People just, leap when they see the abyss. There's no medical explanation for the malady of their mind. Healthy, sane people just jumping. It's bizarre, Jania admitted as she slowly connected the ribbons of her mana to the map where the machine would begin connecting her to millions of mana threads in the sky. Like little footprints in the snow, the mana left a trail and one could touch. Jania was the thought of the talentless girl until Reupload lifted her high enough. Then she was a goddess. Well, they all have one connection. They're either an adventurer, children of adventures, or have a strange blood gift, Reupload reminded as he waited. There was no point in asking Jania what was going on. She was the type of woman who didn't hand in a report until she had enough facts. Jania disliked wasting time. Her hands began to weave, brushing multicolored threads here and there, like a harp player playing a melody only she could hear. Did you hear about the tree down south? Jania asked as Reupload had, but he merely let her talk, about how the tree had a whole branch snapped off by something godly had issues with it. The branch took off, flying with two parts unknown to seed itself. About the monster that chased it. How dungeon generation was down by almost 30% this year. Monsters seemed down as well. Reupload was listening when he didn't have to give commands. He liked the way Jania talked with professionalism, not peppering her words with too many opinions that might bias her work. Facts were strong and true, and they both appreciated that. Then Jania froze up all at once. Following threads of magical equipment near consoles went off. Sir, ma'am, leftover wards in Dungeon 03 went live. They're out of date, but something tried to power up the dungeon and, gone. It's gone, but the whole place lit up. The man in the corner, Hazman, who had two little girls if Reupload remembered right. Dungeon 3, he remembered. Silver. Reupload remembered pain and the screaming of the rooms as metal peeled itself off the walls in rage. He remembered how it had broken all the rules. Send mages and scouts. I want reports. Check the outposts. Monsters may attack to feed the dungeon if they manage to survive, he said with authority. Jania was giving him looks, concern. Dungeon 3 had not shattered. 03 did not agree to their terms, so raw and full of holes in those early days. Dungeon 03 got up one day and walked out of its dungeon and killed that woman. A contract servant. Then the core just, vanished. It was the most harrowing thing Reupload had experienced within a dungeon. Abominations that were just that. Monsters far too gone to let live. 03 was the worst. It was far too human and it still did terrible things. It was easy to put down dungeons that created viral plagues, insect swarms, monsters so putrid that they tainted the land that they walked on. 03 had shown them something much worse. It showed dungeons played a game with rules, but they were just playing. And they were all playing too, and when they decided the game ended, then there was no fair play. Jania's hand had snagged on something so vibrant that it was hard to look at. A thrumming orange thread. End of chapter. And that, my friends, is the end of this video. I hope that you enjoyed. If you did, please consider supporting the channel. There are numerous links down below. The easiest way would be to share this video and this channel to as many people as possible to help this channel grow. Your support is very much appreciated, and I will see you all in the next video. Cheers. Greetings ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this batch video, for there is no epic lucha, only puns, taken from the website Reupload. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Please don't forget to do all the usual YouTube stuff, as that helps the video and the channel with the algorithm. Chapter 157, Gam Ham Time. I miss the days when it was just me, hating the world, watching Delta blow things up. News complaining was audible through heavy beeping and typing notes. His form had reverted back to his screen form. No one barged in, everything made sense. No one turned me into a person. Delta drummed her fingers as she waited. The secret garden was devoted its full power to sustaining Hero, was in some sort of recharging coma when the raid boss mode was turned off. Everyone barged in, stopped editing history. Delta said as she watched Lorsa explore the space with delight and slight fear. The rules are so loose here, it's uncomfortably close to the dungeons that turn into abominations, the woman commented. Delta couldn't stop looking at her. She was a core, on legs. It was mind-boggling to Delta, who hadn't really moved since she woke up, just rearranged some bits and grew into herself. Lorsa was a slim woman, a picturesque image of an elven woman, too impossible to exist, and yet she did. It was a little ruined since Delta could really see her. This form was not gained by diet or workout or through gifted bloodline. Her entire body had been crafted with perfectionism that spoke of godly influence, or a dungeon core with too much time. In the center of Lorsa, not quite her heart or stomach, fragments of a brilliant diamond core were being held together by dozens of mana strings from other dungeons, like a band-aid over a hole in one's stomach. Red, blue, green, gold. Gold was the majority of the strings, but there were dozens of other tiny efforts here and there, fewer colors, more ideas. Smoke, lava, clouds, darkness, beast. Lorsa had been in contact with what seemed like every dungeon ever, each piece so delicately weaved that one mishap would unravel Lorsa like a dream. "You're staring," Lorsa called over, sounding amused. Delta blinked, feeling a flush on her neck at being caught. "I never, met a dungeon core before, besides myself," Delta said quickly. New had gone quiet, listening. "I'd imagine so. Fairplay has done the best to shatter the core network in key places," Lorsa said, tone shifting to annoyance. He picked up a pickle cap with a confused look. "What function does it serve?" she asked suddenly. Delta blinked. "It's cute," she offered. Lorsa took a long moment to answer. Acceptable answer," she said, and Delta watched her use some of her own energy. No, that wasn't right. Lorsa focused on golden mana flowed, a borrowed reserve from another core. A chair with rubies and gaudy golden etchings appeared in the garden. Delta didn't think Lorsa was so, interesting to, like such a chair. At Delta's pointed look, the woman coughed. "Yo, his manner is, snobbish," she muttered, trying to get comfortable and failing on the chair. "Mana has vibes?" Delta asked, excited to have someone else too was going through the dungeon thing. She floated down, and when she made a chair, a mushroom the size of a small car popped out of the ground. Lorsa's smile was mysterious, her pale blue eyes too old for the youthful face. "You would have noticed. Your own is, Lorsa trailed off, looking for her best word. In the claim tab, orange waves charged into battle, waving arms that didn't exist as they tried to consume the stupid tree. "For Delta!" the head of the assault cried. The room rippled in an echoing chant. "Shrooms for the Shroom Dungeon, friendship for Delta!" "Excitable," Lorsa said finally. "You're being too kind. The word you're looking for is invasive and infectious." Lorsa turned her eyes to new screen, her face frowning as she tried to understand something. She focused, and her hand and a white screen manifested in the air above her palm. It was so pale that it looked like a snow freshly formed. It crackled slightly as if it was getting a bad signal. New's next sarcastic comment died as it came face to face with another menu system. It was blank, unassuming, and very much unalive. I'm not sure to praise you or fear you have managed to break the system so badly that it gained thought. It's slightly, obscene, but I'm old. Perhaps this is the future? Lawson said quietly as her own screen flickered through windows and options with minimal input from Lawson. New screen flickered as an old pain rose up within him. Crackling and static, he lost himself in old memories. Delta's voice came out next. He's not broken, he's new, was all she said, and Lawson paused, then nodded an apology. I can't accuse anything of being broken, not without being a hypocrite of the highest order. Lawson said, and Delta decided she needed answers before Lawson could drop any more vague bombs. What's the core network, and what happened to you? She asked, as kindly as she could. Lawson kicked her feet a few times, bouncing her knee in thought. If to answer, to leave, or to lie. Delta didn't know until Lawson spoke a few seconds later. The core network is basically a massive set of lines connecting every dungeon to another. Dungeons are split into two groups, unaware and awake. We are awake, but those without the ability to think higher, thoughts beyond eat, grow, kill, are unaware. Those awake have power over the unaware, such as using them as nodes to stretch their own awareness, even governing them in some ways. Lawson shifted to cross her legs, leather boots impossibly clean. Sounds a bit tyrannical, Delta pointed out as the walls of the secret garden showed a soft orange light. There is no choice. You cannot force growth and development. You can turn them feral, or worse, break them. It's why seeds need time, why children need to develop, why diamonds need pressure and time. Lawson replied, drinking wine from a bottle she pulled from thin air. It still felt a little wrong to take away choice, even from feral kids, but Delta was a big softy, so maybe she was just overreacting. As for me, well, fair play. A giant guild-turned-company came into my dungeon, tricked me into agreement after beating my bosses, and, when I had my back turned, scooped out the equivalent of my organs, leaving me hollow husk, and threw herself into the network as a last-ditch effort to survive, she said calmly. Delta shot New a look who did his version of a shrug. And, why did they do that? Delta asked, hesitating slightly in case she upset her first core friend. Lawson thought about it for a bit. Honestly, I have two theories, she admitted and held up two fingers, touching the first one. One, fair play is run by a silence and their fanatical love for fallen sibling, meaning that destroying awake dungeons would not only weaken the body of brother further towards total collapse, but take back all the seeds I've purified over the years. She listed, throwing in important words like Delta could have read the script by now. She touched the other finger, silver moving as if it was programmed to do so, since there was no breeze in the secret garden. 2. They're greedy humans who discovered the sheer mana power in a dungeon cause being led by a bigot who lost someone to a dungeon and believes that they should control all dungeons like farm animals and only they know best for the world, she said with a shrug. Lawson thought for a bit. Both sound good. She settled on and took a swig of a wine that would burn the paint off walls. I have a lot of questions, Delta said, brain frying a little as the idea of a whole world outside of a dungeon that she'd been purposely ignoring. I thought breaking dungeons was illegal, like the cause. My friend Rudy told me that, Delta insisted. The woman winked. You're welcome. The whole law came around due to my little incident. My dungeon used to be about, not too far off the world tree back then. The tree didn't suck up every ley line and mostly kept her attitude to herself. Now, there's no energy around that entire area to support new dungeons. That damn tree keeps burrowing deeper as well, Lawson said, cheeks going flush as she kept drinking. That didn't sound right. I met the tree recently. It's a him, Delta corrected. Lawson stared, slowly shaking her head. No, it's a her, a giant cow that would wax poetics about eviscerating me, people, monsters, anything really. I haven't been around that area since I can't risk going where ley lines are dead, she admitted. Uh-oh, that sounded familiar. Can you, come with me for a second? Delta insisted, and Lawson raised a brow. Delta was sure that this wouldn't take more than a few seconds to assure her that she was wrong. Delta removed the finger with a wince. "And then rot from the inside with the gout still on fire," Lorsa screamed, waving her bottle at Wyam. The tree's entire upper half had turned a furious autumn red. "You little hag, I'm going to—" Delta plugged her ears again at the sour expression. Wyam's voice was strong, and Delta heard snippets of rusty wire, a reverse summoning spell, and something to do with scorpions. "So, Wyan used to be the world tree," she called out, hoping to end the discussion before the children came back up. They both turned to her. "Yes, no," they snapped, Lorsa nodding, Wyam huffing out a negative. Delta stared, waiting. "It is complicated, and my understanding is, flawed," Wyam said irritably. "Now who's the hag?" Lorsa said, rolling her eyes as she walked around Wyam, sizing her up. "I was stripped down to a mere seed, less than a fragment, less than a soul. I am an echo, but now I am my own self," Wyam said with a sigh. Lorsa shook her head in amazement. "To grow this much from a different beginning, a different home, and yet you still be so similar," she murmured. "I wanted to wait until I was, confident before I spoke of this," Wyam said, indifferently to Delta. "I don't mind, sorry for rushing you." Delta patted Wyam's trunk with a smile. The boss blinked and then looked away with an odd look. "This raises questions. Who is the Will Tree now? Another version of yourself?" Lorsa came to a stop, her hood fluttering as if the material was lighter than air. Delta could sense it would tank a hit from Fran with ease. The question made Wyam's face darken with hate. "The name is lost to the fog of before. All I know is that I let the worm too close to my heart, with a face so close to another I once loved, that she once loved. He broke my heart, and I presume is playing with the rotten thing as we speak." Wyam turned, a snarl on her face, but Delta didn't move away. She held one of Wyam's thorny branches, the thorn unable to quite harm her avatar. "You didn't deserve that," Delta whispered. "And you didn't deserve me, but we all must accept our curses, Delta," Wyam said, aiming for sarcasm but coming out sad. Wyam made a weird noise, like she had stepped on a tack. It was a weird noise, but Delta supposed people didn't hug her every day. The thorns must have put people off. "You're not a curse. You're my lucky seed. You're my second-floor boss, and whoever you were, I don't care," Delta said, smiling as bright as she could. "Ah," Lorsa said, clearly grinning from behind Delta's back. "Let me break her neck. She won't die from it," Wyam muttered, furious. "I got this," Delta said dryly, with the press of power. A giant gartrot grew inside Lorsa's wine just as she went to take another drink. There was a choking noise, and Lorsa fell to her knees, gasping her throat, eyes bulging. "I'm dying. This is worse than being shattered," she spluttered and coughed. Delta turned and made a gutrot with pure energy, able to take a bite out of it with her avatar. She met Lorsa's afraid eyes head-on with only a single tear strolling down her cheek. "You learn to love them," she promised, brightly. She could feel Wyam staring before she heard a deep throaty chuckle before it turned into gales of delightful laughter. It felt good, like a spring breeze and new beginnings. It was beautiful. Grim swallowed once, and they stepped down from the stairs leading to the third floor. The room was bathed in a soft orange light as something atop raised platforms pulsed in rhythmic pulses, a heartbeat of warmth and sound, like an ocean rushing in before retreating. The group moved forward, but the new guy, Alpha, took charge, and Grim did not like him at all. The way he was stoic, the fact that he was aloof in answering Kemi's questions, the way his sword looked just right on his back, or the confidence. Nope, Grim did not like this poser. He was some knight from a lame story. Dio was a much better hero. Well, when Grim wasn't available, of course. Grim was naturally more likable. He was organic. He had a sidekick in Dio that made him way better than Alpha. Alpha was like Fairplay's product, so manufactured. His justified mental rents were cut off when Kemi spoke, her usual bright and kind voice now reverent. "Delta's core," Kemi whispered, bowing her head slightly as if seeing a miracle. It took a moment, but Grim slowly looked at the impossibly small orange orb on the altar, pressed between a stone pillar rising from the ground and one falling from the ceiling, sealing it in place in the air. Mushroom statues decorated the four corners as two statues of Fran guarded the stairs leading up to the core, watching them as if one hint of disrespect would spell their end. Such a small thing created everything in the dungeon, something no bigger than a child's toy ball. Dio moved forward, moving so fast that even Alpha's attempt to grab him was so slow. "Hi, Delta, we finally get to meet," he said gently, halfway up the stairs. "Get off her, you haven't even wiped your feet," Alpha insisted, blank face crinkling with disapproval around his eyes. "Does anyone else feel really light in the head?" Amundsen asked aloud, calmly but less joking than he had been, and Grim frowned. "No, but I taste something like regret and candy," Grim said, his tongue fizzling. "Mana poisoning. You're all underdeveloped to be here too long. No normal dungeon would have killed you. Delta's mana is, holding itself back, but she can't stop us for long." Alpha warned, and Dio turned with a frown. "Let's move on. I don't want Delta to get into trouble," he insisted, and climbed back down and ran around the core to push onwards through the two massive gate-like doors that opened on their own. "Won't the mana be stronger down there?" Grim yelled, knowing full well that Dio wouldn't be able to hear him. Alpha seemed to listen, as if having an ear to the wind. "There is, a guest space ahead. Delta assures me that we'll be safer there," he promised. Poppy eyed him and then leaned in. "You smell like blood and tears," she said bluntly, and opened a massive pocket to pull a book out. "Wake up," he said to the book, and Grim had completely forgotten that she had a talking book. "Where are we? I went for a nap, and why am I soaking in mana? Dear goddess, is that a core?" Tom, the magical tomb, cried before Poppy vanished as well. Amundsen patted Alpha once in a she's-like-that motion before he vanished as well. Grim wanted to follow, but something was stopping him. He took a step forward, then another. He said, alarmed, before his own damned tongue yanked forward, making him gag. He stumbled up the stairs, with his tongue stuck to the core like he'd licked a metal sign outside a school on the coldest day of winter. This happened a lot when he was trying to discover what powers he had from his father and grandfather. He put both hands on the core and tried to extricate himself, but his tongue was adamant on where it wanted to be. "Grim, you're breaking so many rules, and also licking Delta. Stop," Emmy said, speaking as she tried to pull him back. "I can fix this," Alpha promised, as he reached for his sword, and Grim began to really panic. Delta's core lit up with an ominous light. There was a static discharge that flowed through Grim, up through his hands of Kemi, before it jumped to Alpha. Dio paused in his unfiltered gleeful staring at the free heal hall, which had all the food ever. The torches on the wall flickered, and their power sources were having issues. They flickered once or twice before coming back to a full blaze. A screen flickered in front of them, despite the fact that it had been directly messaged for Alpha. The shock must have scrambled the message badly. Grim's hair was smoking, but he couldn't stop looking. "Alpha, you have reached Delta's core and directly interfaced with the core. 2 of the 4 are harmonizing. Please stand by. 3, 2, 1. Alpha and Delta's core began to glow. It filled the room. It filled everything. Zane slowly lowered the massive rump of some meat that he had gotten off the butcher. He stared as though from beyond far tree line of the town, a massive orange pillar shot into the sky like a legendary dragon arising from some ancient prison. It shot into the sky, blazing like a beacon. From the frozen norths in the deep valley, Beta looked skywards, tossing a dead body of a yeti hag that had tried to feast on the wold tree's roots. The snow around her flashed orange and her eyes dilated. From the root, an old man kept her from simply flying off with intense knowledge of her greatest fight awaited. The old man and her word. In the eastern seas, in the male-high seaweed forest, that the great sea serpent skeleton was visible, a creature with the upper half of a scaled goblin and the bottom half of a fish cut through legions of Caribbeans, their blood turning the sun above red. The weapon in his hand shifted from a skittimer to a battle-axe, like melting between each shape with ease. The ocean, the very sky flashed orange, and the weapon halted, forcing the wielder to nearly break his arm with a sudden stop. Well, that's odd, this axe said, speaking with vibrations that was louder than the water. Gamma, you swore your edge to the end of this war and give me my crown. You gave me your word, the creature roared. I said I would. I just never said that I would try that hard, or when, or how, or really what crown exactly, the axe said slowly. And what about being in charge? About that, boss. Listen, I need to take the rain check. To be honest, you're not really king material. Besides, you can handle a few hundred, maybe more, crab folk, right? Just do what you were doing before, just without me. Have fun, the weapon announced, and flew straight up, spinning hard enough to cut a space in the surface when it broke through. The warrior stared as an army emerged from the seaweed forest, and he had no weapons. Gamma landed on a nearby boat, his mana drained from the flight he took. That would take a week to get back to full. The fisherman stared at the black and gold weapon that was now on his ship. Gamma didn't have to try too hard to make himself appealing. By the ocean's decree, you are the chosen one, the king of all. He of pure heart, take me up and claim your destiny. Gamma wailed, trying not to yawn. The fisherman hesitated and saw that he might have a sweeten the deal. Claim your destiny and find the ancient treasure of the kings of long, long ago, whose names are, forgotten, he said gravelly. Is it a royal fishing hook? I don't really need money. The man said, and Gamma was silent for a long moment. Then he morphed back into a gold fishing rod. It was a weapon. Gamma had long learned if he could convince himself hard enough, anything could be a weapon. This did mean that he had to do some work on the actual fishing rod just to get right back to the surface. The first thing he caught was a bisected mergoblin, but looking furious in death. He looked like a big crab had gotten to him. Looks like his meat will be stressed. Throw it back, Gamma insisted quickly. It's got seaweed on its head. That's like a meal wrapped up, the fisherman complained, but listened to him. It's like a crown, Gamma agreed brightly. Well, Gamma finally ditched the fisherman later as he docked by enticing a nearby cabin boy of his destiny to save a princess. He focused on himself. He felt pain, and a fishing rod of gold was formed in the air behind him, landing silently by the napping fisherman who was too trusting. Idiots like him were hopeless. Fishing rod of unerring accuracy form has been lost, Gamma grumbled as the boy carried him off, talking about his sister and debt. Gamma could sense the cutting detour to debt owner's house coming up before he really got into the road to that feeling of two in this distance. The truly unnerving thing was his quest. It used to read as, find the hero and complete your purpose. Now, was a little different. Grimly, make your way to 1 and 4. A sharp tongue deserves a sharp blade to match. Was that normal? Beta stared at her screens. Was this normal? Did quest just change? Find honesty and reveal your true form. Take it calmly and slowly. I can feel him on my knee, Delta whimpered as she watched Grim peel his tongue off with effort. Lorsa was staring at her and Delta stared back confused. What? Did I miss something? She asked, baffled. A weirdo was licking her knees and she was a little distracted. Shrugging, she was sure that it was nothing important. Now, it was time to feast, celebrate, and defeat the rising undead army of dark god pieces and human cruelty using bone and metal as tools to strike down all life in the name of the void. Delta was good at all those things. End of chapter. Chapter 128. Ode to Dio. The Free Heel Hall was in full swing with the victorious party dug into the food. Delta hovered over them all as Alpha tried to keep to himself, but had trouble since Kemi and Dio stuck to him like glitter. Delta smiled as she watched the room serve its first guests since Quiz and Rudy. This was its first true service in the name of adventurers. Pork sausages, bacon rashers, gleaming piles of what looked like mashed potatoes, an impressive collection of fruits and decorative veggies from the previous 2 floors. A fountain of various drinks from Farrah's bar gurgling in a choir against the wall. Desserts made from chocolate and gelatin sitting tempting to the eye, and other foods appeared as if by magic. However, the jetty was made from the slime that she had defeated, their goops being refined with so much sugar that it was both safe and edible. The mashed potatoes were actually mashed mushrooms that looked creamy enough, and the veggies were mostly mushrooms of different types to give variety. Everything but the gutrot, of course. The starlight mushrooms, for example, if fried, gave off a feeling of chewing and something fluffy like pancakes. The best thing was that Delta didn't need to research this. Vera and Jib the troll chef had taken the initiative to cook and experiment on their own. Delta hadn't really had the time to upgrade anything since the invasion of the dead, the lab, Dio's team, and other things like Alpha dropping in. It felt like ages since she'd done anything dungeon-like. She smiled as the kids all joked and celebrated. Poppy was teasing Tom the talking tomb by placing greasy items close to him. The tomb was screeching about grease stains, and it made Poppy grin, and there was no heat between them. Delta had a very strong feeling about Tom the Tomb. He was old, even if he was by himself. She didn't think that she could absorb him. She had too much of a core, a sense of being. Not that Delta needed more books. Her library contained books on everything from how to rear bull chickens to ripping time in location to increase the rate in which it passed. The issue with the time thing was that it required things like 1,000 screaming souls, those of young and old, and a mage of chronomancy, 3 antique clocks, and a well-used diary planner, and exactly 45 pages. Delta knew the silent cultists were a little, crazy, but this was just one more example of just how insane they were. Besides the dungeon points, Delta could bend reality around her and her own volition. How many points it would take to break time could number between 5 and 5 million. Delta supposed it depended on how badly she broke the rules to suit her needs. Amster was both eating ribs with his bare hands and cleaning the bones afterwards, claiming them to be the burst of his mana. The bones were still in Delta's sauce, but now they were weirdly detached, like a fruit cut from a tree. Vass was standing in line with the fountains, seemingly quite happy to hang out with the decor, spiritually communicating with them through prolonged posing. The golem still gave Delta a weird feeling of, something that set her teeth on edge, but he was polite enough. Alpha, the dear strange boy that Delta was so, he touched her heart, which beat with a warmth that she held only for her dungeon family, New and Sis before. Rudy, Dio, and Kemi were dear to her as well, but Alpha, there was a bond that was tangible there, not romantic, far from it, but a deep sense to covered Alpha was rising in her like Delta was some sort of a sister. An idea made her pause. How funny. The denial made her feel funny. Delta wondered what... "I am not your mother. Stop making me act like it," she warned, the sounds of traffic rushing as a resounding silence fell around them. "You sure act like it. Maybe you can't help it. Sucks to be old," the voice replied sarcastically. She felt her cheeks flushed. She was not old. It took a moment for her to inhale, and deeply, calming herself before she could reply sarcastically. Hey, don't make her turn the car around. Mama Bear can get grumpy." A void in the image rebuked. Were they missing or blocked? "We should have taken the bus with the others," someone added. "We would have if you could all stop arguing long enough to get anything done. It's all we do, argue," Delta's voice said into the space before she reached into the radio. "Well, the others already know we'll be late, so who wants to take a detour past the little fast food place and get some milkshakes?" he asked, voice bright. There was a silence and an outburst of noise. "Hell yeah, don't swear. What are we, 5? I want a cheeseburger as well. I want vanilla, not a strawberry, Miss D." "Delta?" asked Alpha quietly, and Delta floated back in startled expression. The others were all looking where Alpha was, missing Delta's location easily by feet. "Sorry, just, She cut herself off as Alpha nodded slowly. "They're coming faster and faster," he said, tone knowing. The certainty in his voice made Delta swallow once aloud. Her memory was returning, and that was fantastic. She could remember who she was and what happened, find a way back maybe, and, leave. This, nor behind. A sudden tightness in her stomach made her push that kettle of fish to the side for a moment. First, she would deal with the here and now, one day at a time as a dungeon call. She could cut that down to even further and go 1 hour at a time. It was hard to measure things in days when you didn't sleep. "Alpha, when everyone is done eating here, I want you to do me a favor before they leave. I also need you to translate for me," she said softly, brushing what she thought was a fluff off his shoulder, her hand doing nothing as it phased through him. Alpha didn't even hesitate. "Whatever you need, miss," he promised, and looked startled at his own slip of the tongue. The word made her feel old. "Delta," she mumbled, but smiled when she thought about what was to come. She clapped her hands once in excitement. Dio loved Delta. He loved the way she made every room special, how she made every monster so amazing and funny. But Dio supposed the thing he loved most of all was the feeling that seemed to fill the very air. A silent promise of affection and a promise of company, a friend with every step that he took and someone cheering him on, even if he couldn't see her. Delta, he had watched so many people say the name that he was almost sure that he was pronouncing each sound correctly. D, as in definitely awesome, longish L, as in like to laugh, and ta, on ta-da. So Delta was like a laugh that was so sudden that it comes with the ta-da to make you feel definitely awesome. That was how Dio remembered her name. The massive garden was beautiful to Dio with many different doors, but the others looked unsettled. Ahead, Dio saw Grim was sitting down. He had wondered why his friend hadn't been at the feast. Grim had been very quiet since he, Kemi, and Alpha had returned from the core room. He raised a hand and then dropped it as a way of greeting. He turned to see that Ammonster was commenting on how quiet the room was. No insects or birdsong. It was silent as a grave, he told Poppy. Dio didn't think Delta would have a weird place like this, so he presumed it was more like those sacred places in his adventure books. The place where you wanted to be quiet, where the noise wasn't needed. Usually, a plot-relevant character lived in those places. Dio would keep his eyes open for an elven maiden, or a dwarven king, or an elvish king, or a dwarven maiden. Before they got too far in, something crashed down before them. Alpha didn't jump, having been warned, it seemed, but the rest did. The thing that stood was massive, a set of folded-over wings that had, with a long dark hair, barely peeked over. The wings looked grey and covered from head to toe before they slowly unfolded themselves to reveal a man. Sort of. He had powerful muscles like Dio's dad, but they were compact, flexing without much movement. His arms were covered in wrappings that led to a torso piece of thin leather straps. A kilt of some material fell to his knees, and for a second Dio thought he had a big grey belt on before it uncurled at a slowly massive tail. The monster's face was angled like someone with nobility and cheekbones that were usually only found in the most royal of paintings. Dio had seen faces like that in some old paintings in the many books Ammonster brought to class. Angelic, but indifferent. His mouth, while having an impressive set of fangs when he spoke, Dio could understand what he said. "I am Vanguard, you're—" He slowed and picked the words carefully, as if seeing them all in interlopers. "Presence has been allowed here as guest status. Delta insists that you keep to the garden. Please don't show disrespect by ignoring her request," he said finally. Dio couldn't know this for sure, but he bet the creature's tone was deep and cold. Dio knew that he must be worried about Delta. People must make dungeon monsters nervous. Alpha stepped forward as well as they both listened to something. Dio looked back to see Grim frowning. "Gargoyle," he told Dio absent-mindedly. Dio felt excitement again at the thought of more amazing things to see, but was distracted when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Alpha, trying to smile but coming off as nervous. He spoke, and Grim, looking like he wasn't aware of it, and began to speak at the same time, causing Dio to look back and forth that some sort of ball game was on. "Dio, Delta I wants to offer you a chance to heal the damage inside you. Only if you agree. She don't want to cause you any discomfort," they said in a confusing mix before Grim noticed his own mouth was moving without his say-so. He covered it with both hands and retreated to the safety of the door arch. Dio shot him a worried glance but didn't resist when Alpha led him to a giant statue of a window with words on it. The thing looked covered in moss and old. There is a secret here that Delta doesn't want to be shared. But she thinks you really deserve this, and from the short time I've known you, Alpha said, and Dio's smile widened, I haven't found any issue with you as a person. He finished. Dio would take the compliment. Alpha really needed to learn smaller ways of saying friend. Sure, I don't mind. If Delta wants to try something and she thinks it's good, then I don't mind, Dio said, and Alpha winced before he looked at something. My sonic resistance just went up, he muttered, causing Dio to flush a little. Indoor voice, he forgot. Even if it looked like he was outside. Sorry, he aimed for quiet as a mouse. Alpha didn't wince, so he guessed he was close. Alpha touched the statue. Normally the code to open this secret can only be learned by taking on the 4 roaming gargoyles. Their defeat would each give you one part of the needed code, which Delta promises changes every time it's used. However, they can also be studied under or aided in some task, winning the words that they weigh. For this, they will willingly surrender the word, he announced, and the room shook. Not an earthquake, but the sounds of beings able to project their voices in the very stone and the ground around them. Dio could feel the words. I love Dio. Dio felt the vanguard put a hand on Dio's shoulder, giving him a final word. It made his eyes fill as the statue before them glowed. 2, Vanguard said, less cold as his claw let go of Dio's shoulder. The statue broke apart, sliding away from the platform. Suspended in the air by sheer magic was a powerful orange light, lit up the garden like a rising sun. The smell of home, Dio's favorite soup, his mom's hair, the sight of his dad laughing. The light brought all of this to the surface as something rose up from the ground, the centerpiece of the floating stone walls and statue pieces. A cheerful wall with a drinking cup attached by a chain. Dio stepped forward, the mana so thick, but it didn't enter him like the rest of the dungeon. It was waiting for him to come to it. To Delta. Alpha dipped the wooden cup into the well, the surface like glass, until the cup touched it, rippling with a sweet laugh. Alpha turned and held it out, looking envious before he smiled. All at once, he said, and stepped back as Dio held the mug. The wood already warm, as if the liquid inside was kept hot for people. He sniffed it, and he smelled. Old books, a cat, the smell of a warm classroom, the light perfume of oranges, the fruit citrus scent tickling, but not overpowering. It wasn't a drink so much as a glimpse into someone's life that he had been allowed to see. Dio closed his eyes. Thank you. Always be grateful for free food and drink and a warm bed and good friends, Dio said, a smile on his face as he breathed the scent again. I haven't slept here yet, but, he said, and downed the drink before he spoke again. You have the best drinks and you're a good friend, he announced as loudly as he could, and he didn't remember dropping the mug and falling to the ground. He didn't remember Grimspace appearing looking worried before Poppy appeared, calling his name. What Dio remembered was the universe, his world, his village, his dungeon, his body, his soul, his very tiny pieces all buzzing together like an instrument being strummed for the first time since he had been born. Dio closed his eyes and was moving, yet stayed perfectly still. Then discomfort as something hated the sensations. In his heart, pulsing through his body, something spiky that he had never noticed before boiled and expanded as if to purge Dio of Delta's gift. Dio could only exist as they clashed. Exist and trust Delta. He had to, because when Dio looked at the spike lancing through his heart, he felt afraid. Dio was so afraid of that darkness. Delta had to focus. The feeling of her mana not only filling Dio, but overflowing would normally kill someone who wasn't used to much mana. But as it flowed, it soaked in, removing spots of black as it went. Delta was both in the core, floating as an avatar in a garden, and now inside the soul of Dio. Under the gleaming casts of his courage, his flowing rivers of love, under the very sun that was his nature, a poison grew fat over his efforts, gorging itself on his expressions, robbing each flower that grew in his soul of sustenance. His chest ignited, and her own core pulsed dangerously in the dungeon. A feeling like she had never quite experienced before rose up in her like a wave of emotions. Delta despised it. Delta absolutely despised the sight of it more than the Spider Queen, more than the Princess of Bone, more than her despair at being a core. Delta despised the thing living in Dio, nibbling where his wonderful soul had been eroded at the edges, melted by something cruel. She rushed at it, and it rose like a behemoth, cracking the ground, intending to destroy as much as it could simply to show that it was able to. It was like a giant black worm with honey thorns erupting out of the slime-soaked flesh at every angle. It was like its mouth was inside out, and it rolled, causing Dio's soul to bleed. "Get out of him," she warned, eyes blazing. The thing merely dug deeper, fortifying itself and drinking up her anger as if it were entertainment. Delta's skin began to glow orange, her aura eclipsing her skin. She kept it close, not wanting to scour Dio's soul of thoughtless anger. The worm moved fast, firing its bone thorns at her with tendrils still attached. It was attempting to hook her, bleed her, wound her, make her suffer. Delta's skin blazed, and the first dozen thorns simply turned to ash. Her hair was dancing wildly now, for her form of a burning sun that was slowly gaining shape. Delta would need to be more precise in her means of attack, so she coiled inwards and called out for the power that flowed through her. She was answered, and she swallowed by a pillar of orange light, forming rapidly inside Dio's soul. The world around them existed for them only, and no others. Those watching would see the mana clashing with infection, nothing more. Delta refused to see this battle as so mundane. She refused to reduce Dio's curse to such levels. She looked down at the now hesitating worm. Well, the things you invite me to," Wyam said, her massive form true world tree in size, her thousands upon thousands of branches all barbed as Delta sat at the top, like a burning phoenix. "Wyam, you know how I said kidding, destroying things until they screamed for an end, pathetically groveling for a death that's too good for them, 'tis barbaric and below us," Delta asked, voice thin like a razor wire. Wyam's face formed a branch nearby, looking unsure. "I remember words of that sort," she admitted. Delta locked eyes with the countless beady red eyes of the worm spore. "For that thing," she said, as the world around them went quiet as Delta spoke her next words. "That conversation never happened," Delta said, hands clenched. Wyam's face was serene, angelic, and in love when she heard this. "Beautiful," she said, sounding breathless, and her face vanished, and the worm screamed as roots impaled it from below, lifting it into the sky. Wyam's voice now booming, the true giant that she was. "I don't know you or what you did to Delta," Wyam began, as all of her green leaves turned to a dark scarlet red in the orange light. The worm tried to use some magic or skill to melt into slime, but Wyam's roots seemed to cause vines and parasitic seeds to grow rapidly, pinning together. "I only know that I won't ever mess up as badly as you," Wyam said simply, and then the world was filled with a storm of petals, orange, and thorns. The edges of the world flowed into the ground, freed from the creature. They poured into the world, and the edges began to smooth over, extending, flowing like rivers over arid land. Trees grew, and sky extended, and Delta saw the pieces connecting together. Mountains where winds blew majestically, forests where animals and insects sang, rivers that sang with mirth, storms that howled with fury, all of it coming back to this world, and free. Free. Dio was, free. Dio frowned as he wrinkled his nose at the weird sensation, a sort of vibrations that was too intense. "Grem, you can't get free loot because Dio willingly drank a weird orange fountain and passed out," came a different mix of sensations and oddities, vibrations hitting the side of his face with clear, different pitches and warbles. He touched the side of his head in confusion, only for his hand to hit something strange, a spongy thing. He sat up so abruptly that Poppy sat back in her mouth, making Dio, you surprised me." Her mouth moved, and those sensations bounced with them. Dio, confused, stumbled to the garden pond, where he looked into the reflection. He looked tired, and weirdly, a little ill. His fiery red hair was brushed aside, and Dio stared at the two growing veins running down through his ears, little orange nodes running over the back of his ears. He touched them slowly, and they jiggled before settling back into place. You'll need to turn them off soon. Your manner is quite low. Your own soul won't be perfectly aligned with your sense of hearing for a long time. But Delta promises her blessing, and her own manner will bridge the gap until they're done healing. A soft voice said, and Dio looked up at Alpha. Alpha! He started, thinking he was being too loud until his voice just, evened out. Yes, and I see Delta snuck in noise-cancelling benefits to your new gift, he announced, sounding a little pained. Dio fell to his knees before letting out a massive yell. The sound was amazing. He yelled and yelled until he began to cry. Who knew that crying was so noisy? Dio did. Dio knew what labored breathing felt like to others, what his name sounded like in others' voices, what grass sounded like when rustled, what cloth rustling was. He knew it all. Dio finally knew what life sounded like, and he wept. Even as his new gift ran out of mana and silence returned, Dio's heartbeat was light as he knew that it wasn't forever now, only for just a little while. Dio loved Delta. He would love her until the day that he died. Dio Brondo would not let anyone harm Delta, his friend, a kind dungeon who would help nobody special like Dio, because she could. Dio would protect that. He wouldn't let anyone make Delta cry. No one. Wyam laid in a dungeon room, bowed like a strong wind had knocked her over. Her branches were wild, and she had a delirious look on her face. I really must do that again, she announced, unable to stop herself smiling like a loon. All she knew was that when they went to the third floor, Delta became a goddess. People, third floor. Wyam wouldn't kill adventurers ever again. She needed the idiots alive to experience that again. End of chapter. Chapter 129. That's Amore. The notification was amusing. It appeared just like the kids and Kemi left the dungeon, escorted personally by Rennie, who had taken a break from training his Dead Man Crew's circus act. Team Heroic Holy Pot and friends have conquered your dungeon as challengers. You've gained plus 10 DP for challenging them to their limits. Please continue to for the strongest and capable. The thing fizzled out with a sharp pop. I think I was supposed to get that on day 1 or something, Delta muttered to herself. How come Seth and Quist never gave me this when they went through my dungeon? Delta asked aloud, causing New to appear. Those two weren't a challenge. They were a slaughter waiting to happen if they wanted it, and you had no chance. The kids were more appropriate. Rude, but fair, Delta admitted as she stretched out her entrance hall. Alpha had decided to patrol the hallway leading further into the third floor. He didn't seem to like the implication that there was a whole series of cults under the dungeon. Delta thought Alpha was somewhat standoffish, but he was turning out to be really sweet. A bit different, but sweet. Do you want to discuss the way you flew off the handle at the sight of the spore? Newsbox was casual, but Delta stiffened, going still. It was, She began, but had to stop to collect her thoughts. The spore was many things, not a single one of them good as Delta could sense. They were his nightmares, his fears, his doubts, his pain and anguish, the voice inside his head that would tell him that he was worth nothing, anything to inflict pain on Dio. It wanted him broken so the spore could seep through the cracks. It was vile. Delta's hands clenched, shaking ever so slightly. Surely, not all of life's negative traits could simply be spore-based. People are flawed. But are you suggesting that all of those traits came from the spores? New turned, so he was facing her fully. Doubtful. Delta shook her head and walked down the hall, declining to float. No, but they entrench themselves so deeply into those types of feelings that it's like a dream. No end and no beginning. The spores become anger. The spores become fear. They feed it and get fed in return. But even something like anger may burn too pure or bright. Grief too real for spores to settle comfortably. She shrugged in a ponderous thought. Not all bad emotions are spores, but all spores are bad emotions, Mushy announced, stepping in from the pond room. Delta smiled at a giant mushroom lord. His moustache and noble air always delighted her. Sometimes, but they can be devious too, hiding in pride or toxic love, she added. I'll just burn them out where I can. Being in my dungeon does it naturally, but Dia was, too deep within. It had a foothold that I don't think most do. It was let in and made a mess, Delta said as she stood in her pond room. How long had it been since she was here? Too long. You know, while we're on the first floor, we could change things to purchase upgrades, Lou said slyly, floating past her and whistling to his next text. The idea of changing the layout, moving the rooms about, it upset Delta on a spiritual level. A deep part of her that was beginning to think of her dungeon self, a part of her where human and core blurred hard enough that it scared Delta a little. Waddles opened up an eye from where he was resting, a little alcove. He was looking a little more ruffled than usual. What's wrong? Delta tilted her head. Waddles's red eyes merely looked at the pond and then back into sleep. Frowning, she opened the pond menu and seeing what was left, there shouldn't be anything besides a space upgrade or crossbreeding since she purchased it all ages ago, but, pond room, an idyllic room with relaxing rocks, grass, and place to camp, and a fishing spot with rare fish and rumors of 3 fish of bronze, silver, and gold. Upgrades, discarded since last checked. Flood on the pond room and spawn mini-boss to attack campers, discarded. A glowing will-o-wisp will lure feeble-minded to drown themselves, discarded. Wood becomes toxic to burn, suffocating those who breathe it in, discarded. Fire crystal will overflow, cooking all swimmers alive, discarded. If all fish are caught, spawn a giant catfish with legs to devour the overachiever, discarded, redesigned. New upgrades. Make the room bigger on the inside, a common upgrade to get around the lower floor limits, 20 dp. Fake sky, allow the formation of a glittering mushrooms to mimic stars as mist clouds mimic clouds. A full moon made of moving glass also occasionally appears. Mimics state the real moon outside, so the full moon inside means a full moon outside. Increases the happiness of those camping. If harvested, stars turn to starlight mushrooms, 25 dp. Spawn a jellyfish in the lake. Natural creatures made a jello for those who are against eating meat. Gluten-free, 5 dp. Spawn a giant catfish that will swallow the moon after catching 10 or more fish along with bronze, silver, and gold fish. Catching this behemoth rewards the fisher 30 dp. Add flies for ambience, 2 dp. Allow a new fish to crossbreed with existing fish. Population limited to pond size, 10 dp. Delta was stunned, but she slowly began to grin. "Nu, how much dp do I have? 400? 500? She asked distractedly. 883. Delta looked at the list of diligence and carefully selected her choice. Delta's fingers carefully ran the entire list with a poise and elegance. There was a rumble in the room, and Waddles looked more awake, and his kingdom expanded in all directions. A false sky painting itself across the high ceiling as glinting mushrooms grew in place of stars. Slowly, the floating glass circle in the shape of a moon floated in one corner, showing the 3/4 full. Glowing little lights began to flicker in and out of the grass, fireflies that danced cheerfully along with the air. Trees grew in, the average trees that Rudy had donated so long ago. The interesting thing was that the slight glowing fish in the pond that looked shiny and, plump. Gummy fish that darted about, leaving trails of red, yellows, and oranges. Then, with a massive stretch, the lake filled out. It wasn't quite big enough to fit a steamboat, but it had depth enough that when a giant round fish with a dragon-like whiskers reached the surface, licking its lips at the moon, it vanished easily into the murky depths around the side. Delta, face wide with a smile, opened its menu. Moon-eater fish, challenge spawn. A creature whose hunger is so huge that it had to swallow the moon itself. It is said to have a cousin in the dark city that puts people to sleep. Upgrades allows a mini space inside the stomach to form, creating a secret challenge dungeon for those brave enough to fish it out and enter. 10 dp. full moon form. Catching this monster during the full moon will unlock a special reward, 20 DP. New moon swap. When captured during the new moon, will be replaced by the calamity in a mimic catfish form, 10 DP. Well, Delta just needed all of them for science. She purchased them, and deep in the pond, an orange glow flashed. Another new upgrade formed in the pond room's menu as she swept back. Moon Altar allows a tribute to be offered to change the phase of the moon. Only works once a day. Dungeon moon only, 30 DP. Delta hit her elbow on it, sounding shocked when she purchased the upgrade, purely by accident, of course. I'm so clumsy, the depth perception is so out of order, she tittered to herself. New was blank and judgmental at her side, not needing to type words and convey his mood. A narrow stone pillar rose out of the pond somewhat, 3 stepping stones slipping to create a path to it. The dial it held was like a sundial, but it had a middle platform for something to be placed and the phases of the moon printed along the silver edge. Delta sat back on the rock, admiring the scenery. Fish leapt from the pond, playful with each other as waddles resided over them all. The duck's menu was unchanged. It was Overlord for 1500 DP for nothing. Waddles was a simple duck thing. Are we not rushing off to create the next catastrophe, the next game-breaking room? You asked sarcastically, but there was no real malice in his tone. He was relaxed too, content to get back to the task of being a dungeon. Delta got comfy, floating in the air above the rock to cheat the being comfortable. No, I don't think we will, she announced. Nu flicked in surprise, but Delta conjured herself a glass of lemonade from the bar. Making a construct of pure energy was something that she was beginning to learn to do, although it didn't have any practical use at the moment. It didn't let her do anything that she couldn't do before in the real world, say, for one thing. She sipped it with a hum. It tasted like lemonade, but Delta didn't have a tongue, so the drink didn't have to try hard to make her happy. It came with a little straw that Delta saw as blue, but of course the world would see it as orange. Why not? Nu was a tad bit petulant, because Nu, it's like my old job, I think. They heard me singing and they told me to stop. Quit these pretentious things and just punch the clock, she said, and took another drink before she eyed her companion. All work and no being lazy makes Delta crazy. I'm also still drained a little from Dio. I need a break, she insisted. Very well, 5 minutes won't harm us. Nu floated until he was flat on the ground staring up at the sky. This is boring. Delta sipped her drink a little harder. Surely we can do something else. Delta gave a massive yawn and reclined in the moonlight. Delta, Delta, do you hear me? Delta, Delta, Delta. Not at all, Delta reported dreamily as her tension over the last day just melted away. She still had an undead army gathering their strength and a lot of work to do, but Delta was only human. Her foot went up in the air, causing the lemonade to fly all over her face. She began to slide along the ground as Nu formed a near-human body to physically drag her out the room. I resist, I refuse, I deny your sloth nature. I'm a good menu, and I will be used. Now stop lazing around and use me, you vexatious paradigm of paradoxes. Nu yelled, a voice, deep baritone, sounding out. Says this sentient menu growing legs so to insert his opinions and feelings. Delta muttered before she shrugged and put her arms under her head and got comfy again. Dragged through the mud, floating in the water, laying under the water. Anywhere could be a napping spot if you tried hard enough, especially when you could choose to let things like that, rocks, ground, and drag friction, just not affect you. Maestro slid in with a soothing melody of strings and piano. Ah, my life is the best, Delta said, ignoring Nu's furious insertions of vexing vixens or something equally catchy. Honestly, she had drained something important in helping Dio, extending more force than she should have been allowed. It was like growing a new level, during which her form slumbered to avoid stress and pain. This is much the same, but instead of sleeping, she felt the urge just to lay about and enjoy the scenery. Nu, just do the mushroom grove and mushroom room on your own, but do what I would do, she insisted, and Nu dropped her like she had burst into flames. Truly, you would allow me to, dungeon? he asked hopefully. No death traps, no clever plots. Don't make me regret this, she warned as she floated through the walls to go have a drink at Bearer's. A nice, calming environment would be nice, but until she found another bar, Ferrer's was the closest. She barely heard New as she vanished. This is going to be strange, but I must wait. Did you say that you're making me do Mushroom Grove? Delta, come back, you conniving what? Bah, bliss. Isanella frowned as Dio sat looking out the window. He had returned from his adventure, and something about him seemed different. He was also quiet, which worried Isanella. His red hair was obscuring something over his ears. Okay, I'm worried about him, she said to her husband. The mountain of a man looked up from his knitting, the blood-red wool giving the sweater a lovely hue, a winter jumper for Dio since he was growing so fast. Maybe he won, but he didn't feel like he did his best, he suggested softly. You know, he takes that hard. She loved her husband, a man who could lead hordes, but chose to do doting and domesticated with her. His voice could inspire lifelong pacifists to pick up an axe and give a war cry, but he only whispered promises of love to her and Dio. No, something else is going on, she insisted. Dio's voice came as she looked back to see him still staring out the window, staring at the birds perched on the trees outside. Wildlife was becoming common again in the area, and it was a lovely sight. I'm fine, Dio promised, sounding still off. But Isanella didn't want to smother him. She turned to get back to making a list of things to purchase at the market, but her mind stuttered for a second, having an issue over something that was occurred. At the exact same moment, Cressia's knitting needles clattered to the ground. Isanella turned back to Dio, wincing at the sound of the metal needles striking the wood, but then slowly relaxed. He never turned to look. His feet weren't touching the ground as he kicked them in the air. Dio, she whispered, afraid that she had been using her voice to call him, but there was no matter in her vocal cords. Dio shifted before he finally looked back. His face was tear-streaked. My mom sounds like an angel, and my dad is so strong. I just, wanted to keep listening. I wanted to listen all day. I wanted to listen to my parents, he explained as he was modulating his voice so perfectly, as if he could, Isanella didn't remember moving, but she was holding Dio, feeding with her manner the lack of void in his head. Foreign manner now mingled with Dio's, forming bridges where only darkness and her own failure lingered before. They were both wrapped up. Cressia, I hear you. I can hear you, Dio kept repeating over and over. Isanella was strong, keeping her voice under control as she cried into her child's hair, her wonderful, healing child. Cressia, however, he roared in a choke sob hard enough that forks, knives, and even the broom sat up, looking for foes to clobber, and outside 3 songbirds fluffed up in aggressive stances, ready for a bird war. Her gentle mountain heaved her noisy tears over them, and Dio winced and then laughed, and then winced as the noise rose and fell like an avalanche. How? She asked, smiling as he was to her voice, without looking at her. It was surreal, and Dio looked up, beaming through his tears. Delta, he answered, as Isanella was going to marry that dungeon. Cressia would understand, but, if Delta broke or went corrupt, then Dio would lose his new gift. She tightened her family into her embrace, eyes narrowing as she stared off over the grass hill and the horizon beyond. That would never be allowed. Ever. Max Mana 350, DP 711. End of chapter. And that, my friends, is the end of this video. I hope that you enjoyed. If you did, please consider supporting the channel. There are numerous links down below. The easiest way would be to share this video and this channel to as many people as possible to help this channel grow. Your support is very much appreciated, and I will see you all in the next video. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this batch video, for there is no epic loot here, only puns, taken from the website Royal Road. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Please don't forget to do all the usual YouTube stuff, as that helps the video and the channel with the algorithm. Just a little addendum to the intro, letting you know that this Saturday at 9 p.m. GMT, I will be doing a stream where I will be opening up some Magic the Gathering booster packs. This will be in preparation for the big Warhammer TCG box opening that will be happening sometime at the end of the month. I hope to see you all there. Chapter 130, Scoreboard. Did you win, son? Came the voice from Grimm's father. Grimm looked up from his assorted gains from the dungeon, his original cat doll, which had proved worthy distraction against Wyam, the tree demon lady. The other was a novel that she simply was ridiculous. Define win. He turned on his chair. His room was like a fort around him, every item in a semi-chaotic mess that he knew exactly where things were. The pile in the corner was the empty sword sheath and his math homework for Mr. Jones. The paper on his desk had about 10 different beginner speakeasy spells that he got from his Adventurer Weekly, and the bulging closet door had unfathomable nightmares that wouldn't ever be opened again. It was a shame. Grimm had a nice pair of shoes in there that might still fit. The rest of his room had maps everywhere, forms of sword styles in different strikes, a massive star map on the ceiling, and memorized for most famous stars. It was more of a war room than a bedroom, but Grimm loved it. His dad took up the entire frame, not as a big Dio's dad, but Grimm was beginning to worry he'd inherited his mother's more dainty frame, as he hadn't grown in height, and magically, muscles hadn't popped in overnight like that wisdom teeth. Grimm's dad, mine, was not a man you wanted to arm wrestle. Grimm watched his dad move his hand in his air as if trying to snatch answers. You know, beat the boss, get the booty, all of that, the man said, trying not to stumble, and Grimm hid his smile. His dad was a dork, and Grimm knew he had a half-eaten spoon in his pocket, meaning that when it was time for dinner and Grandpa Pick was done cooking, he'd be a massive argument about who got to clean the dessert spoon. Arguments got weird when 2 of the 4 people in the house just ate things when they got peckish. Well, pickish, he mumbled to himself, unable to hold back the words. He fought the pun, but he really did. Loot, Dad, not booty. I'm an adventurer, not a pirate. Grimm reminded him as he slipped off the stool with his new book. His father turned puzzled, still smiling. Pirates live in water, I go underground, Grimm said with no real heat. It was easy to be annoyed at his parents for their attempts to get into Grimm's career choice, but they truly were interested about him for the last few weeks. Ever since Mana literally hit town, everyone had become slightly easier to be around. They were doing interesting things, and watching his parents reveal sides of themselves that Grimm had never seen was interesting, like how his mum liked to paint, or his dad loved terrible jokes. Not quite puns, but awkward, lame jokes that made Grimm actually prefer puns. Right, Loot. Well, I heard you beat up 2 different bosses in one run. My little Noir is kicking butt and taking names. You gonna take your old man on a holiday when you're famous? The giant man asked, which made Grimm flush at the neck. Dad, I did 1 run, and it was on easy mode. I'm not famous, he insisted, waving off the words as he headed to the kitchen area, where something delicious was stewing. If you're the first proper party, I don't think that's true, his father muttered as they entered the giant kitchen, which had a pantry and would make any chef quail in terror. The Pictus family tastes ran a little off-kilter than most. Like the bubbling copper ingots for Grimm's dad, as Grandpa Pick cooked something that might have been a fanged kidney or a spiked tongue. Occasionally, when Grimm was feeling sad or sick, Grandpa Pick would boil some fresh dictionaries and an adventurer book tales for him like porridge. The weirdest was his mother. She ate broccoli willingly. All the males in the household feared her. Dad, how famous do you become for clearing a dungeon for the first time and being the first? I was never into the dungeon thing, Grimm's dad asked as his own father. The first group to pass a dungeon gets recorded in the Star Arc. Depending on how dangerous and rare the dungeon is, the more prominent the place. Grandpa Pick said easily, shaking some of the demonic druid Brussels sprouts into Grimm's mother's bowl. Grim slowed in confusion. Star Arc? He echoed, first time hearing of it. We didn't really tell you, or really let any kid know, because it was the worst thing that you could tell a kid, the old man admitted, gruffly, but more in a sad remembrance than any real heat. Do the impossible and get your name on top of the massive pillar and be famous. There are too many broken families because of that thing. Grandpa Peck nodded to himself. Bowls were set down, and Grim's puzzlement only grew as he tried to think about how that would work. So I need to write in and ask them to put my name in or something, Grim asked, after some time. His dad grinned. I'm sure they'll believe you in a letter, but nah, he said as he trailed off for a second. It knows. It's connected to all dungeons somehow. It's the biggest broadcaster of a new dungeon besides Fair Play. It's like two spiral pillars floating around each other, he explained, and Grim was starstruck. Do you think the mic group got on? He asked excitedly as his father shot his grandpa a look. There was a long pause. Miles east of the royal capital, across the long strip of ocean near the mountain which appeared to have been hollowed out by giant hands, two pillars rotated around each other like hands of a clock, one white and almost immaterial, more like a mist and cloud than stone, the other dark rock with roots crackling on its surface. They didn't touch points, but in space between them the swirling sphere spun eternal since the world, sky, and stars swarmed. This sphere was a study of magical scholars and enchanters, as it was one of the true global spanning enchantments capable of self-updating and growth. This sphere didn't look big until you needed it to be big. It wasn't detailed until you focused. It seemed unique to each person glancing at it, but it never truly changed in itself. This sphere was a massive catalogue. It was a work of art, with exceptions of black, ugly marks where records were expunged as dungeons became abominations or were destroyed. To use the sphere seemed free. It cost no mana, chi, chakra, soul, essence, psi, or any other known complicated term for one's natural energy. However, the sphere did take a little something. A little of the dark siege, just a little, since it was never designed to truly be a solution. It was a good choice made by the brothers and sisters, since people flocked to the Star Arc. A whole city outside a hollowed mountain had formed, and the sphere was working overtime to take as much of the darkness as it could. There was between a handful of people to a whole arena's worth at a time assisting records, judging new trailblazers, and getting excited when new dungeons appeared. A whole stock market of records and gambling on said records had become the city's economy. Gambling on heroes and adventurers. The top 3 dungeons were recorded larger than the rest, and focused on them unearthed a dozen or so more submissions one could attempt to do. It was strange that the pillars were trying to make people spend as much time in the dungeon as possible, doing things that might not even be dangerous. Do 100 push-ups in a cleared boss room. Weird, but people did it for glory. New times and new ways for competing the challenges had become something of a lifestyle. The top 3 dungeons currently were on the arch were the Beautiful Death, the Ruby Dungeon of the Desert, the Golden Underworld, the Royal Dungeon of the West, the Black Swarm, the Temple Dungeon of the Pit Jungles. These 3 weren't exactly close. The Royal Dungeon simply surpassed the other 2 by sheer time and visitors. Ruby and Swarm were neck and neck, but there were others nipping at their heels. The Twin Hells, the Blue Depths, the Dragon, and the Dragon Dungeon. One more. Everyone had their horse, so to speak. That was when, one day like any other, quite a normal day, the Star Arch changed. On the earth pillar had a mushroom growing around the base, with long veins of orange traveling its surface, and the sky pillar looked like a dawn was shining through it, turning its white luminescence to a soft orange. The entire city huddled in terror, wondering if it was the death of the Arch. The sphere now recorded the new top 3, the Royal Dungeon, the Ruby Dungeon. The final one was simply listed as Delta. Despite the record saying it only had 2 floors, it was considered sweet until you mess up. This caused chaos, absolute bedlam. The only comfort they got was a tiny wooden sign that looked to be stuck to the sphere itself. No one could remove the sign. It was simple enough to read, translating itself to all languages and all tongues. In immortal words of Lady Spears, oops, I did it again. No. Just below this delta was the only known winners. Team Heroic Polypot and Friends successfully passed easy mode, fun for all ages. Grim Call Liquor Pictus. Dio Hero Good Boy Brando. Kemi Too Pure for Life Hamdell. Poppy Unleashed the Beast Wrath. Ammonster Spooky Skeleton Wallum. Vass Error Japes. They are the first to defeat the dungeon in this mode by the royal laws and agreed treaty of this world. All members of the party regain a title of Sir, Lady, or Knight. 100 gold will be deposited into their accounts. Have a super-duper day. They get 100. I only got 10. A man in silver armor yelled. You got 10, I barely got a silver and coppers. The woman screamed at the same time. A poor squire looked up, looking at them with bloodshot eyes. You guys get paid, he croaked. There was a pause in the Pictus kitchen. Who knows, son? Don't be too let down if you don't get on the board. You're still my hero. Mine, Pictus promised Grim as she ruffled the boy's hair. Grim instead fought off the reaction like any good teenager. Nad, he whined. Still, he felt oddly good. He opened his book to the author's thanks to people. To awkward pro-tag teens and those considered unimportant to canon, I dedicate this to you, my friends, my best friends, also the giant mutant ant that can turn into a kaiju. Can't forget about her. What a strange book. Lou felt weird, as if annoyed or taunted hundreds of people, but he wasn't quite sure how or when. What was even stranger was the fact that it was dungeoneering. The ability to cause changes, edit the rules, and add to things. It felt like he was tampering with the fire of the gods, and he was immortal, but about to be caught at any time. Forbidden, but tempting. New had never meant to be. A sentient program turned person because of one girl cried too hard and was lonely. He was most likely the product of her delusions, deluded into thinking he wasn't a figment of her imagination. That was so, Delta, burdening her hallucinations with feelings of guilt. He hovered over the mudroom, not sure how he should go about this. Adding spikes hidden under the mud was too, rude, according to Delta. Mud snapper snakes, too rude. The mud was boiling enough to melt the flesh to the bone. Too rude. Nu was beginning to think that he should be rude and stop being so concerned about other people's opinions. Taking some quick panicked breaths, he opened his menu, a sort of like opening his own soul outside and hoping it was stable. Mushroom. Obstacle. A room designed with floating platforms to cause any clumsy to fall into the mud below. The stable platforms switch positions for every new group. 35 upgrade suggestions discarded due to their lethality. Who knew mud was so dangerous? New focused on the upgrade list. Mud becomes warm and relaxes the person if they fall in, making them move slower and more lethargic. 10 DP. The platforms spin slowly, causing dizziness. 5 DP. Change walls and platforms to be mosaic in style, depicting a fun to come. 10 DP. Create treasure boxes in the 4 corners that slowly sink into the mud, tempting people to brave the mudful loot. The loot is drinks from the bar, food from the 3rd floor free heel hall, and signed copies of Maestro's album, Shruby Hearts. 15 DP. It was a basic room for what was so the upgrades weren't massive like the pond, the lake room. Nu felt his pain in his soul as he purchased them all, spending value DP on things that didn't matter. How could he? Nu twitched and glitched in the air for a moment before his screen turned deep blue and white text rapidly restored itself back to the grumpy usual disposition. By then, the room had changed. The wooden platforms and the stone wall were now a glossy mix of tiles that formed together to make images. One of each platform was a mess of words of orange and blue background. If you were challenging the dungeon and came to the room, the words would read out a message: live, laugh, loot. Nu felt this was beyond tacky, so he managed to slowly edit the room to read something slightly different by adding a few letters: livestock, slaughter, and looters. To his surprise, the menu opened again with new upgrades. Change the message depending on how badly the dungeon wants the group to suffer. 2 DP. Nu couldn't see the harm. He purchased it, and the messages slowly changed through each stage. It was pretty clear to see which mode was which. Stage 1, live, laugh, loot. Stage 2, experience, hum, learn. Stage 3, warned, listen, sweat. Stage 4, livestock, slaughter, looters. Stage 5, gonna have a bad time. There was a stage 6, but the words were perhaps a bit apocalyptical in nature, so New just kept it hidden for future purposes. New grinned wickedly at the poor fools that set that one off. He took one more peek at it, just to enjoy the imagery of the fate that they would incur. Stage 6. You made Delta cry. Feeling better? Vera asked gruffly as Delta lounged on a bar with a cocktail glass in her hand. Delta didn't conjure alcohol. She just liked the shape of the glass and her orange juice. Much. I guess I was just exhausted after helping Dio. Plus, when was the last time I just relaxed? Delta said, stretching happily like a cat. Imagine working since the day you were born, Vera agreed sarcastically as she polished a glass with a rag. You're welcome to take a holiday, Delta mumbled around her OJ. Vera's brows, eyes opened and her nostrils bled. And leave who in charge? Those idiots, Vera asked, pointing at a gaggle of goblins in the corner. Swa was tied to a pillar, and Billy aimed knives with one eye closed. Swa was screaming around a gag, with Num trying to diplomatically calm the argument. Nearby, a bundle of Billy's arrows looked burnt and spindly sticks. What about that girl you hired, Nina? Delta asked, and Vera shrugged. We're a 24-hour joint. She needs at least 4 hours sleep or something. Vera said casually, as if she could perhaps push Nina into ignore that need. You sure she didn't say 8 hours? Delta replied with an amused smile. Vera merely grinned back. Might have been 6, she admitted. My services are available, Maitron Vera. Lord Mushy offered, and Vera eyed the gentleman mushroom sipping sweet, sugary water from a cup. Ever poured a double jack special without exploding? She asked, and the Mushy turned to look at her. No. But I'm quite flame-resistant these days, he admitted. The things Delta heard in a dungeon could fill a book. She wondered how New was getting on. Mushroom Grove, material room with a room guardian called Bori. Mushrooms from all floors grow here without any DB cost, and fire magic is used here. It can get messy. Allow Bori to have 2 piglet minions, 10 DP. Explosions and fires now form a special boss of Bori. Now the fire main form will not perish or cause madness. Special nature spirits of Divina will guard Bori's mind against the element of fire and rage. 25 DP. Cause 5 golden mushrooms to grow, and if all 5 are found and fed to Bori, adventurers may have a chance at gaining one of the piglet minions as a bound pet. Requires piglet minion 15 DP. The mushroom grove now grows and develops mushroom staves naturally. Very rarely, an adventurer may take one at their leisure. These staves bring immense joy to those who are easily abused. Also, a semi-potent magical foci. 10 DP. Special stage. Grow a stage of mushrooms in which Maestro can appear and sing to an audience. Listening to his song may grant any buffs going forward, and listening to Maestro on every floor can cause rare rewards to appear. 25 DP. New was beginning to think Mushroom Grove had peaked at lots of gut-rot mushrooms, and was now trying to distract him with all these other upgrades that didn't actually improve the room's original function at all. He opened the room's secondary menu to see the types of mushrooms that were able to be made and found the issue. New groaned. Current mushroom breeding, gut holes, parent gut rot and black hole piggle. Current estimation time of completion for a cheap and stable breed, 118 years. New cancelled the production and looked at the combinations and sorted by priority. Gut rot plus black hole piggle equals unknown. Black hole piggle plus gut rot equals unknown. Black hole piggle plus starlight equals unknown. New stared at the screen, flickering glitches appearing on his face. He sorted by least important. Edible mushroom plus black hole piggle equals unknown. Lumen mushroom plus black hole piggle equals unknown. What is your obsession with pigs? New screeched and Bori looked up, a frown on his tusk face. Current company excluded, New amended with clenched teeth. He dragged the black hole piggle, and when he went to drop it into the discard, the little waste-pocket simple began to flee as if his thought knew. I will not have insubordination in my own existence. Get back here and delete this disaster pig. Me, he ordered. His words were jarring. Was some part of him deeply wishing that he could weaponize the black hole piggles? Sure. Did this mean it was wise? No. But, New held the black hole piggle selection with a nervous glitch forming. Wisdom was not a dump stat. New looked at the edible mushroom and slotted it in with the piggle. Estimated time for completion, 2 hours. Begin. Delta could have baby pig minions. New would have booby-trapped black hole mushrooms that would suck people inside out. It was a natural balance. New breed being formed. Name, Tongue Twister. End of chapter. Chapter 131. Ghoulish Intentions. You brought it on yourself, Zane said, having no sympathy for the woman at his side. He downed another mug of local brew, wincing at the kick. The woman huffed as she devoured the 4th plate of meat, still removing parasitic seed pods and cursed splinters from 1,000 agonies on her arms. Sure, but did she have to fill my lungs with ants? I can still feel them in there. Perhal complained, hacking up one of the venomous breeds as she spoke. The tavern owner didn't look up, but they were still paying customers. You ate her family, Zane was unmoving by her plight. Perhal smiled at the memory. That I did. But to be fair, they weren't innocent tree folk. That tribe was dangerous, and at the rate that they were spreading, that forest was dangerous, or something. Perhal said, waving her hand to show that the details hadn't mattered enough for her to remember them. And you tried diplomacy first, right? Zane said, knowing look about his face. I got as far as, aren't you scrumptious looking? And the rest is sort of hazy. Perhal agreed. Zane shook his shaggy mane with a sigh. Look around, Perhal. This is where we would have ended up if we didn't bend the knee, tottering around like old-timers. Not sure if this place is hell or paradise. So much trouble in one place, he grinned. Not so quiet now. You taste that manna, Perhal commented as she cleaned the meat bone of all substance before crunching the bone itself like a snack. I feel it on my skin. I'm more a touch-base rather than a taster. Zane reminded before he shook his head with a nose wrinkled. Tasters are weird. How do you even sense manna through your tongue? He asked his companion. Perhal thought about it. You eat a lot of rich things when the tongue knows. Touch users are the most common anyway, Zane. Don't act so special. You got hit in the head with a spell or touched some old thing and peed yourself, Perhal said with a gleam in her eyes. Could be worse, Zane pointed out. Perhal nodded slowly. Could be center, she agreed. They both took a moment to think about the requirements it would take to activate a manna gland in one's nose, and shuddered. True madmen, those kinds were. Haldy inhaled his new cheese with delight. The new creation was a complete mixture of manticore milk and herbs being cooked 1 minute before afternoon. It didn't do anything, but the taste was good. The smell was eye-watering, as made Haldy curl his toes with joy. The village was going to be swarmed soon, and Haldy had to make sure that he'd fleece every single one of them for all their cash. The village needed a hut to be constructed, or was it a blacksmith? Haldy looked out the window and wished that Duran's village didn't jump between having as many buildings one day and that many the next. The town was almost alive due to the sheer amount of stories living in it, and it was a dramatic goal, changing outfits every so often. It became a pain to find a bakery or mealer's house, but now, with manna, exotic things were popping into existence. Benches dedicated to lich bats, statues of giant chickens destroying some reservoir food market. Once an entire card shop appeared, devoid of any owners, and was gone the next, leaving only some playing cards behind. The nice boy Grim kept on proclaiming them as to be messengers, but what a bloody red ace and a coffee-drinking joker spoke about, Haldy hadn't had the faintest clue. Really, some of the space was free real estate at times, only for your perfect villa to end up in the edge of the village with a pigeon for a week. Haldy guessed the village needed a, quest board? The word soured his mouth, but there was not for it. Adventurers with no oversight bred plot lines, and those things could infest your house for years. They just cluttered one's home up with the impatient vibes of something must be done. The people of Durance didn't have time for those things anymore. Nobody had time for that. Delta found New attempting to scream some mushrooms out of existence. It was some yellow mushroom that looked like a strawberry in texture. She blinked once and examined it deeply. Tongue twister, a harmless mushroom that if devoured would cause one to speak in tongue twisters for some time. It seemed more like New wanting something else, but the mushroom honestly looked a lot of fun. She could already sense Vera making some new drinks from it. Other than that, Delta gasped when she saw two mini borees trying to appear as threatening as they could with tiny stubby tusks and bristly manes. I can literally die. How strong and powerful you are, Delta cooed, causing the piglets to puff up with pride, swishing their tails. Release me. I am not only trained, I am doomed by your habits, New whispered, hanging his screen for some executioner to have at it. Delta looked up from where one of the piglets had fallen over and was stuck on its back, big rubbable belly exposed. I think you did great, Delta offered, with a kind smile. New only sank deeper into despair at this. It was being like this again. Delta stood up and gave a sight of the piglets patrolling around the snoozing Boree with an almost serious one last smile before she floated over to New. I know what you want, and you want me to do it so that you can't be blamed, she offered, leaning on the mushroom cap with the air of someone who had an old hand at the game now. New only turned to look at her slightly. Delta nodded sagely. Come, my homicidal duckling, I, Delta, will do what I do best, she said in a formal tone and hummed as she floated off. Her destination was a quick check of both Bran's boss room and Maestro's secret base. Bran was drinking a new cocktail Farah had made as Bacon watched with interest. The bubbling, twisty knickers was bright red when poured. When Fran put his glass down, the usual tone of politeness and deep authority seemed to be slightly higher. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a pig, Fuzzy Wuzzy wore a wig, Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't Fuzzy Wuzzy, he announced so fast that his tongue was a blur and Bacon looked alarmed, checking his shaggy self for missing patches. Farah eyed the drink critically. Needs more hot spring water, she announced. Delta shook her head, happy that the dull didn't just exist in her dungeon. Fran's mushroom didn't have any new options in his menu. Most of it was slight environmental changes, but nothing she couldn't discuss with Fran later. It seemed either Sis or some part of Delta was, happy with Fran. He didn't need gimmicks or something else. He enjoyed his fights, what little he had, minions or some environment thing would just upset his honor. Maestro. Then shimmy those hips, Maestro instructed, and Qui did so, moving the spider butt and awkward movements as the dark gentleman watched from the throne. Very good. Now, when leaving the stage, one must always look like they've graced with the very bottom with joy and light, Maestro announced as he moved forward, leaning on his cane. We use spray method, Maestro instructed, putting one hand up and shaking it. Pretend you're shaking a bottle of Wayan de Pain. First you spray. Maestro shook his hand again, then wait for a second, he added, then strutted through the space with a stance that spoke of being a star. Then we walk away. Your back is a piece of art. Don't ever be afraid to enlighten haters with real art, Maestro announced as the enthusiastic watching Qui. Delta didn't interrupt, but just opened Maestro's menu for a quick check. Secret Maestro room, a large cabin filled with stone pyramid, on top of which Maestro performs his shows. To see one in person is to die for. Pyramid rotates with different sections going opposite ways, 10 dp. Random mushrooms drop from the ceiling, 25 dp. Starlight mushrooms create a weak laser show that distracts foes, 10 dp. Maestro music causes mimetic earworms, infects people even when they leave, haunting them day in and day out until they eventually error. Redacted, removed, apologies. Maestro's album is now made of rare materials and is worth something, 15 dp. Delta raised a brow at the redacted option, but smiled as she purchased the options, watching as Maestro and Qui gave screams of delight as their stage came to life, spinning dizzyingly. Since Maestro slightly hovered, lifted by his head roots, he didn't spin, making the upgrade more unfair than the first glance. Now this is art, baby. Maestro pointed at the cane at Delta, showing that he had been aware that she was there the whole time. Impressive, not really changing the game since I've yet to see Maestro go all out, combat-wise. Nu was ever the sourpuss. Patience, ye of little faith, Delta insisted and sent both to the second floor. Any more upgrades in the first floor would scream favoritism. Delta didn't have favorites, except for the piglets. Delta definitely liked them. Great changes were coming. Davina opened one eye, her deep trance within the fountains of frog spawn cleansing her. You sensed it too? Gramps asked, the chieftain amongst the wise to all ways. The trees rustle, the flowers sway. Bob Keen's Delta is coming, Davina announced with a great flair. There is much to do, Gramps said, sighing with a hint of assurance. Delta, the mother, only brought good. Chaotic good, but good nonetheless. Better up to it, Inchi, the orange bird said, swooping down to land on Davina's head. Perhaps not all of Mother's creations were holy. Some were quite decidedly a curse upon existence. Delta stretched above the jungle with a tremble that traveled down her back. She sighed as something popped. She had no idea how something popped, but it felt great. Something about doing stretches above the jungle with the sunlight hitting the befuddled mists rising from the trees was just so therapeutic. She turned and floated off, Nu busy checking statistics and numbers, no doubt trying to predict the optimal amount of pygmies to perform a world-ending ritual, or something. I was thinking that the jungle has a base, but unlike the first floor, I haven't really touched it up, Delta announced as they floated over Bob's waterfall pool. Not that I disagree, but should we not be focusing hard on the third floor as we have to potentially undying enemy battering at the doors? Nu's screen turned to face her and Delta felt her attention split, half assessing the waterfall, the other half checking the spread of her mana down in the conquered hall. No enemies in sight, and even the evil undead brats seemed to be licking her wounds at the moment. The third floor is, as terrible as it sounds for the moment, unstable. If the enemy rushes in, all is lost. I need both my first and second floor to be the last lines of defenses. I've literally hit my monster limit on floor 3 already, with 2 trolls, 4 gargoyles, and a book golem, a demon blacksmith, a bomber kobold, and some additional pygmies that I managed to wrangle by accident. Delta continued and frowned. Thanks to Alpha, that's less pressure, but Alpha will need to see real sunlight eventually. Delta threw in. Concerned about being spread too thin, I get that, but waffling about with no progress isn't gonna help anyone. The menu insisted again. Nu, I do have a plan. Delta chided and seemed to startle Nu, who was quiet for a moment as Delta eyed the waterfall. I can't wait to see this. The waterfall looked to be as Delta left it, a large mountain spire with snaking waters hitting the rock pool below, flowing over Bob's steep lair and down into the jungle proper to form the river. Besides the secret cave at the back that no one actually used, the waterfall was for all purposes decorative. Delta was gonna mix that up. If she found what she was looking for, even better. Waterfall, a large watching figure that can be heard even in the darkest corners of the jungle. The bottom may look refreshing, but diving too deeply can be costly. Bobbing in this pool will reveal more than apples. Allow a rain system to allow flash flooding of the river as an obstacle will cause really more work, 15 DP. Reshape the top of the waterfall to be in the shape of a ball where each socket will have a brazier to cause the eyes to glow and smoke, 10 DP. Allow the river to dry up and allow flooding on the third floor garden once per day. If Bob's key is used to open Wyme's gate, then this feature is disabled. They weren't bad options, and the last one was especially tempting, since she could use it when her dungeon was free of adventurers. Then it was basically a massive trap for any fools that broke through the doors. The weird mix of good and bad news was neither her gargoyles or the undead would drown since this was made of stone, and the other usually didn't have lungs. Still, Delta imagined stone flesh would fare the best if smashed against walls or each other as a flood rushed down with a force that would be bone-crushing as it was. Besides, this is only step one. She purchased the decorations and the flooding trap, not really wanting to cause monsoon season in a dungeon with the first upgrade. The top of the waterfall groaned and rocks slid out over each other loudly as the top reshaped itself into the form not too unlike bacon above. Two jutting curved spikes emerged from the glaring round top with two black holes to give the illusion of eyes. After a second, both eyes began to glow eerily as the light within burned. At the same time, a dark void between floors formed right under the pool basin emptied, showing where the water would be drained away to the third floor. She shot off, regretting that she didn't have time to admire her handiwork. The jungle was hitting so many tick boxes of lost monkey treasure. Really, all she was missing was some dark and collecting gentleman with a crow cloak and a cane walking about, talking to the camera that wasn't there. Delta would get there. Rennie's circus was up next as she paused as the grand act of skeletons building themselves into giant bony pyramids revealed itself to her as she floated through the flaps of the tent. Rennie and his ringmaster uniform clapped his hands and the pyramid began to fall forward, bone shifting and turning from straight edges into spheres that began to roll over ramps. Rennie turned, his painted eyes seeming to lift up to her appearance. "I know, it's been a while." Delta raised a hand as the bone ball collapsed into a pile with almost a comical clattering as skulls landed nearby, only for them to jab and argue with each other with who literally lost their footing. Rennie tilted his head and Delta could almost hear him like he was speaking aloud. "Not quite. Still issues, but I'm hoping you can help," Delta admitted as the skeleton crew was sent away to clean their ribs and polish their skulls. Only the sleekest of bone men were allowed in Rennie's circus after all. Rennie bowed and sat on a non-existent seat as if something was there, causing something to be there. Ringmaster or not, Rennie was a mime at heart, it seemed. Delta smiled as she mimicked him, sitting on the air. Rennie applauded without a sound, praising her poise. First, she used the system in a way that she didn't really often do, a sort of descriptive dictionary for things that came into her dungeon. It was mostly pointless because a sword was a sword and kids were pretty universal. Delta didn't need a baby dungeon book on what concepts were. It did, however, have a general information bank on anything Delta had personally encountered. She couldn't use it to learn about anyone that came into a dungeon or as a global search engine. It's a shame that since it would be nice knowing more about the kingdom and the world in general. Like if hot dogs were invented yet. Ghouls, a type of creature who feeds on the energy given off by death, natural enemies of phantoms and skeletons who are amongst the weakest of undead. They often prowl graveyards for these foes, earning a bad reputation, and the more idiotic often accuse ghouls of being undead as well. Delta smiled as Rennie tilted his head again. "Rennie, I noticed your crew is a bit, bare bones," Delta said abruptly. Rennie raised a finger at her wording and then silently dropped it in defeat. "Let me see what I can do about that," Delta announced and opened up a contract menu, her finger trailing down the list, her smile growing as she read. Rennie's cheerful inkblock eyes mimicked blinking as she inhaled with a sharp intake of breath. Delta turned to him, opening her mouth to explain what was making her bounce in excitement. He leaned forward in anticipation. Doctor was not an idle gargoyle. Between testing the volatile nature of troll soup and how the very stuff seemed to even make gut rot slow and grow nearby, and guarding the garden as there were few rooms left to conquer, Doctor did not believe in idleness, too much to learn, too little to dissect or test unstable concoctions on. However, that was neither here nor there. His entire shit was put on hold as someone walked into the garden, a strange creature, but one of Delta's, if only by deal. A contract. Doctor only knew Jack as the other contract. They were truly interesting beings, a slow progression of free will beings losing their soul to Delta, piece by piece, until the entire thing was replaced by her mana. The process was fascinating, and Delta didn't even seem to be aware that she was performing high-level soul magic on 5 different beings at the same time, flawlessly. It was a little intimidating, if you were honest. The closest example he could use to put it into perspective for Vanguard was if Delta were replacing every gear in a tiny cog in a clock without ever opening it up, and so gently that the clock didn't even notice. Truly, if all dungeons could do this, if they went wrong, the amount of damage they could inflict with contracts would be terrible. What would have happened to the soul if the dungeon holding a contract went, wrong? According to the books in the library, abominations broke the rules to a degree that would begin to turn sickly. Their monsters lose shape and structure. Their rooms begin to glitch into space renders that would twist a man into bloody mist, and their contracts. Doc watched as the colorful ghoul walked into the secure room, eyeing it with his drawn-on eyes. It held a cane in one hand, which now had a large orange sphere on the pommel, slightly cut to look like a skull. The inner light cast shadows over the ghoul who leaned on it with a calm assurance of being who had not feared death. The ghoul was radiating energy that felt mini-boss-like, maybe more. The doors opened and phantoms tried to shriek out. Some ambush left by the undead. They simply melted as the ghoul helped up with his new cane. Their souls tried to flee back into their leader, but the ghoul latched onto some and dragged them back like fish on hooks. It became a tug-of-war, a dark purple bond of the ghoul's energy. The clash caused the grass to wither and made the air become heavily tainted with death energy. Death energy felt like chocolate mint that was a bit stale. It was enough to give Dr. Stoney skin goose pebbles. The ghoul won since it was Delta's territory, boosted by her mana, and the souls were yanked free and held like two fireflies around the staff. The ghoul released them, having no interest in eternally tormenting the hapless souls. There was a horrid wind that blew through the door as something powerful raged in the castle depths, angry at the ghoul for his actions. The ghoul merely inhaled as if the wind was delicious, and his thin smile cracked up along the sides to show his true mouth. A massive maw of black gums and gritty teeth. "What's he smelling?" Dozer asked, and Doctor could almost sing at the idea of what the ghoul was going to be bringing back in large quantities. "Patience!" he cried, rushing off to see if he had enough makeshift beds and straps ready. Chapter 132. Free-Range War. Rennie, contract, a ghoul turned mime turned ringmaster. His resume is impressive. Rennie runs the second-floor circus. Upgrades available. Warning, the contract may resist or even reject changes if they disagree. Lesser command. His control over his crew is increased. 5 DP. Necrotic energy connoisseur, improving Rennie's ghoul nature to devour undead in large numbers and even tackle some undead that he could not previously win against. 10 DP. Necro Scrambler allows Rennie to become able to disassemble undead forces to feast upon their energy, removing the bindings to their necromantic masters. Stronger necromancers may retain control, however. 30 DP. The Staff of Showman grants Rennie a magical focus to increase his style. Occasionally, it will explode undead he points at with the staff. 20 DP. Greater Ghoul, evolve Rennie into the next branch of his monstrous family tree. Usually, this would drive the ghoul to become a dangerous killing machine, but this will not occur because Rennie is not a coward as ghouls often tend to be in the wild. 40 DP. Delta read over the upgrades that she had purchased in the log, scrolling through them idly with a finger. The enhancements were impressive, and it made her confidence soar as she gathered her forces together on the third-floor garden for her next operation. With the river trap in place, she felt more comfortable taking the rest of the dolls. Jeb and Nashley, the trolls, Van, Doctor, Dozer, and Dragon, and Rennie. The librarian column didn't fare well outside the library, so Delta left it there, using it as a last line of defense if anything did escape towards her core. Rennie was glowing with contentment as he fed off the idiotic spirit coming through the door. The undead princess seemed to have gotten the hint that, for the first time, she was losing troops permanently. Delta guessed that when you were used to an undead army simply picking themselves back up, you got complacent. Delta would feel really sorry, but one shouldn't pity the incurably stupid and evil cultists. Instead, you should push them down the stairs repeatedly until they repent or are no longer a problem, whichever came first. Delta didn't have the luxury to be that kind, nor did she have the naivety to presume that she could remain peaceful when the brat had done nothing but throw dead things at her. The nerve of some people, really. When Rennie was more equipped, alongside some dashing gargoyles and enough troll mess to accidentally cause a small landslide if they fell over, Delta was ready to lay down the law. There was one thing missing that she wouldn't dare begin without. A second later, it appeared. Out of the kitchens, Jack came running over, his flasks filled with boiling troll soup. Delta blanched. "That's chemical warfare," she accused, and Jack eyed the bottles with a dark look. "In the darkest of times, we must use our darkest of weapons," he said, voice low before it snapped back to its usual hiss of amusement. "Jeb has shelves full of the stuff," he said, and Jeb looked proud, his grey skin pulling back to show a smile. "Jeb makes spicy soup, garlic soup, pepper soup," he continued, with the incorrect number of stubby fingers, and Delta made a silent note to add about 5 different protective layers to Jeb's store cupboard. If an adventurer went in there and knocked something over, it would scar the naive adventurer or upset Jeb. Both would be quite terrible. "Just throw it away from the dungeon," Delta finally said, and Jack beamed as if he wouldn't dare think of wasting his precious troll soup bombs. "Now, I know that the third floor has been challenging, and many of you were denied a peaceful home to grow up in and develop like the other 2 floors. And I'm sorry for that," Delta said in a monster shifted, but no one spoke. "Our enemy is eternal, and her army follows her command with no self-thought nor the ability to disagree with her orders. Peace and diplomacy were thrown to the floor before we could even say hello. If we didn't defend ourselves, we would have been dead and buried." Delta paced side to side, and she looked at the double doors with the glowing protective runes. "But they made a mistake in thinking that we're scared of them," Delta spun, eyes glowing and pointing in the direction of the undead side of the fortress. "They made a grave error by mistaking our kindness for weakness. It's time to remind those who seem set on mocking our ideals and throwing our restraint back in our face exactly who they are dealing with." Delta's eyes looked up and her voice turned serious. "Tonight, we make our enemies regret ever building their fortress in our way. We make them regret ever thinking that this dungeon was a pushover. Tonight, we'll take most, if not all, of the undead brat's toy kingdom and make it ours. 'Cause if the princess is set on playing with dead things instead of bettering her people, then I'll simply have to show her the real home functions," Delta said, and she held her hand up to the sky. "Tonight, all their home bases are belong to us," she cried, and the room shook as the monsters all roared in passionate agreement, blowing Delta's hair back. Her newly acquired spine of steel cracked at the sight of so many fanged maws. She chuckled nervously, quickly speaking up again. "Let's remember always to have fun and keep up buddy system while we conquer the local undead plague army," she reminded them brightly. Her monsters grumbled as they held hands with their neighbors, which ended up with Nashley crushing Jack in one giant fist. Her first target was the silent menagerie. Delta grimaced. She really liked animals, which is going to make this more complicated than it needed to be. Alpha slowly sheathed his sword as he sat in the collapsed skull of some giant. The room beyond Delta's gardens was dreary, and Alpha couldn't see anything special about the Silence Fortress. You see one spooky subterranean castle, you've seen them all. Delta's place was interesting. Every room or space had something special about it. The skull began to rattle again under his body, so he pulsed with a high-grade holy aura. It went inert, most likely for only a few minutes. Alpha was truly grinding his divine skills today. It was generic since he didn't believe in any god, but due to his ability, no skill was technically off-limits to him. Still, occasionally he had to chant a spell which needed a god's name, so he tended to use the cereal brands from back home or other breakfast items. More than once in this battle, Alpha had called down the judgment of toast or the bulwark of Choco Puffs. He looked through the door, wondering if he could keep going. He wasn't getting anything from this. Respawning mobs didn't grant EXP due to whatever was in their soul, giving them their powers, wasn't flowing into Alpha when he defeated them. The soul kept getting summoned back to the master of this place. Alpha could sense the sewn together soul of two parts, anguish, one part scheming. She would be worth something, but Alpha didn't have a quest or a reason to charge in. Delta had mentioned that they were fighting, but Delta hadn't given him a quest either. Maybe he could do her a favor. Alpha would like to do favors for Delta. He sat there, racked by indecision. He had gone for so long without choosing for himself that the fact that he might need to, it terrified him. What did he want? He wanted Delta to be happy and safe. He wanted to be away from Perhal. He wanted to stop wanting to cry when no one was looking. He wanted to go home, wherever that was. But those were things that required Alpha to roll an initiative and take a single step forward. He imagined that Delta would do it if she had a physical form, and Alpha was stuck with an unseeable, intangible ghost, burying himself deeper away from people, hidden behind layers of silent monsters and deadly traps. Delta would draw her sword, smile in determination, and be a hero. Alpha had to do that. Well, Alpha had to attempt to even be a shadow of that. He stood and drew his sword, but he didn't get far before he saw that, without his notice, a ring of mushrooms had surrounded his skull, tying down the security with fibrous threads. "You're a shy one," came an exhausted voice. Alpha turned, ready for battle, but didn't see anyone. "Down here," the voice instructed, and Alpha pointed his sword down until he saw what looked like a tiny firefly resting atop one of the mushrooms in the fiery ring. "Yo!" It waved its tiny energy arm, so small that it was almost impossible to see. "Hello?" Alpha managed to reply. "Delta asked me if I still had my eyes out here. I'm named Hero, and until I'm back on my feet, I guess I'm going to be your guide." The firefly managed to lift itself slowly. There wasn't an insect, more a tiny orange mote of ghostly limbs. Alpha tried not to wince as Delta had sent someone with the name of Hero to aid him. "I am Alpha. I am the first of the four, it would seem. Swordsman, skill gatherer, and task fulfiller. Do you have a quest from Delta?" Alpha said evenly, "Hey, listen." The glowing bug began. "Relax. I know what it's like to be a big powerhouse, birthed with confusing emotions and a job to do," he promised, and Alpha didn't exactly see how, but he didn't question Hero. "I was going to," Alpha began and hesitated. "Go on, speak your mind," Hero encouraged. "Take over the next room," Alpha gasped, making a choice which made his stomach bubble and a hot, sick acid waves. Hero landed in his hair, and it was like a tiny spot of sunlight on his scalp, warm but not burning. "Good. How about you show me what skills you're working with? Perhaps do a few rolls and attacks, just so I feel confident that you have the basics down," Hero insisted, and Alpha stumbled slightly in his thoughts. "That sounded exactly like a... Can you teach me a double jump?" Alpha whispered, wondering if one of his many personal deep desires might come true. "How can you double jump? It doesn't become solid unless you use magic. Either jump in one big jump or just get a ladder," the hero chided. Alpha had many tricks to fake a double jump, but an actual double jump still eluded him. It had to exist somewhere, and he would find it. His stomach churned again, and he wheezed, noticing too late that he'd made another personal choice. "Hey, vey, maybe we should start with, how to walk," Hero mumbled. The place was less wildlife land and more bone graveyard. Whatever life had once lived here was maintained was long gone. In its place, shambling skeletal horrors moved about with little care or order. Being cut off from the main silence fort had caused their ambient command over the creatures to fray. The tragedy of their existence made Delta sad rather than triumphant. Some massive monkey thing had a misplaced tail, using a snake as a replacement. The animal bickered endlessly without reason. A bull hobbled out, one of its legs replaced with what should have been a goat or a sheep. Wolves, once deadly, who had tangled their ribs together, perhaps over time they playing too close to each other or charging wildly, now just whined in the corner. Birds with no wings looked at this large ceiling with longing. Mice hung around the donkeys since most of them had suffered too much damage to make any distance under their own power. Fish flopped in long, dry tanks, their minds clinging to the wrongness of the circumstances. Predator cats discarded their mighty forms to escape their cages, now wandering spineless or as sad, limbless creatures. Lizard-looking things dawdle about, but most were either missing their heads or tail, making them an awkward thing. The lone sentient undead was the keeper, according to Jack. Somehow, despite being a skeleton, he had a mass of bones that made him come off as porky. A fat skeleton. Delta disliked him from the moment he was sprung in front of Van, serving as Delta's eyes since she hadn't conquered the room yet. "Get off, you mangy beast!" he clattered as he managed to sit on his rear, looking down at him, all despite being on the ground. "What happened to the animals?" Van asked, voice lined with a threat. The keeper didn't look bothered. In fact, he sounded right down smug, as if nothing could be bothered to him. "What? Those sad things. Depends on which one. Sometimes before we all rotted, we got hungry. A limb here, a tail there." He shrugged and tilted his head. "Sometimes we got bored. Sometimes those, smart guys needed subjects. Sometimes," the skeleton leaned forward, voice rising to a sinister glee. Delta didn't quite know how she did it, but her manner surged from the garden, ignoring the rules that she couldn't take the room since someone was inside. The keeper's cocky attitude faltered as orange light began to seep out of every crack in his skeleton. What's this? Princess Marrow, help! It's too warm!" The keeper attempted to smother the light, but it grew brighter. Then the keeper's dark seed within the essence erupted into orange fire. Then he exploded. Everyone was staring at Delta, hovering by the door, head hung low to hide her expression. She inhaled once, deeply. "I like animals," she said through gritted teeth. She looked up, eyes watering, but managed to stop herself from being a total wreck after one room. "Rennie, can you?" She gestured at the area of watching the animals. They weren't quite self-aware, but their time beyond their natural lifespan had increased their intelligence. They were watching the scene intently. Rennie bowed extravagantly. His power as a ringmaster seeped out like colorful cherry lines and slowly began to connect each animal, gently. Delta got a pop-up. Ringmaster Rennie would like to hire the animals of Silence Menagerie, spend 50 DP to increase the circus room to hold these unique animals. Delta said yes, and smiled. "They've suffered enough, let's give these animals a good home. But, if any don't thrive, we'll, set their souls free." She promised Rennie, and a few animals seemed to shift as their forms began to vanish, breaking down and being rebuilt on the second floor. Delta knew that this was supposed to be bordering on contracts, but it was more like 3 steps below contracts. Delta couldn't empower them, nor would they be as well fed on her manner. Good thing that they were already dead. On top of that, they were limited to a single room as a unit. All around her, the room was becoming consumed by her mana. She watched as its pain and suffering caused here was removed. It was cleaning itself for the better future. Delta nodded, wiping her eyes to make sure that she could still see. First, this room. Next, every last inch of the fortress would be scrubbed clean. A notification appeared in front of her with an orange screen showing that it was from the system, not new. Silent Menagerie absorbed. Dissolve room in exchange for 1 monster slot. Delta blinked. "I can do that?" she asked in shock. "The system reports that clearing an excess space will cut down on 3rd floor performance issues. Since the animals are now on the 2nd floor, this area is entirely redundant over the need for more monsters to defend the core. The system, too, is learning to change the rules when the need arises." Well, how could Delta argue with her logic against her? "I can get another gargoyle or something," she announced, and she suddenly gave a yelp as she and all of her monsters were hoisted out of the room, as if it attached to bungee cords. The door slammed shut before the stone ran down its surface like liquid, removing any traces that it had been there. Beyond the door, the room was yeeted into a void, if Delta's senses were correct. Total monster stats available, too. Please keep working hard. I'm proud of you, sis. Brother watched as a crumbling room was splashed down into the void below, disturbing his fish. He didn't blink in surprise, but as he slowly sipped from his off-brand soda, so interdimensional lawyers didn't sue for using named brands. What is she doing up there? He asked. His Secco Cola was ringing empty. The room went deeper and deeper until it was only visible by the trailing orange sparkles. Brother leaned forward to see which side of the void it might hit. Down there was a demon world, the void, the shadow void, and the occasional pocket void. Little bro was somewhere in the void, but the room smashed through the demon world barriers, and the mana within landed on the loud cheer before the hole sealed up. Wow, Sister Littered, I might die of shock if I wasn't already suffering a slow and gradual demise of self, Brother said, leaning back on his deck chair with a stretch, causing a slight earthquake in the southern part of the world. I guess my days of fishing quietly are coming to an end. Feel a little sad. But I'm also a little happy. Go figure, he said with a smile. Proud of you, Delta. Just stop corrupting my sister before she dyes her hair. The world is used to a yellow sun. Blue or green might be too much. He grinned and cast his rod again. End of chapter. And that, my friends, is the end of this video. I hope that you enjoyed. If you did, please consider supporting the channel. There are numerous links down below. The easiest way would be to share this video and this channel to as many people as possible to help this channel grow. Your support is very much appreciated, and I will see you all in the next video. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest video. There is no epic lucha, only puns, taken from the website Royal Road. The link to the story will be down below. If you wish to support the author, please head over there and give them support. If you wish to support the channel, there are numerous ways to do so down below. There is Discord, merch, Patreon, bunch of other stuff too. So have a look in the description, you might be surprised. Anyways, now on to the fiction. As always, I hope that you enjoy. There is no epic lucha, only puns, chapter 133. I have awoken, and I have chosen violence. This isn't good, Hero said as he eyed the antechamber to the throne room, a large round chamber that could easily fit scores of people or monsters. Alpha would agree, but he was busy trying to maintain his holy aura against the giant beast and its mistress. The sheer decaying power of the undead in charge was smothering. His golden aura flickered like a dying candle compared to it. It wasn't merely evil or dark. For one, evil wasn't contained to mere necromantic or shadow arts. Alpha had learned that when he had to fend off a heartbroken tree creature that was devouring people, it was bursting with life and power of the earth, but it was also evil. In return, he had been tended to and welcomed into the home of a friendly necromancer who did funeral services and allowed final goodbyes in times of sudden death. So Alpha knew evil didn't belong to specific arts or practices alone. Just as good didn't either. Darkness, shadow, and even death had gentle ways about them, just like light, life, and the holy could. But here, the necromantic energies were laced with hate, disgust, glee at every wound Alpha took. This was evil. It was also backed by something blacker than itself. A void that gnawed at Alpha's being, a dark chill under all the frost-touched death. Together, it made moving forward a bit of a hassle, since every foe he battered down simply returned after a few minutes. Even Hero's powers of mushrooms could only take down so many in the sort of prison-like manner. It became apparent that this princess that Delta had warned him of had been keeping her best toys close to her rotten heart. The skeletal dragon's massive patchy yellow skull turned. Empty eye sockets started staring at them as a childish giggle emanated from the room beyond. I've never seen anything larger than a bear animated before, Alpha admitted to Hero as he took a step back in preparation to either charge or run. Wouldn't surprise me, the little bug admitted. This thing is absolutely leaking powerful magic. The bonus of being of the dungeon. I see these sorts of things, Hero admitted. Alpha felt this was a boss. It wasn't a boss monster, however, as it lacked the same energy that different dungeons could attribute to a particular monster. Still, in theory, a giant monster guarding a final chamber was a boss. Alpha was apt in slaying such things on request. Should I end it? He asked Hero quietly, gripping his sword tightly, causing it to glow. I think you're worth more alive than dead, Hero argued. Not to me, the bratty voice said before, atop the dragon's head, between its two horns, a pooling of shadows and mist shaped itself into the form of a girl. Her soft pink dress looked like it had been freshly woven and stitched onto her body by a platoon of servants, flowing in the image of an untarnished innocence. Her white-gloved hands and ornate silver bangles near the elbows, which glinted when she moved her hands. Alpha swallowed back the grimace as the face contained the bouncy blonde curls. He saw she had been a beautiful girl of royal features, barely visible cutting cheekbones and sapphire eye color. The left side had all the humanity torn away, as if in rage, to reveal the naked skull underneath. Unlike the other undead, her skull was deep ebony with a glowing red rune branded into the side. I am Princess Maharia, she of the settled darkness, she said, curtsying somewhat by habit before she lifted her head. Alpha already let loose the most powerful holy slash he had in his arsenal, bisecting her through the neck and through the other side. The moon crescent flew into the ceiling, exploding the glossy black onyx walls, leaving a mess of dust. Maharia brushed her dress despite it remaining clean, no wound visible from the attack. Afterward, she reached up and plucked the frozen golden line across her neck. She dropped it to her side with a tittering noise. That attack, after falling some distance from her form, shot off as if nothing had happened. First, you're quite rude. I haven't had company in the longest of time, and you just tried to behead me as if the peasants were revolting, Maharia said before she stepped off the skull and began to float to the ground slowly. 2. Your attacks lack, Maharia waved a gloved hand as if searching for the right word. Passion. If there was any less spine in that attack, it'd be immune to necromancy, despite how I stopped it dead in its tracks. She smiled brightly as the thing warped her skull. Slight tried to follow that expression. Lad, run, Hero hissed, but there was a cracking noise as the bony fangs as large as the dragon claws slid across the way out, forming an intersected bone barrier. And finally, as all good things come in threes, Maharia stopped between Alpha and the dragon, tilting her head. You've come from the direction of Big Sister Delta. You must simply be my guest and tell me how, the girl said, her voice chirping like a bird. She suddenly gargled as Alpha's sword buried itself into her open mouth with a flash. Alpha didn't remember moving, but he had felt a hot bubble of anger at this thing claiming Delta as her sister. They were nothing alike. The skull cracked and the hand spasmed before the figure collapsed into a dark cloud, before, like a phantom, Maharia reformed unharmed inches away, 2 dainty fingers on the tip of his blade. Her tone was flatter now as she spoke. I forgot pain was a thing, she said before rolling her shoulders. Now that was passion, but why the anger, Skyan of the two? She asked lightly, dancing away from Alpha as he twisted his blade at her with a jab. Alpha narrowed his eyes, but with a forced measure of breathing, he didn't rush into the attack as the demon girl danced between her pet dragon's claws. Delta isn't your sister. She would never feel as foul as you do, Alpha said calmly. Maharia tapped her chin as if speculating. Oh no, this will simply not do. She sighed as if deeply let down by Alpha. She lifted her dress slightly and she began to shuffle towards him, her voice becoming delighted. Don't tell me you think those thieving two designed dungeons. Don't tell me they're taking credit, she giggled. It's not cute to tell such ugly lies, Hero said, his tiny insect self having been silent as he eyed up the dungeon. Maharia eyed him with clear interest but shrugged. The concept, at least. Where do you think you are? Some old stinking castle that I was stuck with. Oh, you foolish boy, open your senses. The final chamber, having to face rooms of monsters that rebirth themselves, a big pet with myself in the doors beyond the throne of power. Maharia stretched her hands into the sky as if inhaling the fresh air instead of the stale wind. So, you're a crappy prototype. The older dungeons are the beta, and Delta is the final release. I don't see how this changed why I'm going to destroy you, Alpha said coldly. Maharia seemed to test the words aloud. Beta release, I don't know what these words are exactly, but I will. The girl turned, and the skeletal dragon raised her up with a claw, its joints spinning unnaturally. Let me ask you this, warrior of the two. Do the two, the sun in particular, seem that creative, able to see people and work with them? They weren't to me, not when I was on the surface. They were forces of nature, not caring deities, she said, then pointed at him. Do you think they really changed all that much when they stole the one's design of us? Maharia inquired. Then she smiled, and it was the most wicked thing that Alpha had seen since he awoke in this world. He worked under her hull, so this was no small feat. Delta is my sister, far more than she is yours. Her existence links her to me, to us, to him, and through her, the world will be changed. It's a war between the one and the two to see whom can control the chaos in the end, Princess Maharia declared. Ah, crap, don't tell me Sis and Bro installed Delta on evil god hardware, Hero hissed. It doesn't matter. Delta won't hurt people. She won't corrupt. She won't do anything the cult approves of, Alpha said simply as the glowing aura began to blaze. Maharia made a sound of annoyance, flipping a pink fan open as if to protect her face. You don't get it, do you, boy? She's... Maharia began before something in the shadows. The air, the stillness of the silence between the words suddenly pulsed, and the girl grasped her voice as if something was gently squeezing her throat. At that moment, Alpha could feel fear fill his veins as a single word echoed around them. No. It was spoken by a man with a polite tone, but Maharia's single human eye went panicked before she was released. The presence faded, and the girl rubbed her throat, scowling. Fine. She spat at the air before she turned to face Alpha once more. Regardless of Delta's actions, you, my little soldier, will be my guest. She snapped her fingers at the dragon who had been watching. Smoky Wokey, crush them legs and the bug, keep the boy alive. She instructed the beast. There was a beat, and Maharia slowly turned on her pet, face wretched with rage until she saw the thick glowing vines that had been snaking into its ribcage, blooming a carpet of mushrooms at the strange glowing tip. The dragon shook once, but was quite stuck. Oh, Marrow, Hero called, sounding smug as his light flickered harshly, showing that he had spent everything that he had in this form to do this one task. The girl's head spun on her neck, crackling the spine in fury as she simply didn't bother moving her body as well. Mushrooms are an extant form of life and death, you smug little brat, he yelled as the starlight mushroom inside the dragon began to reach their critical mass of charging. I will consume you, Marrow screamed, the rest of her skin falling away to reveal the black-lich beast underneath as the pink dress rotted. The starlight mushrooms exploded, filling the antechamber with a blinding light. Nu felt sick. He wasn't sure if it was a human body he was practicing or just the idea of being human instead of a screen. He didn't know why Delta got a little army ready to clear out the rest of the rooms connected to the garden. It was almost premonition in essence, a feeding of something bad on its way. Right, so we've dealt with the lab, the zoo, the pit, the access to the kitchens, the forge. What's next, Jack? Delta asked, oblivious to the tightening of Nu's non-existent stomach. Before Jack could answer, the entire dungeon floor shook violently as a shockwave traveled through it. There was silence before something large began to move towards the large double doors. New tried to gather the sense on the other side by what little rooms were claimed. But it was a jumbled mess of silence essence versus Delta's manner, like static in his mind. Delta had no such issues. New could see it by the way she turned, almost rotating in the air that she could see exactly what was on the other side. "Move back," she commanded to everyone. Jack, especially given his contract stage, Delta's tone was a serious one. New knew that it was a tone that meant I'm about to explode a soul with sheer anger or adopt something violently. Another pause, and New was getting a clearer image of the thing moving deeper into the Delta-claimed land. A large, four-legged skeleton with folded-in bony back protrusions. It stopped before the double doors, and Delta tensed, getting ready to do something that New was certain not even she knew exactly what. Delta tended to be like that, more fly by the seat of things. There was a harsh knocking. There was enough force in each knock that Delta's protective ruins flared brightly, smoking in protest. Delta's voice spoke out seconds before New could give out a warning of his own. "Get down!" she screamed as the creature slammed into the doors with a violent burst of energy, producing strength beyond its previous efforts. It caused the top of the wooden doors to explode out in enhanced sturdy shrapnel, turning Delta's protective rune-enchanted wood into dangerous projectiles. The gargoyles all turned to stone, forming a protective wall around Jack as the trolls roared as the pieces embedded themselves into their thick skin. From the smoking wreck of the door, a massive skeleton dragon stuck its head through the door, half of its skull black and glowing with a red rune that looked like an eye with its ends crossed in a stitch. "Knock, knock," a dragon sang out in an unsuitable voice of some child trying to sound bright despite the fury coating each word. Delta stood unfazed by the rubble or the dragon, her face pinched in anger. "No, it's fine, I can finish the joke myself." "Who's there?" The dragon's jaw unhinged like a demented puppet. "Delivery dragon." "There's no punchline, but catch," Marrow said as a massive claw flung something at Delta's feet, the body rolling limply with a mess of hair. It was swallowed by the snapped sword, the pieces clattering together loudly. Alpha laid there, his chest unmoving. "Oh, fuck." Delta bent down, hands shaking, and around the room, the dungeon lights began to flicker. New could feel the system start and end, reacting to the sheer denial Delta was flooding them with all. The dragon tilted its large head before giggling. "Oh, don't be so sad, he's not dead. Not yet," Marrow said playfully before a wispy projection of some sort showed that the throne with some light orange light pulsing inside a dark crystal. It was slotted into the throne's top. "I've decided that this little Cold War and being ignored, I'm just not about that, sister. So, to encourage you to get move on, you have, Marrow hummed as in the projection. The crystal was slowly squeezed by a bony device like long fingers, slight cracks forming on the crystal surface. 24 hours? I think that's fair." Marrow shrugged the dragon's body, a weird display. Delta blazed orange, doing the same thing to Marrow as she did to the skeleton and the Spider Queen. But Marrow merely glowed a blackish green in return, throwing Delta back at the blackened soul. "Let's not be uncouth. In a direct soul battle, you're strong. I love that about you, but you're so unrefined," Marrow said, and Nu moved in, trying to attack her from the side, but she was near impossible to even get close to. It was like Delta, but backward. If you got too close, Nu would be consumed and serve Marrow as if she was some, dungeon thing. "Give Alpha back before I wreck you," Delta said, her voice dark as she climbed to her feet, her mana swirling around her like a storm. Marrow went to chide her again before a claw that had thrown Alpha into the dungeon and was still mostly in the dungeon proper exploded into bone shards and dust. Marrow let loose a scream, backing off in confusion and rage as her pieces were fizzled into things so small that even Nu struggled to sense them. It was then that Nu saw something in Delta that he had only seen glimpses of before. Her pure dungeon side. It was like a cloak that settled over the avatar of a dungeon core, The small things of micro-expressions, tells, habits, and even the fluid motion of her hair and clothes all came to a complete stop as she took a step forward. Shards of Delta's door began to spin around in the air above Delta, who leaned forward, her body a single, flat plane. 24 hours? Kind of you, but I'll be along promptly, Delta said, tone flat as she raised to a hand, the shards instantly slamming together into a giant orange wooden stake with Delta's protective runes inverted on the side. The stake pulsed once, orange light leaking out of the cracks of the held-together weapon. It exploded forward with pure mana catapulting it, and the thing speared through the dragon's skull, carrying it into the hallway beyond, pinning it to the door like a bad omen to those beyond. It shook and spasmed as the orange light spread through it, destroying it from the inside out. Marrow's black shadow and ruin fled off the beast like an inky infection, vanishing like smoke into the darkness. Nu would be impressed if he wasn't suddenly worried by the rage in Delta's eyes. Her voice gazed on the castle beyond. "Knock, knock," Delta said quietly, her voice vibrating every motor mana in the dungeon simultaneously. "Who's there?" Nu asked simply, trying not to upset her more. Delta put her hands on the remnants of the protective door, melting it down to reuse the energy. Delta's hair began to move in motion again, and the empty coldness retreated before she exhaled. "Orange!" She looked up as her monsters began to surround her in ready support. "Orange who?" He sighed, knowing that he should have let her stay a murderous dungeon with no morals for 10 more minutes. "Aren't you glad I'm done playing nice with the kid?" she said, smiling without any humor. Nu was sure that she was done playing nice before Alpha had his soul ripped out of his body. She was now approaching rude, which was a whole new low for Delta. "What's the answer now? Negotiations, invasions, hacking her soul?" Nu listed. Delta thought about it and then answered. "No, Nu. Today I've chosen violence as the answer. I'm going to unleash everything I have and cause enough war crimes to get a convention named after me," she promised as she held up her hand, and something formed. It wriggled as it fell to the ground, sniffing. The little pig looked at them, the cheerful mushroom on its back shiny. Then 2 more were made, then 5, then 10. Nu backed off as the pile kept growing, some variants appearing like pickle mushrooms and laser mushrooms on their back. Some were the burning mushrooms that turned them red and aggressive, some with combos Nu would need to research. The pile grew until it was bigger than the surrounding trolls. Underneath it all, as if channeling the voice of a god, an unseen form of Delta let loose a war cry. "Critters, do not contribute to the monster limits," she yelled as a pile began to surge towards the opening of the door. The swarm moved in crying oinks, somewhat gripping each other as the rough giant pig hooves made the first step forward. The writhing mass of cuteness and oinks began to sort themselves in delight, shaping the pile into something more, but ever in flux. The ones with the starlight mushrooms clustered near the eyes, and the twin laser beams about 20 piglets were unleashed in twin howling bursts. The amalgamation opened its mouth where the ember piglets gathered, all of them unleashing their normally tiny embers into a single ball. Then it happened. Delta pulled out her trump card. From the ceiling, watching the mushrooms dancing with Maestro's music began to cluster, forming a secondary body of Maestro, smaller, but one that he could fully possess. The clump gathered, then fell onto the already massive critter mass. A coffee body with none of his powers but full intelligence is considered a critter. "But I don't need anything but his mind," Delta said as the roots and the thing began to rise off its front legs, the mass reshaping itself. "I am alive," Maestro's voice sang as the thing became some demonic pig gentleman with a cane made of pickles. "I'm not done," Delta hissed at the darkness beyond the door. From the dining room, clearly using kitchen dumbwaiter to get down faster, a black carpet of spider critters rushed into the garden. They were led by the dancing royal spider nobility of wicked weaves and friends. They joined the mass, webbing weak parts together as the majority of the tiny forms pushed out Maestro's back, forming 4 more chitinous legs. The things as sharp as any blade. After a moment, Maestro smoothed down his spider silk armor tucks, and the piggles were strung together, and all the legs were in the best place to propel Delta's monstrosity in any direction. "Well, it's nightmares tonight," Dozer the gargoyle announced bluntly. "What is this thing?" Doctor oozed in delight, holding his plague mask cheeks with delight. Delta looked haggard from the effort of breaking every rule that she could in rapid succession. "The system said that it can't classify it as any one thing, so I guess I get to name it," she said with a grim tone. Then she smiled, and it was unkind. "Symphony of Nightmares. A little ditty for Marrow to make sure she learns why you don't hurt people I promised to look after," she decided, telling no. "Then let us sing into the abyss," Maestro declared, the giant form of writhing pickles and spiders making each movement echo with the sound of moving flesh against flesh, oinks and chitters. 24 hours, Marrow. You idiot. You should just run." Delta summed up as the form moved into a pseudo-dungeon space beyond, held together through sheer webby mushroomness. The first wave of skeletons rushed in, trying to stab her symphony's feet, but the skeletons forgot something, or simply didn't notice. Delta's symphony didn't have one mouth. The giant stilled as countless pickles and enlarged spiders turned outwards, stubby teeth and fangs visible on every inch of her creation. Delta's war song had a choir. Now, if she could just get the mask close enough to Alpha, also Hero, who was protecting Alpha from Marrow's corruptive influence, then the real monster would form. Marrow wanted to play. Delta would play. Delta would play hard. But just in case, Hob and Gob were already running to Durance for Ruli and Quiz, she would not risk Alpha's soul for her cobbled-together no-thought plan. And just because it was Alpha, she was already using Hero as a beacon. If it came down to it, Delta would contract him through Hero and respawn him. Where she would put him, she didn't know, but she had access to that dead dungeon. Nothing else. Then Marrow would be contracted, then Delta would destroy her, then Marrow would be respawned, then Delta would destroy her. Rinse and repeat. Delta hoped her human side came back quickly from wherever her dungeon rage had pushed it. Shipathy was a little too easy to settle into. End of chapter. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed, and if you do, please consider supporting the author, even by popping over and leaving a thumbs up or a nice comment, just to show your appreciation for the story. However, if you wish to support this channel, there are links down below which will help immensely. I will see you all in the next one, and until then, I hope that you have a fantastic day. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest video. There is no epic lucha, only puns, taken from the website Royal Road. The link to the story will be down below. If you wish to support the author, please head over there and give them support. If you wish to support the channel, there are numerous ways to do so down below. There is Discord, merch, Patreon, bunch of other stuff too, so have a look in the description, you might be surprised. Anyways, now on to the fiction. As always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 134, The Other Side. That was unneeded, Maharia said quietly as a destroyed arm slowly repaired itself out of the manor in the room. Shoulder first, then elbow. Her voice bounced amongst the throne room. The dark red banners with her family's crest stamped upon them were spaced evenly across the room. The subtle enchantments made the image turn to a symbol of the fiery rose to a rotted one. They fluttered at the sound of a voice like a foul wind had moved through them. The white marble floor had cracks through which Maharia's mana flowed like veins. They pulsed in time with her voice. The solid-looking marble pillars holding the room apart from its top and bottom seemed to shift, moving to an odd and even numbers between glances. They shifted at her voice. This all led to the throne itself, a once regal set of chairs that had been crudely blurred together into a wicked chair with flowing black tubes and pipes leading out the back, the thing thrumming like a giant beast's heart. Maharia gave the room a sour look. She had thought she had been so smart when she first arrived. The idea to remodel her core domain into her parents' throne room as some sort of insult and silent attempt to cling to any shred of her family seemed both childish and sad years later. Now, after all her efforts of building it, she could hardly destroy it and start over. It simply was not possible. Well, it had not been possible since those adventurers had collapsed them all in. Maharia had been angry at that. Then after time, refused to start marching on. She had been bored, especially since she didn't get to play with the one left behind. Well, there were a few left behind, but Maharia didn't want to play with the ugly clowns or the kobolds. No, she wanted the hero. She sighed as she sat on her throne, her thing pulsing once in a deep thrum. "You were getting hasty in your eagerness," came a slightly chiding voice from the shadows. All shadows. Or was it something under the darkness? Maharia had given the ability a decent examination, but all she could ever figure out was that the voice didn't travel through the air. It was more direct than that. "Perhaps, but choking a princess. Do you have no manners anymore? When we first met, you were the picture of chivalry," she replied, an expression of agitation on the side of her face. He appeared, casually coming towards her as if a guest in her kingdom. When he moved, it wasn't like an ordinary people, but was almost as if the air, physical matter, light and sound were all moved out of his way. Maharia supposed it was as if he simply chose to be the more potent force. Or was it because nephew was an existence that defied anything made by the two? "I do apologize, Princess Maharia. My strength has been harder to measure without acceptable targets. I was aiming for a gentle press of the hand and, He trailed off, flexing his fingers. Gentle? Maharia was careful to not drop her jaw. They nearly crushed her throat. Her bones alone had laced with several rare and resilient flakes of metal from the demon smith, that was not even speaking of the magic spell she had. "You said this would happen, but I didn't think it would happen this fast or to this degree," Maharia finally said, neutrally. Nephew shrugged one shoulder, and Maharia could even begin to see the shape of the definition of his body. To think, so long ago, when they'd first met, he had been a simple voice in the darkness of places of a castle. "Delta has, changed the schedule. Certain things are up in the air now, just like I can sense it coming for you," Nephew said suddenly, taking in her entire domain, or what was left of it. Delta had been making good progress on it since she broke into her fortress. "I have our allies," Maharia said as she casually tapped on the orb on the arm of her throne, containing the soul of the hero and the amazingly altered human infused with a mushroom and Delta. "They will not be harmed, I hope," Nephew said as he peered at the orb, moving across the room in the blink of an eye, looming over Maharia. It wasn't hard to loom over her, to be fair. She was barely pushing the upper half of 4 foot. Nephew was pushing the upper limit of 7. Delta's creation I see the wisdom of keeping, but the hero, Maharia made a face which made Nephew chuckle with affection. "Such wisdom you've gained, and yet, still, the same tone when talking about vegetables and things that you don't care for." Nephew gently patted her head, and Maharia braced herself, only getting slightly pressed down by his gentle touch. "Still needs practice," Nephew admitted as he pulled his hand back before he hurt her. "I am the dark vessel of silence and death. I need no vegetables," Maharia said haughtily. Nephew tilted his head. "Are you sure you're over 100 years old?" he asked, amused at her words. Maharia glared at him, which made him sigh. Yes, the age subject is off topic. I don't see the shame since I'm older than you by quite a few 100 years, but I shall keep silent about the number, nephew said, tapping his chin. Maharia visibly grimaced at his poor joke. Nephew picked up the orb. Well, able to crush those inside the sphere. The boy we shan't harm. There's an excellent chance that he shares the same curse as my father, to be plucked out of the ether at their whims and expected to entertain, then before long cast off when things became too hard to manage, he said. All amusement was gone from his tone. He is their hero. He won't be cast off before he's done his job, Maharia said. Their likely actions won't sway my current choice. I don't want to have to repeat the discussion I had with Falkor, nephew said in such a calm tone that Maharia felt her spine stiffen. The idiot of ending light. Maharia wasn't exactly proud of being the Silence's weakest member, but what she lacked in power, she had in bond with nephew. Falkor. He had suffered quite a few years for his antics in the circus. Nephew had been displeased, annoyed, would she dare say angry. To be fair, Maharia loved commenting on his lovely neck scar, supposedly from some angry circus act that cut through the supreme defense like a hot knife through butter in the occasional meeting nephew held to check on everyone and promote unity. I would never do something as pitiful as kidnapping strangers off the road and igniting a big smoke signal for all adventurers saying, "Come and find us where all the mysterious vanishings are happening." Falkor is an idiot. Why did he even catch your eye? Maharia asked, not for the first time. To her surprise, nephew actually answered her question. He is aligned to that which is lost. Humans are all father's children, but since sister unleashed the stars and the brothers tempted the abyss, their seeds have been lost to the heavens and hells. We cannot afford to simply give up on those lost souls because sister unleashed malevolence and manipulative gods on the people as the brother gleefully set loose those demons and monsters. The people deserve more. Nephew spun, eyes stretched to the widest. Nephew has always been painfully forward and honest. It's why Maharia had been his friend when she had no one else. In essence, they went from two enemies to countless threats we have to contend with, Maharia said before her voice soured. And Falkor is your key to the demon world and the souls taken there, she sighed, seeing Falkor's use rise by the second against her own wishes. With things in motion, it is better you know now before the end of Falkor, or such an annoyance. I was hoping you two would make it up in your own time and discuss, but, alas, Delta, nephew hummed as the floor shook. Delta, Maharia could only agree. Do you want me to destroy her creation? It won't waste too much of my energy, nephew said, suddenly quiet. Maharia hesitated, then shook her head. We can't start using the seed for everything. You told me you needed lots, and what? So, no. I don't want you wasting them on me, she decided briskly, hiding her smile that she wanted to show off. She would never be so base as to smile at nephew. She was no peasant. But she tried really hard to send him the feeling of a smile that made all the banners on the floor glow pink and the roses to bloom in life. I don't want you to die, Maharia, nephew said abruptly, almost as if he wasn't sure what to do with his concern. I don't intend to just lay down and let Big Sis step on me, Maharia said dryly, standing up and taking the soul-tropping orb out of his hands. She slowly put the gloved hand into his own. It had 7 fingers, so she suspected that he was still figuring out his proper form. He would get it soon. He was getting stronger by the minute. If I perish, then my own siblings will be free. I might be a relief for some peace of mind, she reminded. Her mind was quiet, but in a way of feeling directly ignored. Her siblings had long learned the best method of driving her mad. And if I fall, if Delta takes my soul, I'll find a way back. If I don't, remember me. Remember that girl who found you crying in that empty tower one day? It was so loud, she prompted, making nephew grip her hand softly, that you woke me up from the silence itself, the girl who brought me out of the burning light into the gentle darkness, settled darkness. I will never forget, he promised, and he began to lose physicality. In the end, stars burned out, land crumbles, life and death became unchained state, and all becomes silent. Princess Maharia swore as her throne began to beat like a malefic heart. And silence becomes you, nephew finished, fading away, his fingers the last to go entwined with hers. She inhaled once, allowing the air to fill her lungs uselessly. She cast her sense forward at the awe-inspiring nightmare that Delta had created. The thing brushed at the ceilings and the corridors and the rooms, able to condense itself like a mass of flesh with no bones. Her undead that got closer were either smashed, crushed, or devoured in a way that would even cost Maharia some more energy than her usual to repair. She waved a hand and the heart throne beat louder and louder, production of her army becoming the most potent it had been since the embodiment of the cult. Around her, the skeleton dragon began to shape itself from the sound and manner. Maharia wouldn't want to let down Delta. She would match her monstrosity with one of her own. It was weirdly the most alive Maharia had felt since the fall of her home. The idea she might actually die invoking something in her. You're so weird. I hope you fall down the stairs. Her brother and sister spoke up, clearly sensing the change. Don't worry, one way or another, today we are free. Today, the rose of our family will bloom one last time, she promised, getting a sense that she was scaring her siblings with her words. It was more of a reaction from them than she had in a long time. Maharia watched through her creations, examining the mound of flesh that Delta had spewed out at her in rage. It was inelegant, cobbled together more with sheer power than skill, but it lacked in finesse. It made up for in purpose. It was a killing machine, pure and simple. It would come here, battle with Maharia, and only one of them would walk out if neither of them backed down. Maharia inhaled again, her throne now reaching a rhythmic pulse that was causing everything in her remaining castle to vibrate. The skeleton warriors that were getting smashed to pieces by the flesh beast were now being merely flung aside to rise and charge again. Her own zombies were repairing themselves at a truly amazing speeds, and the various other toys that she had gathered over the years had similar improvements. Delta would still reach the throne room, but it was more likely to be in measured pace than in seconds as before. That was fine. Maharia knew that she'd only be buying time for herself to flex her talents. It was a bit of an issue that she couldn't kill the warrior's soul on her throne. That stopped Maharia from doing some of the real nasty and indiscriminate, but that was also fine. Simply leveling the battlefield with death spells was a bit uncreative for someone that had been in the game for as long as Maharia. She raised a gloved hand and asserted her will, decided that she was stuck and what didn't. Much like Delta, Maharia didn't consider the concept of a distance to be a limiting factor in any space within her own domain. Dark energy flowed up her arm and the massive heart beat behind her. Each sullen beat empowered Maharia's magic. The hulking beast was moving through the long hallway that led to her grand entrance to her home. Perhaps it was strange to have the mansion within a fortress, as if one were looping through different themes in madness. But what was a fortress and what was Maharia's private sanctum were entirely different things. She struck out, parts of the beast turning black and falling away with pure death energy scouring its surface. But it was akin to ripping a hair out of another girl in anger, tiny strands that did little other than to annoy their foe. The damage she did made them pointless, as a dozen of tiny little pig creatures merely shook their mushroom tops, spreading spores that caused replacement flesh to grow back in pure numbers. Those spider-leg limbs began to spear her warriors, aiming for spines and skulls rather than outright damage. Maharia curled her fingers, and from 3 of her skeleton warriors, black fire bleached out from the clattering jaws, dancing across the beast's lower layers. The thing reared back, flesh blackened, and Maharia almost felt let down if this attack would end it so soon. But, to her delight, the flesh began to shift, the squishy flesh turning shiny and hard. The spider legs moved to the bottom of the creature, giving it more mobility. A second later, the creature began to make it, slow? No, it was raining down web balls covered in fluffy spores. This would normally mean nothing to her magic of a soul burn, but this was dungeon made. The mana inside the material began to conflict with the necromantic energies. If Maharia was there in person, casting, it would be a lot harder to simply snuff out the fire. But as it was, the beast had not only turned its soft burnable flesh into harder spider carapace, but also devised an anti-fire measure on the fly. Maharia couldn't help but respect that she felt surge through her. So, when she cast her next spell, she hoped Delta would appreciate the masterwork Maharia was about to do. Her heart throne was now beating so hard that it was in a constant thrum. It would be just like Maharia's heart would feel like if she still had it. Delta saw her hands flickering. Her fingers were a more distorted blur than a detailed shape from before. Despite her claims, the critter colossus she had made was not without a cost. She stood with a wobble as notifications fired off around her in a chaotic manner. Critter limit reached, doubling production from first and second floor. Critter limit reached, doubling production from secret garden. Critter limit reached. Critter and boss monster fusion requires upkeep of error. Incompatible. Creature under current rules cannot does exist. Scanning. Mana income -20 an hour, -21 an hour. Continuous mana sent to Symphony of Nightmares for supply. Delta wiped her mouth where she imagined she had been drooling. She felt numb, as if her mind had turned to cotton. She had never expanded this much of her mana sink before, other than in creating new floors. Her creature not only needed mana to keep using its abilities and remain in her control, it also needed pure mana to remain stable, even in the dungeon space. There were some things that just didn't work without some of her reality-blurring mana and DP. This was made even worse since she was making it work outside of her dungeon to wage war. Hero was easier cause the system had a nice little space for his type of function, long recharge, big payoff. We did have 24 hours. We could have planned more strategically to prevent you literally bleeding yourself dry, Liu said, his boyish form back in his screen form, but he had learned to project his voice now. That sounds sane and reasonable, Nu, she pointed out, managing to stand to her full height without wobbling. Of course, not your style, Nu replied dryly. A moment later, Jack returned, throwing what stuff he could loot from behind Symphony's trail of destruction into a dungeon. Every little piece helped her get some mana back, or, if not most, with things she already had, material-wise. No, what was interesting was the contents of said items, some paintings, some banners, and then Jack started bringing her other things. A semi-large picture of a regal man with tamed grey beard, a woman with a poised and elegant face, demure, but with eyes of steel. Below them, lined in order of royal ducklings, were 3 children, a boy with his father's nose, a girl with a bored expression, and the youngest of them all, Marrow. Marrow's face was pale, whole, and slightly younger than the ones Delta had met. In Marrow's eyes, the painter had captured a palpable sadness. The painting had a simple block: the royal family of Tortug. Got more where that's concerned, Jack announced, holding up books and paintings he held in his clawed hands. Your big beastie knocked down the sealed war and this was all inside, he explained, throwing more down. Thanks, Jack. How are you doing? Delta asked, hiding the fact that one of her hands now had its fingers on backwards as the core struggled to keep the whole operation going. Jack thought about it, his bottles clinking as he crossed his arm. I feel good. revenge and all of that. I think afterwards I'll have a crisis of purpose and identity, but until then, I'm going to have a jolly good time with some arson," he declared firmly. Delta could understand that somewhat. Jack had been down here for years trying to do what Delta was finally getting done. Delta just hoped that he didn't throw himself into any more cauldrons in the meantime. She paused as the items began to become absorbed, mostly old trinkets and dresses long turned to aged tatters. But among them were things Delta didn't know what to make of. She focused on something she absorbed, and it came up. The history of Tortug, the kingdom that was invaded by death. New murmured as he read over her shoulder. All, if not most pages had been scrawled furiously in red ink by a trembling hand, repeating the words lies over and over. Delta grimaced as she looked up at the book and she sensed Maharia do something. It was more death. Delta could just repair the damage, or if it was a big enemy, she trusted Maestro to do his various abilities to win. A white light screamed down from the hallway, impacting her symphony hard in the chest. Delta stared in confusion as nothing happened at first. In fact, Delta even thought that she got a nice little influx of mana from the attack. Then the creature began to bubble as the pickles in the pile began to grow in panic. The spider legs crunched as they bent and made room for more joints. Maestro's left arm grew large, causing him to become lopsided as his neck and head followed suit. Maharia had just cast some sort of life spell. How could she do that? Her creatures started to bloat as the spell encouraged rapid and almost uncontrollable beneficial mana growths. Delta clenched her hands and focused. She was already bleeding mana, but she had no choice but to spend precious TP on turning the spell into something she could manipulate. The growths turned back into acid splitter bulges, brimming with acid as the growth turned into lively acid. Delta just managed that when Maharia began to weave complex life spells again, causing the spider legs to spasm, their armored limbs exploding in green, lush vegetation, their vines into the walls, penning her beast for a moment. Right, if Maharia was so good at death, no reason she wouldn't be a hand at its partner, life. I'm usually for all fans, but being clingy isn't attractive. She felt Maestro declare before mushrooms formed at the base of the vines, sucking moisture from them, decaying them as fast as they grew into brittle yellow things that snapped when her symphony moved on. Delta grinned, knowing her monsters were capable of beating marrow into next Tuesday. She inhaled, trying to make sure she kept everything stable until they could rescue Alpha and Hero. To distract herself, she looked at the books as Maharia seemed to go quiet for a moment as well, letting her monsters do the fighting for now. Tortug, Kingdom of Death by J. Japes, she read, trying to use the words as a means to center herself. Introduction. I write this book in dedication to the simple art of knowledge and wisdom. This book will show why, if not outright demand that, we cannot simply have faith and tradition. Death by inaction or destruction by stagnation is a sad way to go, and none show this more than the kingdom of Tortug, a kingdom who prayed for the bright future but was delivered ruin. Only by the action of the last royal family was the end of the world contained. I will explore the ruins of this doomed kingdom and see if I can piece together what happened. Why did this kingdom fall? How did Princess Maharia escape the fate of the kingdom and purge it? The questions are many and the answers are few. Let us begin. End of chapter. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed, and if you do, please consider supporting the author, even by popping over and leaving a thumbs up or a nice comment, just to show your appreciation for the story. However, if you wish to support this channel, there are links down below which will help immensely. I will see you all in the next one, and until then, I hope that you have a fantastic day. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest video. There is no epic lucha, only puns, taken from the website Royal Road. The link to the story will be down below. If you wish to support the author, please head over there and give them support. If you wish to support the channel, there are numerous ways to do so down below. There is Discord, merch, Patreon, bunch of other stuff too. So have a look in the description, you might be surprised. Anyways, now on to the fiction. As always, I hope that you enjoy. I would just like to thank the following Tier 5 patrons and channel members for supporting the channel. Fallen Angel, Buzz Kennington, Data Magnet, and Bob the Dragon. Thank you again. And now, on to the story. Chapter 135. Twinkle, Twinkle Little. Delta remained with Alpha's still body, his life essence seeming to dwindle by the moment without whatever soul or mind Marrow had taken. The history of Tautog hasn't been as clear as Delta would have liked. The author had collected conflicting tales about the tales. The people there claimed Marrow had messed with the ritual to try and claim the throne, using necromancy to steal the power. Calmer sources claim that the king has called forces far beyond his control, his stubbornness destroying his land. Delta felt sad at the mention of the druid being harmed in either tale. It reminded her of Mrs. Dabbergast, her kindly face and her love for plants. This book, it didn't change that Marrow and her darkness was harming Alpha. It didn't matter that their reasoning or the past. The only thing that mattered was the here and the now. Her symphony was still trucking through Marrow's fortified castle, tearing flesh and statues down with a terrible force. Marrow was moving between using her death magic and some odd form of life magic, a sort of cloying, ineffective magic that turned piggles and spiders to mush or made them turn on their allies. Delta couldn't do anything about the other than having them removed and replaced. But her mana, it couldn't sustain this type of assault, even breaking the rules. She was waging war, and being a dungeon, she couldn't, Delta paused. So, why was she doing both? A smile spread across her face. Maharia was through her father's seed and already using up her mother's. They would regain their power over time, but she still had her two strongest seeds, her siblings. It had been close at first, but between herself and Delta, Maharia proved to have more control over her spending. Delta's mana had been flagging for some time, and Maharia was getting a little concerned that she might have to put Delta's capabilities above what she was actually capable of. She idly held the container holding the boy, Alpha, thinking there was a strange lull in Delta's actions as the pressing domain pushing against Maharia's kingdom abruptly vanished, as if Delta had been destroyed. No! Maharia stood up with a fury. Then it started to grow, faster and faster until it overwashed what Delta had before, pushing like a howling wind that instantly blew through her backup seeds, making Maharia pull on all stored magic to sustain herself. What? Maharia began, but her confusion couldn't last as, to her surprise, 3 more of those monstrous shambling horrors emerged from the dungeon. 1 was hard, but 4! Maharia gripped her staff and took a deep breath that she didn't need. What had the clever dungeon just done? Maharia was dying to know. Say it, Delta said with a wipe of her hand across her brow. I refuse. I know the joke and it's terrible. Knew the ever-grouch was ruining her fun. Delta glared at him until he finally sagged in surrender. Captain, all non-essential power has been diverted to phasers. Understood, number 1. Prepare photon torpedoes, full speed. Delta balked as New just sighed harder, despite her grin. Despite her mood, it was disturbing. She had given her dungeon a warning, but seeing them all in stone, frozen and lifeless like the dead dungeon. It hurt Delta, but knowing it was temporary helped. They just needed the mana that Delta was using back and everyone would be okay. The dungeon that she'd gone to had given the idea. If she turned all of the monsters, traps, effects, and kept the rooms open, Delta could redirect the freed mana to fight ahead. There was so much mana, Delta had to make 4 more symphonies just to prevent herself from exploding at the rush. Then her 4 had emerged into a single Goliath symphony. A lot of spiders and piggles in one place. The rest was spread out into space, claiming as fast as she could to have power. Her orange mana rushed forward, almost ecstatic to conquer the enemy, like happy little workers. It was enough to let Delta materialize in Marrow's antechamber. A gigantic 3-headed dragon skeleton awaited her, and Delta looked up at it, eyes hard, the ancient bones shuddering as joints moved joints, grimy fangs as long as Delta as herself. "Move!" she warned it, as if it had an option when it was Marrow's pet. It growled low in its non-existent throat. A massive fresh-covered hand moved over Delta's head, crushing through stone and mortar to grab the dragon. "When Mother asks you to budge, you little bony self, obey!" The quartet of maestros snarled as they crushed the skull with a single squeeze. The skeleton launched itself at Delta's friends, taking the battle outside the hall. Delta trusted them to be more than enough. Delta's family was better than any pets Marrow kept. It was a simple fact. She began to climb the stairs, the dark red fabric spreading orange with each one she took. Then it was just her and the giant door which Marrow drew herself tightly behind, like a coiled serpent. Delta knocked politely, and the doors opened on their own. Marrow was in the center of the room at a pristine table with an elegant but slightly tarnished teapot and cups steaming away. In another chair was an orb with a glowing tiny light of Alpha and Hero, as they too were invited to this mad tea party. "I'd make a 'we're all mad here' reference, but I don't think you'd get it," Delta said tersely. Marrow looked up, her lone eye crinkled with amusement. "Your hair wants cutting," she said conversationally. Delta paused mid-step and the unexpected throwback line. "I don't think," Delta began, and Marrow giggled. "Then you shouldn't talk," Marrow said simply, as she poured tea for Delta's spot at the table and put milk and sugar into the middle of the table. Delta couldn't actually do anything to Marrow for the moment, her mana pushing against the room on the two monsters crashing outside with no sound reaching them. She sat, if nothing else, to avoid looking lame standing. "How do you know lines from a novel that doesn't exist in this world?" Delta asked quietly. Marrow stirred sugar into her cup with a spoon that was slightly scratched up, bearing the kingdom emblem of a pickaxe over a river. "I'll give you a clue," Marrow said slowly. "You remember that beautiful knight waiting for you in the main hall?" she asked, and Delta remembered the horse knight, Levix or something. "Notice how he's not responding, nor is he at my side," Marrow went on as she sipped her tea. "Not really." Delta didn't like to devote her limited precious brain space to people she disliked. That could be room she gave to cute puppies or great jokes. "When you defeated him, you were likely rewarded by the, sister," Marrow said, clearly wanting to use another name. Delta thought back on the reward. Corruption resistance. It had never quite come up, but not long after she got memories of her brother back. "What is the corruption thing you gained resistance to?" Marrow asked lightly. "To you people, the crazy cult people in my basement," Delta said easily. "We're not a cult. A cult implies a religious dogma. Since that is the norm in this world, we're quite anti-establishment," Marrow argued abruptly, sounding petulant. "Besides," she said offhandedly, "my faith died when gods murdered my family. You become quite broken after that," she said. "You sound broken," Delta replied coldly. Marrow looked up. "I have no more liquids in my body. I'm also driven insane by the voice of my insane siblings I consumed to save them from said god. I've grieved for 100 years. If I still cried, I would be insane." She tutted as if Delta was the rude one. "But no, not us. Memories just don't fade," Marrow said as she sipped more tea. When the sister and brother plucked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little birds from the abyss and squished them down or maimed them, pieces fell off. Things happened. Things are happening, Marrow pointed out, and before Delta could ask what she meant, the entire room shook and Marrow's staff began to creak. The girl didn't seem to bother with her power was literally strangling itself, her domain on the verge of losing. Marrow reached over and without any word let Alpha's soul free. Hero squawking as he fell. "I don't care for them, but they were never going to die," Marrow said with a smile. What is wrong with you? Delta asked, standing as her manner began to leak into the room. I miss my family, and, I'm so tired, Marrow said simply as she stood. But the wait is over. Come on, show me what Delta is. I want to see the essence of decay. I want to see life growing from stagnation. Let me see the corruptor, Marrow said eagerly, and Delta didn't hold back. She crashed into Marrow like a tsunami. The inside of Marrow's soul was caked in death. But in the center of it all was a quiet girl sitting in a turned-out minecart, reading a book by a candle in a tunnel. The girl looked up, but from the crack behind her poured light. We never needed to make our stars, the unfamiliar girl said with a more awkward voice. They were here all along, she finished, and everything changed. Maestro didn't have 4 siblings. Every new symphony of the nightmare Delta had spawned was like adding an instrument to his arsenal. One of them had far more spiders than piggles, let it scuttle across the ceiling. Another seemed to be made more of mushrooms, squishing as it flowed forward, sucking skeletons under its mass. They sort of stood out in the place. Marrow's castle was a long, gothic, high-vaulted hallway that had gloom and doom as its fashioned center. Tacky, but Maestro never let a dive bar's appearance stop him from giving his all in a performance. His current performance was a rather rowdy creature that tore chunks of the main body he had. The symphonies oozed and morphed together, pulling apart just as easily to deal with back attacks. The Dragon Hydra, the thing that was a little like a symphony. Anytime Maestro did damage, like crushing its ribs or snapping a spine, nearby zombies and skeletons would abruptly collapse into dust, feeding into the mess. Bone uncracked, spines unsnapped, skulls uncrushed, and lots of other little nasty details. Like it now had skeletons as tongues, and little pests wielding blades, stabbing every time the dragon bit into Maestro's bodies. Maestro was stronger, but this thing was prolonging the fight that Maestro couldn't afford to have lost longer. The arm bone is, Maestro began humming before he ripped one of the dragon's fearsome claws right out of its shoulder joint. Not connected to the shoulder, he said, grunting as some foul acid it sprayed from its fangs ate into the fair number of spiders. Instead of marrow in its many white bones, it was acid. Maestro just loved that development. Still, nothing a little makeup and star glam wouldn't fix before the next show. He lifted his entire mass, touching the ceiling before he tried to crash over the dragon entirely, letting his pickle horde eat it down to nothing. A pickle got through the bone and acid sprayed, eating holes in Maestro's backup dancers. The dragon used unbalanced weight of Maestro, his side now having spread acid burns to make him fall to the side and into a wall. To Maestro's surprise, the wall crumbled to reveal an open space beyond. For a moment, Maestro almost thought that he was outside in a subpar sun compared to Mother's second floor. It was a large, circular throne room that had scorched circle in the middle. 2 broken and sad-looking thrones sat side by side, patched together with novice hands. It looked like a set from a play almost, lifted up and transplanted into an alien environment where it clearly did not belong. It stank of old blood and something like rotten potatoes. They crashed through the white marble pillar. The stone shattered across the space. Combined, Maestro had a sheer mass, but the thing was fighting a foe made of what was essentially building blocks The dragon broke down, becoming a snake-like coil around the pillar, its head snarling. "Number 34, you Philistine idiot! Never turn into a snake!" Maestro thundered. The thing lunged, squeezing so hard that Maestro was cut in half. But the 2 halves merely returned the favor by pulling the dragon snake hydra from each end, snapping it in 2. They toppled into a burnt-out circle, spraying bone chips, acid, mushroom, and decay. At the top circle, closest to the thrones, a symbol began to glow, burning through the years of filth and dust. Marrow's seed was like a mutant strawberry. It had 4 bulging tumor-like secondary seeds grafted onto a singular small seed. The tiny, torn, and ragged from keeping the other seeds from falling away. But to say Marrow's seed was small, that was the highest of lies. The thing towered over her with its mutant hearts beating out of sync. When a seed is taken by a monster, life also ends. The seed is taken, purified, and added to that monster's power. This is why monsters evolve, mutate, and are a threat. They are artificial hunters of seeds. Marrow's voice came from around Delta. She was in the ground. She was in the falling gentle rain. She was in the dozens of bone-shaped grave markers. This world was Marrow. When a seed is taken by an outsider, what are called gods, the seed is added to their power, allowing them greater strength in this once free universe. Seeds act as relays. If a god is strong enough to be summoned, they don't need our seeds. Not really, but having them lets them influence more. The girl went on as Delta walked towards the seeds, intent on finishing this. When a seed is taken by a dungeon, Marrow's voice said, and a ghostly image fell into line with Delta, as if it were taking a stroll together. The seed is converted, stripped of the lost sibling's power, and infused with brother or sister's strength. Like hermit crabs, one would say. Marrow said casually. Delta spun, finger pointing. "Stop it! You're being creepy and weird, and I don't trust a single thing you have to say or do," Delta warned. Marrow blinked once and kept walking. "No one is asking you for your trust, Delta. Quite the opposite," she said, brushing down her dress. The girl looked different inside. Her face different, her voice rougher. This was what Marrow saw herself as, not the pretty and skeleton girl outside. "Delta, look at my clumsy efforts. Look at my seed," Marrow insisted. Delta did, not liking how when all the seeds compressed to an extent, there would almost be a rough sphere. A seed planted in the ground to grow and provide life to the world around. Our seeds were meant to be a testament to our growth. The seed they turned you into was meant to serve them. Your ability to assimilate and take in seeds is what makes a core a core, the girl said and sat down abruptly. When you absorbed the strong seed utterly, it allowed you to grow and develop, reclaiming parts of yourself. You reclaimed the strong sudden burst of humanity, and that was dangerous to the sister. She made you resistant to that. You could remember more if you had been allowed to experience the seeds as they were, she said flatly. Delta was quiet for a moment. People are the original dungeons. If they killed one another or defeated factions of the sibling, their seed would grow, and so did their power, Marrow said, and Delta looked down before she pushed Marrow backwards, making her little legs fly up. "I get it. You can spin it as Sis and Bro are refusing to let me and the others remember or go home because they need us. But Marrow, I already kind of knew that. I like them, but they're kind of idiots when it comes to details," Delta said dryly. Marrow flailed before she sat up, incredulous. "Brother thought the key to fixing people was to release monsters. Monsters!" Delta waved her hands erratically. "Sis has poked holes in reality to let in things with too many hands or tentacles, and she didn't put any rules in place. She just opened her front door to the hoodlums and sat in her kitchen to play Sims," she went on, pacing now. "They try to make a god without ever asking if they should, and they're still paying for that. But at least they're trying. Sis is so, socially adept that she thought sending flat deadline messages and informing us of how I might die every 2 seconds was, helping. My new brother, who you kidnapped by the way, is traumatized into being unable to eat without a prompt request. He needs therapy, and the closest thing I have to a therapist is Farah. She's a bartender," Delta yelled, the world around them shaking violently. Delta bent down and grabbed Marrow by her pretty little collar. "I'm infested with mushrooms. Every time I try and make something cute, it's horrible. Every time I want it to be horrible, it's cute. And now I have someone who I guess had a crappy life due to their actions and is now at my door being a pain in my rear. You want law bombs, Maharia?" Delta asked as the girl seemed to shrink away from Delta as she was too bright. "I'm doing the best I can, and your great enemies. They're a bunch of kids who didn't even know how to ask someone for help. All they had was each other, and now they can barely have that. Your war It's a playground scrap on a deity level. I'm so goddamn tired of it, Delta said, dropping the girl. They took you, ripped you from your world. Marrow tried, and Delta held up a finger. Shush, she warned. But they, Delta cut her off. The seeds zip. The nix, Delta said, and Marrow finally went quiet, mostly out of sheer frustration. Delta rolled her neck, feeling rather good at being able to make an unruly child sit down and take notes. Almost natural. Now, I beat you. I take your seed. You overthrow me with humanity using 5 people at once that are soaked for 100 years or so in power, and I go nuts when I get my traumatic flashback, turning on my friends and the siblings. Sound about right? Delta said aloud. Marrow just glared. Delta bent down, and the world was turning orange, but not directly touching the seeds. You shouldn't have let me in here, Marrow. It's pretty personal, she said brightly. Now, you said 5 little birds, and you didn't answer how you knew about dear little Alice in Wonderland, Delta reminded her. Devour me or kill me, in the charade of humanity, Marrow glowered, more commanding than asking. Delta sighed, as if Marrow had pushed her too far. She began to send her mana into the soul, looking for parts of what was still spongy. Marrow began to twitch slightly, eyes widening. Tell, Delta repeated, and Marrow squirmed. Get your peasant fingers out of there, she warned, reverting to a much less controlled personality than before. Delta wiggled the spots, and Marrow seized up, choking before she snorted, twitching on the ground, going red. Tickling was not how she wanted to defeat the evil lich girl, but soul tickling, that was far worse. But as she distracted Marrow, she was slowly cutting away her seed tumors. 2 of them were deeply wrong, sprouting parasitic limbs to try and snare Delta. Delta crushed them without even looking, their black forms turning bushy and orange. The essence inside was freed. Delta didn't absorb them yet. No, she had a better plan, and as such, she searched for Maestro. Maestro had kept her updated on his progress, including what looked like the exact same godly summoning circle found in the book that she had read. Revenge is best served to someone who actually deserves it, Delta said as she sent the infected seeds off, mostly converted into a godly source. How Marrow had kept them in line all these years was insane. The circle was almost ready now, and with the seeds, the dragon hydra was collapsing from lack of Marrow's mana. The seeds weren't exactly someone Delta could just make physical, but the fun thing about rituals was that they could be symbolic and metaphysical in what they accepted. Maestro focused, glowing power flowing into the circle, the infected seeds. You know what is neat, Marrow? Delta said conversationally, as the girl wheezed in exhaustion from her torture. When you open a door that seems too heavy to close, you only need to do it an inch at a time, Delta said as the circle began to blaze with power, absorbing enough mana left in Marrow's dungeons to do its purpose. And with these offerings, I want nothing. In fact, I want to give these back to the realm of the gods, absolutely free, Delta commanded as she pointed forward, grinning wide. The ritual circle exploded as energy shot up through the ground. Holly trembled as she felt that power flare once more. Her soul, scared and scarred, still ached every day, but now it burned before it turned slightly smoothing. A beam of orange light shot skywards, a star blazing in the twilight. It went for an old star rather than a new one, baiting it for a moment. The star did something she had never seen before. The slightest edge of it became eclipsed, as if some moon were moving over its light. Holly bent over as something else happened. She looked down, sweating as, one of her fingers abruptly turned wooden, a sheen of blackthorn wood. Holly stared, and then smiled. The world tree and its hearts rippled, and some of its upper leaves abruptly wilting as the energy seemed to restrict itself. Yig felt the most distant roots wither and sent a command to Beta. He needed her to set up more fear. His story had to grow quicker. The girl, mostly immune to his infection, was quite open to more honest manipulation, pride, and fear. After all, Yig could only grow solid in this world even as his door closed. The story of the monstrous dragon and the tree it feared. He would root himself in this world, one way or another. End of chapter. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed, and if you do, please consider supporting the author, even by popping over and leaving a thumbs up or a nice comment, just to show your appreciation for the story. However, if you wish to support this channel, there are links down below which will help immensely. I will see you all in the next one, and until then, I hope that you have a fantastic day. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest video. There is no epic lucha, only puns, taken from the website Royal Road. The link to the story will be down below. If you wish to support the author, please head over there and give them support. If you wish to support the channel, there are numerous ways to do so down below. There is Discord, merch, Patreon, bunch of other stuff too. So have a look in the description, you might be surprised. Anyways, now on to the fiction. As always, I hope that you enjoy. I would just like to thank the following Tier 5 patrons and channel members for supporting the channel. Fallen Angel, Buzz Kennington, Data Magnet, and Bob the Dragon. Thank you again. And now, on to the story. Chapter 136. Ducks of a feather pun together. Delta wasn't exactly sure what she did, but she felt it wasn't the worst option of the lot. Ignorance of being children doesn't excuse them. They made monsters, they invited outsider gods, they made dungeons. The sister and brother have caused untold amounts of destruction to everyone, Maharia said with a snarl. Her soul space, where her seed resided, was twisting, reading from the removal of the 2 dark seeds from her main cluster. Delta nodded as she eyed the damage. She was a little rougher than she meant to be, but Maharia was a big necromancer lich girl and could handle a little pain. Sure, but what you chalk up to malice is actually just incompetence. People trying to make things right aren't the enemy. I'm gonna ask, what do you think will happen if the little brother returns? Delta crouched down. Maharia slowly rose to her knees, smoothing her dress with a stiff expression of some princess. Well, she was a princess, but Delta wasn't too impressed. She had Lord Bushy in her walls, and he oozed elegance. Delta, you don't really get it, do you? Maharia said with a small smile, and the sudden tone shift threw Delta for a moment. Maharia's smile fell away, and Delta had a sense of something being wrong. Not a danger to her, but something occurring within Maharia. Sorry, big sis, but I want to go to sleep with Son, my best friend. He's the purest form of the future, and he has lived by his word. Perhaps you were told the little siblings actually was. Did you get told he emerged with teeth and claws, trying to devour all? Oh, sad that you listened to the first line of propaganda and didn't ask more, Maharia said with a sigh. Delta crossed her arms, scowling. Yeah, but if I ask the question you want me to, you'll just go, ooh, spooky one-liner, and vanish, she accused. Maharia's mouth fell open before her cheeks flushed. That's beside the point, she said, waving her hand in an annoyed manner. I'll make you a deal, Delta offered abruptly, thinking of a potential solution. Maharia thought about it. A deal with a monster who kidnapped your friends and has a horde of minimal-wage workers developing dark science, she asked slyly. Delta tilted her head as they slowly returned to the real world, sitting back in Maharia's throne room. You can still pay your workers after being down here for so long? She asked incredulously. Maharia raised a brow. It's easy when you pay in compliments and days off, she said easily. How about you send the 2 of your crazy siblings off to your leader, and I keep you as a devil's advocate. You can try and corrupt me, and I can pull secrets from you like a hairball from a crocodile's throat, Delta offered bluntly. The throne was silent, aside from the stomping of Delta's giant mound of cute critters. "Why?" The question was said without any hostility or malice. Honestly, Delta did sort of need someone who wasn't jacked into the system or created by it to be able to offer her some answers. If the system put Maharia on lockdown or removed her memories, then Delta had a good idea that something was up. Also, the first act of taking down an unknown enemy was to make them known. Maharia was high up on the totem pole of their group. "I already planned to make you absorb me, but there's little point if it's just by seed," Maharia muttered, but then shrugged helplessly. "I accept, only because I am confident you'll see the truth soon enough, without any prompting on my end," she said, and looked away. "Let me just say goodbye to my siblings," she asked, and closed her eyes. Delta guessed that she could be activating some trap or sending some last minute to a leader, but at the end, it didn't matter. Delta would take them in, and one by one. The only one getting no mercy was the one who did the unspeakable acts on Remy's family. Moments later, two dark glowing lights exited Maharia's chest. The mere sight of them made her almost dungeon out. It took every inch of her control for Delta to not reach for the seeds and cleanse them. But she managed it by pretending that they had poppy ears and big eyes. Also, those little thin tails that puppies and kittens had. What if there was some mix of puppy and kitten, a puppin or a kippy? "Oh, and a hearty go to hell, you two," Maharia scowled as the siege shut off. "Family issue?" Delta asked innocently, her manner surrounding the room, checking for any traps or incoming danger. She was confident, but being careful also didn't hurt. "Imagine sharing a room with your two siblings, but 10 times more intimate, and then doing that for 100 years with no sleep. You develop some hostility too, if they were stark raving mad," Maharia said defensively. "I don't remember, my brother. My memories are either scattered around the abyss, locked up in the system folder, or coming back slowly," Delta said bluntly. "Maybe you should ask them for it," Maharia said casually. "Starting this corruption thing a little blatantly, aren't you?" Delta asked as she stood up, her orange avatar making the throne room glow. "Subtlety is for those who have need of it. I'm rather exposed as the enemy at this point," Maharia said with a smile, sipping her tea. Delta guessed she had a point. "I guess welcome to the dungeon," Delta said, drawing her mana into the room. Maharia eyed the rising orange tide, turning nervous. "Why is your mana chanting?" she asked suddenly. Delta listened, but didn't hear anything. "Maybe you have a ringing noise in your ears," Delta suggested. Maharia leaned forward, and the illusion of flesh melted away, revealing the dark skull of her head. "I don't have ears," she said before pointing at Delta's manor again. "They're chanting war crimes," was all she said before she was smothered in the orange tide. Maharia's attempts to sow chaos in Delta were mostly just confusing her at this point. Chanting mana? For real? The room began to shine as Maharia was broken down to a seed. Delta's ocean was a churning on the surface, but once Maharia broke past that, she saw how, calm it was underneath. Maharia knew that she was effectively really dead this time. Beings absorbed by a dungeon came back in appearance only. Contracted humans got the better deal, but in the end, Maharia wasn't sure if she'd be herself after all was said and done. What she saw, felt, experienced, it was all symbolic. Being broken down into mana meant what she was feeling couldn't be real, not entirely. But Maharia kept falling until she understood that she was falling upwards. After time passed, she found herself in a strange room. A central chair surrounded by screens that curved and a flat runic console, some of which had mushrooms growing out the sides. What do I call the adopted sibling of my nephew? A girl asked, bemused as she turned to the chair. Maharia blinked on her hands and knees as she felt so hard to stand here. You are the sister, Maharia said, gritting her teeth. It felt strange to have real muscle and real flesh again, even in the simulated spell sense. And you are Maharia of Tatog, announced the being that was so beyond Maharia's power, it was laughable. So, it is time for you to begin your interrogation. The turning of my mind to your cause, Maharia asked, and found it hard to keep her mind exactly on what sister looked like. A young girl with long hair and a white dress, but the details kept eluding her. It was like staring at the sun, ironically enough. Perhaps once I would have simply dissolved you for your blooming seed, breaking you down to stare at the pieces to find an answer lurking in your existence. Like taking a jigsaw apart to see what shape each piece is, the card admitted before she spun in her chair once, legs dangling. But I've learned a lot, just like you, Sister said easily. I have no idea what you mean, Maharia responded, managing to get on her knees despite the force nearby. Sister tilted her head and smiled. I'm gonna tell her. I just didn't want to drop it in the middle of a fight with you, since it'll be a bit of a, what would Delta call it? She mused, leaning back in her chair. A dick move, she said sagely. Maharia stared before she clucked her tongue. Then Delta will despise you, she declared, as the screens around the sister shifted. I think she might be angry, but I've learned a lot from her. I think it's better for her to be upset with me than to simply keep on doing what I've done without her knowledge. I think that's how people show they care, when the other person matters more than themselves. Sister said slowly, as she looked down as if she could see something. I've only ever felt something like that towards my brothers, she admitted, and that pissed Maharia off to no end. You mutilated and made your little brother fall into the abyss, she accused, and the sister was still for a long time, making Maharia feel a twinge of fear. Me did. I'm a terrible person, really, but, I think that since I can admit that, she looked at Maharia right in the eye. I'm maturing a little, she declared, and her form shifted ever so slightly. Her cheeks lost some of their roundness, her hair grew longer, and she seemed to stretch out. And as for your fate, the slightly older girl said, amused. Maharia felt calmer crawling up her back. Delta could feel the third floor shaking as her manner went berserk with work. Third floor was conquered. All excess rooms are being absorbed. Please stand by. Delta could only watch as everything beyond her garden of many doors was simply erased. More and more rooms were removed to feed her DP and mana in return. She didn't intend to keep any of Maharia's aesthetic, so this was fine by her. She sorted through her growing notifications until she found the one that she was after. Lovely. We have a psychotic little lichgill on our team. Pardon me while I break out the confetti. Nu was grumbling, but he seemed awfully keen on sticking by her side. Better to keep her where I can see her, Delta said distractedly as she read. Nu's text shifted to a tiny font to indicate that he was muttering under his breath. Maharia defeated, Maharia absorbed, special conditional existence due to dungeon desire, reforming. There was a flash of light and, slowly, in the air before Delta, Maharia reformed into a dungeon life form. What have you done? Maharia wheezed as she turned in place. Delta stared for a long moment. Well, I guess I'm a real dungeon now, she announced. Her small body was in a simplistic white dress with 4 crystal dragonfly wings on her back. Maharia now was only slightly bigger than a pygmy mushroom. Maharia had become a dungeon fairy. The girl looked up, and her face melted away to show a horrific visage of a demonic bone lich in the pretty dress. Neat. My fairy dual-classed into necromancy, Delta said brightly as Maharia took this all in and let out a screech so high that Delta almost conjured glass to see if it would break. Delta snapped her fingers in front of the fuming fairy. Hey, listen, she prodded, and there was silence in the dungeon. I name you Maharia, the super helpful and kind fairy guide, she said, and the screen over Maharia's head shifted to reflect the title. Maharia, super helpful and kind fairy guide, system tool, able to act and communicate for dungeon's needs, must act as a guide to those that enter the dungeon. A princess that turned into a lich, that turned into a cult leader, that turned into a cute little fairy. She despises everyone and everything, wishing to stab the system in the head with a rusty spoon. Her dust does not make you fly, but perhaps it'll do so with a future upgrade. I take it back. I prefer just to die, Maharia said with a hollow tone as she sat on the ground in the garden on the 3rd floor. That's just the first step of grief. Denial. You'll move on to... Delta began, and the fairy tried to latch onto her face, screaming about bloodlines and bovine ancestors. Anchor, Delta said evenly. There was a notification that stood out as yellow, and Delta focused on it, ignoring Maharia's ranting. I believe that we need to talk. May I meet with you when you're free? It was polite, but Sis never really asked for meetings, so it had to be important. Let me just check on Alpha and get him outside, she said easily, turning to the still sleeping boy that had her gargoyles around him, as per her order. Leaving Maharia to bask in her new existence, Delta bent down, whispering quietly. Every move she makes, every word she utters, she said, and knew flashed once. She won't be able to think a bad thought without me recording her. The words reassured Delta, because as much as she was sure this whole god war was a big sibling falling out gone extreme, Maharia was still dangerous. She didn't need magic or undead dragons to be a problem. Simply pissing off the right adventurer or making Delta appear as a problem would have the same effect, if not more. Delta cared about what her image was, to a degree. She worked hard to cultivate the idea that she could be reasoned with, and her goal was to flourish with Durance, not in spite of it. It was a gamble, to be perfectly honest, but Delta needed to know what the other side was thinking, how it operated, and how twisted any other members of this group were. Alpha blinked, slowly. Ow! Delta winced and silently shifted his soul 2 inches to the right, which aligned better. Upside of having a big sister like Delta, she could do stuff like this. You okay? Delta asked as Alpha sat slowly up, flexing his fingers. I got a lot of soul resistance skills, but I don't think it'll help if Maharia strikes again, he said, businesslike and firm, as if his loss of soul was more of a dreadful embarrassment than a traumatic incident. How about that? Delta said, one finger raised, trying to figure out the best way to broach the subject. How are you still alive? Maharia screamed as Jack shook her like a small child with a fish in a bag. Spite and smut, Jack screamed back. Alpha stared before turning back to Delta, hints of actual disbelief on his face. Maharia is effectively not an issue as far as things go, Delta said brightly. He frowned before nodding as if accepting this. I failed, he said almost out of the blue. What? At the game? Delta asked, head tilted. Alpha pursed his lips. That too, but no. I mean with dealing with Maharia. I was woefully underprepared, he explained as he stood up, looking around. Where's Hero? He asked, troubled as he searched for the golden bug. Resting, but you didn't fail, Al, Delta said earnestly as she patted his head. She didn't know why, but his head was quite patable. I only won because Maharia let me in as close as I needed to do so she could drive me crazy and turn me into a dungeon demon that would ravage the world, she explained, her tone calm. And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for your meddling, Maharia muttered as Jack brought her over, stuffed into a bottle. I think we should cook her, Jack said viciously. Delta shook her head but narrowed her eyes. And how do you keep making references that you shouldn't know about? She asked the creepy fairy girl. She merely smiled and returned, but Delta was already turning away. Right, don't have time for your dramatic foreshadowing. I've got a lunch date. Alpha, she turned to the younger man, who stared back, ready for instruction. Go outside and have some fun. Real sun is good for you, she insisted, making a shooing motion. Delta, Maharia said before she could leave, looking back. Delta gave her a look of boredom. I can't wait to see your face when you return, Maharia cackled, and Jack dunked her into the nearby pot. Inside, the bubbling crime against life. Troll soup muffled her speech. Jack raised the bottle, and Maharia was flailing and looking sick despite having no organs. Delta would rescue her when she returned, so Maharia could look at her face. It was what the little fairy wanted after all. Going to where Sis was involved a lot of mind skills. It was sort of being able to pretend the space directly behind her body didn't exist, but instead, her world was a construction of carefully put together powers. Delta slipped into a dungeon mode, seeing all the walls and monsters all become see-through, their power and meaning flowing inside of them, drawing in from the very air the mana they needed to keep surviving. Then it was a matter of falling backwards, and she was somewhere else. Sis sat surrounded by her monitors, and she looked different than the last time they met. Delta couldn't quite put her finger on it exactly, but she looked older. Delta, she said with such affection that Delta had an urge to turn and smile. She was pure in that way. But that same purity let her do some pretty nasty things with the same earnest attitude. Like with what she did with Alpha in the beginning and this war. We need to talk, Delta said simply. Sis nodded and closed her eyes. I think it's best that we involve who we can, she announced. That sounded both interesting and ominous. If I am the sun and brother is the land, then we cannot casually meet without causing an issue. However, a long time ago, Brother and I devised a meeting ground that we could use at times, she explained as she stood off to the chair. Like in a Starbucks or some cool Stonehenge or, Delta began to list, and Sis smiled as the room began to glow. Waddles opened his eyes. The ground shook through the underwater tunnel. He was moving before he was even fully awake. As he emerged on the outside, he saw the lake was completely dried. The water was suspended in the air, floating as if gravity had lost all meaning. This ended up revealing a deep carved lines all along the lake bed that looped around in sweeping curls. Slowly, from the earth, raw power coursed through the lines, traveling to the shrine island in the middle where it pulled. Then the land went dark as Waddles looked up. The sun went dark at the same time the shrine exploded with a large pillar of mana, raw power that shot into the sky. The color was a dark amber. Waddles swallowed it to see why the sun had gone dark. From the sun as well, a pillar of mana was exploding down to the land. But both beams, almost at the same time, clashed in the middle, met the same object at the same time. The moon began to glow a deep green that was tinged with orange. From the lands, the forest, and the very earth, monsters began to rage, coming alive as if the eclipse over this part of the land was a signal to raise hell. Waddles would not let a single one pass into his domain, nor his handmaiden side rooms. Or like a cute tea house, or maybe a... Delta trailed off as she seemed to have been teleported by Sis to a strange, flat surface, pockmarked occasionally by odd craters. A tea house would be cute, but brother won't let me decorate. But regardless, welcome, Delta, to the moon, she introduced. Delta stared as the other side of the far field, the form of the demonic brother appeared. He appeared to be walking the line between the front and the dark sides of the moon. Delta slowly looked out at the dark side. It was completely flat and unremarkable, as if someone had stopped making it halfway through. Why, is the moon flat on the back? Delta asked faintly. Well, no one ever sees the other side, so why make it special? Sis said easily. I wanted to put a moon dragon here, but Sis said it would ruin the scenery. Brother sniffed as he approached, his yellowish eyes still slit-like. I wanted to try making a race of moondogs, Sis said, and brother eyed her. You're taller, he accused, and Sis smiled serenely. Am I? I hadn't noticed, she said, brushing her hair back with a clear pride. Delta coughed to remind them that she existed. They both eyed her. Right, 1 sec, brother said, and snapped his fingers. Alpha appeared, ghostly and surprised by their side. He took one look at Bro and Sis and began to hyperventilate. Is he still traumatized? Delta, you had him for a whole day. How have you not made him any better yet? Brother asked, surprised. He lost his soul and was a plaything for a lich before I saved him. It's gonna take time. People take time, Delta stressed. Brother blinked slowly. Like, 3 days or something? He asked, and Delta knew without a doubt that he was legitimately serious. He'll be better when he's better, Delta said finally, still having to suppress her urge to cower before the being. It was hard to forget things like his face when he took her name. Why are we here? Alpha asked finally. Sis went up to him and hugged him. To make the wrongs right, she admitted. Brother and sister shared a look before they looked down at the massive, oddly shaped rectangle. It was mostly a rough, flat plain, but occasionally new land or seas seemed to be growing out of the edges, slowly but surely curving in on itself. And the others, Beta and Gamma, also whoever the fifth is that Maharia mentioned, Delta asked quietly. Beta is refusing us full blank and working with that jerk of a tree, Brother said flatly. Gamma is, how would I say it? Sis trailed off. Funny, but dangerous to both of you in a different ways, Brother said casually. The fifth that Maharia of Tatar mentioned is not part of what you all are. Not truly. The fifth was actually the first. Little brother was the first. I shaped him, and brother gave him a soul. We could not create what we did not know, Sis said with sadness as she looked at the stars above, blinking. We did it so wrong. A soul like that, like yours, was not meant to be in such a state of body. They went mad, or perhaps they were simply mad at us, she carried on. The reason why people get knowledgeable, or perhaps even attuned to your old world, is because in every seed is the memory, the essence of the first soul. Every human and half-human down there carries memories of your world locked deep within them, Brother announced, hands spread as if he's capturing the image of the world in his hands. A soul like us, Alpha whispered, hands to his chest. When a seed falls to another, the seed moves on or carries down the bloodline. The seed merged far more completely than what the lich chick did with her family. A single seed, a single person. You repeat that every generation, and every time the seed becomes more complete, Ro went on, turning to Delta. But what happens when someone's seed is too strong? What if they get their memories back? Delta asked, feeling dread inside her. Sis looked at her. Durance happens, she said simply. The cult got real close, but honestly, they can't really do what they need on their own. They need people, strong people. So they caused a little havoc, and boom! Heroes and anti-heroes show up to wage an epic war. But the catch is, the loot. It ain't so good. People remembered, and the collection of seeds began to rise. The memories of that name, the true name of the little brother, made them understand that when they'll lose against the silence, they would become the silence. Bro explained as he sat on the ground and got comfortable. No, I don't understand, objected Alpha. How could memories make you into a cult or change you? He demanded, distressed. Brother closed his eyes, apparently getting ready for a nap. You want to know? Asked Delta. Every single one of our monsters has the exact same thing going on. Or did you not notice that? He asked her, amused. Not the insane or seedy part, but by sharing your memories with them, they understand you. Your emotions are tied to certain memories or reference or joke. They flow through that, and subconsciously or not, they feel closer to you. Wyam, your second-floor boss, resists this well, and even sees it as a threat that she isn't sure she can resist. Sister explained, and Delta couldn't speak. The race of humanity is all one big dungeon species that took the death of our sibling to make, Ro added, voice much quieter. Delta felt ill. She felt, for the first time in a long time, scared of what she was. Alpha, who would build bonds with people. Beta, who would rally monsters created by their magic. Delta, who would repurpose their gifts. And Gamma, who would take them by conquest. In the beginning, that was the plan. You'd help each other train to fight the silenced, whilst also taking their seeds to slow down the Great Remembrance. Brother sighed, then shot Delta a grin. To be fair, you can't really say that you have a cult when half of your monsters argue with you and the others question you. It's more a close-knit family that may go crazy. You may also spread your memories like a fungus on perfectly good fields, but you also pass on more, he pointed out. In fact, you pass on the most important thing of all, Sister said to her as she smiled. Delta slowly looked at them, the weight in her chest heavy. You taught them that it's okay to question life. It's okay to be wrong. And, more importantly, she leaned in, arms around Delta. You taught them that it's okay to laugh at themselves. It's okay to have their own feelings. Sis finished, and Delta was about to make a nice reply when she noticed something. Brother had zoomed in the air in front of him to focus on the village near the drained lake. It looked like dozens of ant-sized dots were converging on the village in the round shadow of the moon. Where is that unlucky place? Delta asked as she pulled Alpha into a hug. Durance, Brother said easily. Delta nodded for a moment before she paused. Look, Alpha's body is on the ground, Brother announced as he zoomed in further to show Alpha's physical form passed out in her dungeon. The monsters just ran past, unbothered by him. Where are they going? Delta asked, and Sister blinked. To get seeds. Durance isn't very active, so the monsters shouldn't be able to sense too much, Sister promised easily. There are 2 royal knights in town, Alpha said, muffled by Delta's tight grip. The sibling shared a look. Well, this could be a bit awkward, but, I think it'll be all right, Brother said as he waved a hand. Delta was going to ask how when something odd occurred. Far off, a large town that had a golden color around it drew her attention. Near the field, an unnoticeable being that was near the city turned its attention to the town, and all the monsters abruptly just stopped. Complete and utter lack of motion. The force grew to such an extent that it was visible from the moon for a brief moment, then it was gone with a thunderous poi. What was that? Delta asked, stunned. Dan Mulkus, or Mule, as he likes to be called. He's a big fan, Brother said easily. Delta didn't want any fans that did that. Delta just wanted to be a peaceful dungeon, doing dungeon things. Why was she still in the damn moon having a date with gods as some dungeon thing scared monsters emerging from an eclipse? She didn't need any more surprises. In the abyss, past the dark sea of turbulent souls and oblivion, the demon world could be found. The untamed lands, unseen by the dukes or their king, a bright orange mushroom formed in the forest. Then another formed, then another. Eventually 7 cheerful mushrooms swarmed in a perfect ring in the middle of nowhere. A moment later, when nothing happened, the mushrooms began to slowly wiggle back and forward, harmonizing slowly. The tempo increased faster and faster until the mushrooms were a blur of red noise. Then a single note was hit, and the space in the middle of the circle began to rip open. Orange mana exploded upwards like a geyser of bubbling foam. Then it slowly settled until the circle was a rippling orange liquid that seemed to occasionally shift. The mushrooms pondered this and then began to dance in different patterns, causing the liquid to slowly shift as if they were tuning a TV station. Then it finally found what it was seeking. Waddles emerged a moment later, his body rotating as if he simply spun himself underwater. It was surprising to be home, but he might as well report to his father while he was here. Then he could get back to sleeping. He flapped his wings and took off, heading to the Lake of Wrath. He would find the Duke of Wrath there, presiding over all the dark drakes. Waddles now might have a solution for the problems of the demon world was going through. Well, not him, but Delta. She was useful like that. Waddles supposed if he was with Delta right now, she would have called his father the Duck of Wrath. Waddles wouldn't say it, but he would think it hard had his father been her honor. Waddles was good like that. End of chapter. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed, and if you do, please consider supporting the author, even by popping over and leaving a thumbs up or a nice comment, just to show your appreciation for the story. However, if you wish to support this channel, there are links down below which will help immensely. I will see you all in the next one, and until then, I hope that you have a fantastic day. Cheers. A quick thank you to the T5 peeps: Bob the Dragon, Data Magnet, Cat Crab Lobster, Duck Machine, Try Again 95, Astray the Dreamer, Mezic, Budic Joel, German Chemist, Casper Arnholtz, and Chaos to Mist. Thank you very much. Chapter 137. The boss dropped drama as a reward. Wait. Delta blinked as she turned to her dungeon. The meeting of the siblings over, ending with the eclipse. No wonder they don't meet up casually. They're walking disasters. She waved her hands in the air. Fun, Maharia's voice came. Delta turned to scowl at her but paused. Maharia was still in the garden, but she was in some sort of pyre built up by Jack's smut books, and the kobold danced around her, torch in hand. Tepep, almighty reader of trash, take this vile wench into your arms, Jack hollered, sounding tribalistic. Jack, don't start fires in the garden, Delta said finally, causing him to stop. She deserves this far more, he stated without any shame. Maybe Pip doesn't want Maharia. Aren't you being rude by pushing her onto someone else? Delta tried as she moved closer. I know, I can leave her bound by wine, he said, and took off with Maharia in his hands. Delta, I demand mercy, Maharia screeched before she vanished through the door, followed by Jack's mad cackle. Delta thought about what she did to Alpha. Mercy will take 30 to 45 minutes depending on delivery time. Please, be patient, she said limply before smiling. She might actually murder us all if you keep pushing her. Spite is a powerful motivator. New appeared and Delta gave him a long look. Well, you'd know, but I have news. Delta turned to her friend as New pondered her comment. The demon sibling that lives inside all humans and is the enemy sort is maybe also from Earth, and maybe someone I know or potentially someone whose memory causes people to turn evil, she explained. New was blank for a moment. Oh, and also, I may be causing my own cult to rise up as I do the exact same thing with my monsters, meaning that I could also be an eldritch goddess if I snap, Delta added ever so carefully. You vex me. In mind, soul, and body. Delta gave him a curious look. You admit to having a soul? She asked, amused, and New turned away, avoiding her gaze. No. He vanished, and Delta was left alone as she blinked. He was acting odd. She turned to chase him down and ask him if he was all right, but all at once she was surrounded by a dozen screens, alerting her to a dozen or more things at once. Not all at once, she yelled over the pinging, and the screens began to inch to a rough, orderly line that stretched far distance back. My God, I work at the DMV, Delta muttered as the first one stepped up. How many of these are, important? I definitely need to know level of importance, she asked the line. About 10 more screens popped into existence, getting into line. I should have let Maharia turn me crazy, Delta groaned as she sat down on the rock and got to work. The three of them went to Mila's house. The mother of Rudy looked pained as she leaned on the table. Some memories came back, Haldy announced almost too casually. Pick chewed the spare fork Mila had laying about. Mila didn't have the energy to turn him off. She was too busy trying not to weep at the memories of the beginning. Damn, Durrance, damn that man, damn him and his stupid heroic attitude. Why? The mana didn't rise, so why did they return? Pick asked around a mouth full of prongs. One fell. One of those silence beasts fell. Mila turned, face calm. Her eyes were flaring, however. Then, the dungeon is winning? Pick asked hopefully, and Mila snorted before she brought out one of her many bottles of expensive and sometimes illegal booze. She brought 4 glasses down and the containers clinking. She poured the drink into each, and the unsaid toast to her fallen friend loud in their hearts. So, if we can remember a little more, does that mean that the incident is less likely to make us go mad? Haldy asked after a moment, his nose wrinkling at the drink, eyeing the label of the bottle, which boasted an 80% dragon blood and a coconut. It was called Fiery Paradise. It was more like hot crap, but he drank it because it was actually strong enough to make him feel it. Yeah, but it doesn't change anything. It just means instead of going insane and killing everyone we love on the first floor, we'll go stab happy on the second. This fight isn't over by a long shot, Mila said, and Pick sighed. I felt it when I went for my grandson. It was still there, almost. That anger, that hate. Like a poison in the wound, Pick muttered, nursing his own drink and almost chewing the glass before he remembered it wasn't his glass to chew. Haldy and Mila knew exactly what he meant. The mana line was deadened and our families grew up with starved seeds. Even if it cost us everything they made ourselves, their seeds are malnourished and almost useless to the enemy, Mila said, forcing herself not to think too hard about the issue. Her power was a hair trigger from exploding if she allowed her seed to drown her in memories not her own. This was the curse of power. Some went and bound themselves to the king, using his power from the dungeon to drain the rising corruption of their seeds, but not the folks of Durrance. Even without the corruption of the seeds, bowing to a sad, pathetic man on a throne to save themselves would never be an option. Haldy raised his glass. To Delta. Sorry for the trouble, but, keep at it, he toasted, and the other two followed suit. You have defeated one of the major threats against the world, a misguided, as it turned out to be. Maharia has been defeated and employed. All additional third-floor space shall be broken down due to size limitations. Maharia's throne room will be made into a boss room. Delta could feel the grinding of the floor, the breaking of a lot of stuff, had generally a growing headache at the information she was trying to pass while reading. Her third floor was going to end up actually not being that big, to be honest. The entrance to the map room, which had a sideways passage to the library and troll den. Onwards to the feast hall that was connected to the Jeb's side kitchen. Both of them led onwards to the main feature of the third room, the round garden. Delta manually counted the paths. She had a demon smith, the mad lab that used to be hole that was now developing into a heckling damn second mushroom grove of exploding lava mushrooms, a blank wall where the zoo used to be, and a semi-dorm room that was culled by her gargoyles during her fight with Maharia. The boss room was the final door. Delta had to think of it as a sort of compass on a map. The boss room was exactly due north, the lab was northeast, and the zoo was to the east. The cursed mushroom tunnel was southeast, and the feast hall was south. A door leading back to Jeb's kitchen was southwest, and the demon smithy was due west, and the old dorms were northwest. There was also the fact that she had hidden mana well in her garden that did things to people. Terrible and wonderful things. Due to defeating the threat and absorbing her things, you have gained max mana. Excess mana sent back to the rest of the dungeon to restore functionality. And 800 DP, due to abrupt shifting in dungeon and concern for Delta stress. The fourth floor, 400 DP, is locked for 3 days to allow adjustment and self-care. I could really use a foot massage and having my nails painted, Delta agreed. It was sort of a relief not to have to instantly worry about a new floor. She hadn't even made the proper boss with this floor. Still, when she had a moment, she'd make some den or place for Maharia to roost in. Delta could even make her some old things from her home to make the girl feel, better. Maharia was an issue, and Delta honestly didn't know how to handle her exactly. Notable items absorbed included set of dragon remains, advanced marble material, black and white variants, expensive paintings and frames, images easily painted upon creation, detailed lich-infused bones, one tea set made of rare diamond and tea leaves of pure magical essence, a closet full of carefully maintained dresses, one throne, click to expand. Delta saw that each item produced an almost staggering amount of follow-up notifications of potential upgrades, mixtures, unlockable suggestions, monster creations, and on it went. How long is it going to take me to get through all of this? She asked with dismay. You eyed it all and then reported to her a moment later. 6 hours and roughly 20 minutes if you work non-stop. No, Delta announced, crossing her arms, the act of sitting down and going through tons of repetitive work, looking over details she couldn't grasp or understand while trying to give them value in return, shook something inside of her. A recoil of horror, like this was a fiend that she'd tackled before. A single moment and she was elsewhere, a desk with rows of shadowy people before her. They all looked out of focus for a moment, except one that seemed near the back, gazing out the window. She cleared her throat, and in the stream, pay attention, your homework score, which was just as disappointing as the others. You'll all stay behind an hour before the trip to complete additional work to ensure you qualify for the trip. She instructed, and knew that she didn't have to offer this. It would even mean driving them to the damn camp itself. Babe, stop glaring at me. You know you'd rather go than stay here for a week, Delta reminded, and the girls scoffed, but didn't argue. The last two looked up, expecting her to call on her next. Come, stop poking people with your ruler before I take it away. She warned, and the boy grinned at her, and started building a sword out of bends that he could slot together. She really needed to clean out his damn desk. Okie dokie, Misty, he yelled back, unbothered. Sighing, she turned to the last student. At the desk was a pile of snorting mouths, teeth, claws, and insane bloated eyes that shot forward and swallowed her with a primal scream. Delta snapped back, physically toppling over as she laid there, shaking. New carefully picked her up with his formed hands. His ability to morph his shape continued to grow each day, despite his stubbornness on remaining a screen. They're trying to honor their word, it seems. Sister and brother are unchaining your memories, despite the trouble that they may cause, he said with a touch concern. Delta touched her head, feeling her head throbbing. If, I remember what happened. I think little brother is involved. I think I knew him, she muttered, and there was a slight pause before she thought something unpleasant. If she was around when brother and sister took little brother to be their family, did that mean that she and the others were simply dragged along and, kept in stasis as the world formed? Or did brother intentionally fish them out due to their connection with little brother? She tried to think hard about what happened, and something odd began to happen. She was abruptly at her core, feeling her head was splitting open. Her orange core, suspended between the two pillars, shone, but a thin crack went down the one side of her to match her pain. "Oh, that's no, unable to comply," she said softly, tilting her head. She looked at her hand. "I don't think that had any avatar state deployed function to display effect on me. So hopefully I can just use glue to fix myself," she mused. "Glue not found in archives. I have to make glue since no one's dropped it in spiderweb, honey combination. But glue can't be that hard," she shrugged. "Delta, what's wrong? You have a crack on your face." New appeared at her side. Delta blinked. "Oh, hey, New. Designated aid of core and friend. Error. Class for friend not found. I think I pushed it too hard, but, I'm okay. Core performance at 95 and dropping. Restoration in progress," she reported. "Delta, you are saying things without hearing yourself. What restoration? What damage?" New demanded, and Delta was getting a bit concerned about her friend as she floated forward. "New, you feeling okay?" she asked worriedly before she turned abruptly and began to go about her duties. "Admin access to core memories have caused a compile error. Core Delta is suffering backlash from memories that she was not ready for. System override was engaged from the highest authority. Why? Trust, reason, not logic. New companion, Delta system or repair inwards, please halt admin Delta from acting against innate code of let's not be a murder hobo dungeon." Delta began to rattle off, but she didn't think that she was saying anything too important. Did you develop a personality split in the 10 seconds I was gone?" the screen demanded. "Can't talk, New. Gotta make Super Dragon with 5 heads and spew liches instead of fire breath," she said distractedly. "Error, such a creation goes against the established desires. Admin Delta is faulty, rebooting irrational fear of spiders subroutine." The monotone emerged afterwards. Delta abruptly began to screech, but walked forward like she was walking in the park. He was shocked, utterly baffled. Then he became angry. Sis watched as her general control and consoles, now utterly decimated by mushrooms, all began to quiver. One part of the devoured divine instruments began to glow hot and blue, the mushrooms wilting away until something else emerged. A crystal tip from some blade arose, creating 4 features that become inhospitable to the mushrooms. Crystal and mushrooms, what incompatible beings! What a beautiful sight! Sis watched as the crystal spread out, uprooting any mushroom that were in its way. "Finally, I thought you'd never come, New," she giggled as she sipped her tea. Maharia wasn't going to drink it now, so, why not? The orange core flashed, and a crack seeding over, and the influx of mana as New physically dragged Delta back by the end of her ear between his 2 fingers. The healed portion was shimmering azure blue, creating a striking flawed core. Flawed, but not corrupt. Like a beautiful eye with an orange and blue lines intersecting to a green. "Hey," Maharia said slowly, eyeing the giant effeminate tree. Her form seemed able to freely move through the dungeon, unbound to any flaw. Delta was a fool to grant her this much freedom, but even then, Maharia knew that she was always watched. The tree, with a cold expression, eyed her. "If you ask to nest in my branches like a bird, I'll rip your wings off one by one and use you as a new lipstick," the tree said flatly. Oh, Maharia liked this one. So much by her. "Are you the wilt tree?" Maharia asked, hearing from the trolls that such a tree existed. The trolls were lovely and easy to manipulate. They talk about anything. The tree known as Wyan sneered at her. Are you the great fairy that touches pubescent teens to, power them up? She asked mockingly in return. Maharia snorted. I believe you'll find that she was hunted down and chopped up for pieces a while ago. No, I'm Delta's newest, employee, Maharia said with such an annoyance that it seemed to distract Wyan from being rude. Ah, the darling princess, yes. I heard you were spanked and sent to the naughty corner. Wyan smirked and fanned her branches out to the sea menigant. Don't, call me that, Maharia said darkly, and the tree drank in her anger like sunlight. Of course, Ivory Noble, Blank Baroness, Calcium Countess. Wyan listed and Maharia could leave, but she decided to power on through gritted teeth. I heard you ended up being a loser to the parasite my dear papa summoned. She fired back and Wyan's entire form froze. Not a single leaf twitched. Maharia moved easily to avoid the massive trunk-like fist thrown at her. She put a dainty finger on the wood as it moved past. Well, shall I call you Homeless Hathorn? Perhaps Pacific Palm? I can do this mean business too. Maharia warned as she weaved between the dozens of vines trying to spear through her. She was only dodging because her actual offense power was, Maharia couldn't actually harm anything. The only magic she possessed now was the glow-up or slight invisibility to humans. She bent backwards with a thought. She couldn't hurt people physically. Verbally was a whole other game. We can utter demons to each other, but I think that we can also discuss how to kill that sanctimonious, arrogant sack of flesh that killed my family and stole your tree, Maharia announced, and the vine stopped instantly from her face. Give me one word, and how exactly you're going to do that. Just one, Wyan said, voice as thin as a wire. Maharia smiled sweetly, her eyes dark. Delta. After a moment, the vines retreated. You had my irritation now. Wyan's face leaned in, sleek and flushed with sap. You have my attention. Maharia felt a single chill go down her spine, a slight reminder that she was still talking to a literal goddess, shattered and broken down as she was. The real danger wasn't outlasting Wyan's anger. No. Maharia knew that the real danger was to ensure that Wyan let her go in the end if she ever rose up again as a true goddess. A life on the run from the invader god was easy. An actual in-world god. Maharia was stupid and irrational at times, but even she feared what was to be the actual successor to the brother. The tree that would absorb the brother at his eye, giving them eternal rest, holding the world together. Just as the other would consume the sister, Maharia's confidence shook. End of chapter. Chapter 138. Picture books. Delta prefers pop-ups. Why do we keep coming back here? New asked as they laid under the water of the first floor pond. It's like a fish swimming in the sky. It's quiet, Delta said after a moment, her eyes only slightly open. A shadow moved over the surface, hiding the fake moon from sight. New slapped the giant catfish away as it tried to swallow him. Insolent fish stick, have some manners, New grumbled as it swam off to be dark behemoth in the shadows. Whiskers is only playing, Delta smiled at the scene. You know what? I've heard worse out of you. He sighed and laid down next to her and moved his hand, creating currents and swirls. I'm worried, Delta admitted as she ran a finger down the side of her face, imagining she could feel the crack that was there before. It's a moon-swallowing catfish. Is this really where you draw the line after everything you've made that ended up being a little, much? You asked sarcastically, his screen ending with a flat emoticon. Whiskers is great. I want 10 of them, but no, She trailed off and Noob was blank for a moment, his screen turning to her. I know, he said, and he was eyeing the blue scar on Delta's face without any subtlety. Am I, breaking down because I'm terrible at what I'm supposed to do? Delta asked. moving past the silence as she sat up, causing a swarm of fish around her to school like a colorful tornado around her. Delta smiled, her fingers brushing the joyful creatures as she sat at the epicenter of the rainbow funnel. Nu leaned in, causing the tear to shoot up the image. "Considering you went off script from day one," he began, amusement coloring his statement. "I suspect that the system and the world simply can't handle how bombastic you are. It should adapt, not expect you to break down. Clearly, the inferior subject should rise to emulate the superior." Nu announced, and Delta tilted her head as two large catfish went through her hair, knotting it into a bun. "I'm, superior?" she asked, feeling touched. "You are everyone's mother around here, hence Mother Superior," Nu said, twitching as he said the words. "Oh, none of that. I'll get an ego," Delta said, face raised in a cackle as she nudged Nu with her elbow. "Remove your avatar's bony joints from myself before I hurt you." "Won't you?" Delta said quickly and pulled back. They sat there for a moment as the moon above turned to a crescent worthy of a Cheshire grin. "Thanks for helping me, and, being my rock when I went to crap," she said, and Nu didn't look at her. "If you die, I refuse to be saddled with this mess you call a dungeon. It's self-serving that I keep you functional, naturally," Nu explained without any hint of teasing. "You can just say, 'You're welcome,' you know," Delta said, blowing a strand of her hair out of her face. "And miss the chance to mock you. I'd rather die." Delta leaned her head in, and the screen lowered its brightness to make the bottom of the lake more peaceful. No more words were said for a time as the moonlight illuminated the lake, revealing fish, rocks, and the crystal-clean water. Delta's face flowed outwards, and the dungeon lulling into a soft moment that just basked in the fact that they all survived another day that they could spend as a family. "So, we missed the big battle between Delta and the undead brat?" Quest asked. He narrowed his expression, looking down at the sheepish goblins as they lingered around the dungeon entrance. "Yes," Hobbs said, and Rudy picked him up. "Little green man, you did good getting us. Don't be afraid," she said, while giving off a blood-soaked aura. Hob stared at Rudy and turned on Quiz, still holding him. "Stop upsetting the goblins, Quiz, just 'cause they're prettier than you," she said, and Quiz eyed his staff and then at Rudy, as if considering her optimal target to aim for. "How was Delta?" he decided to ask instead, and Gob turned to the entrance and yelled down the question with a bark. Quiz was sure it was him since the tone sounded catty, yelled back in a matching rough voice. "Yeah, Delta's great. She's just subjecting her enemies to bondage and strict punishment," Gob reported back as he saluted, and Rudy dropped Hob as the jaw dropped. "I suppose that's why the word dungeon is in the name of this," Rudy mused before Quist powered on, not wanting to talk about the indecent acts in the subterranean spaces around goblins, or Rudy, or anyone. "Does she need help?" he asked firmly, and Rudy leaned in over his shoulder. "All those buckles and zippers can be a pain," she added with a grin. "How do you know about that?" Quist asked before immediately regretting it. "My mother has a lot of old books labeled stuff I did once with Rudy's father that I enjoyed, but screw him," Rudy said with an absolutely no shame. Quist recoiled. "I'm out. Tell Delta not to burn a hole in reality until after I'm drunk," he said, and walked off with Rudy still attached to him. The goblins watched them go as Rudy mouthed back to them. "Tell Delta I'll be back later to test those zippers," she said before giving them a big thumbs up. "What's a zipper?" Hob asked, and Gob looked smug. "A lightning boss monster that traps enemies with his large fingers," he said with a little sage nod. Hob gasped in excitement. They went down to ask Kois about Delta's powerful zippers. Delta discovered something rather amazing about her notifications. They had a learning-based algorithm, and once she'd asked them to only appear if it would be interesting, a lot of the boxes vanished, leaving those that Delta actually wanted to see. It was almost as powerful as Facebook ad technology, but not quite. There were a few worth actually looking at that simply weren't "you got a new material, Here's the countless things that you could be used for. Dragonbone candle holders were cool, but not pressing. The first was the library ones. Due to absorbing all of Bahari's belongings, all books have been sorted into the library automatically. Many deep secrets have been stored and may hold value to many adventurers. These include Deep Art of Forging Sacred Blades, The Guide to Living Wood, 1001 Cures, Gilleran's Book of Killer Spells, T, It's Back and Forward, Not Around When Stirring, and more. The books can be offered as one-time use rewards for those with an affinity to them. Many of them were thought lost, and now ancient orders may be able to track them to your dungeon. That was neat, but Delta was way more excited about the next line. A small collection of children's books and such have been absorbed, automatically creating a kid corner in the library with small chairs and nightlights. Do you have the Hungry Caterpillar? Do we have it in stock? Delta demanded abruptly as she zoomed to the room in question. No such book is found in the library. Created for 2DP, the system asked. Yes, can't have a library and not have that book, she said as she touched down at the library itself. A large room of twisting bookcases. A moment later, there was a flash and a crate fell down in front of her, filled with neat stacks of said book. I thought I'd just get one, Delta said before shrugging. One for the nonfiction, one for art, one for poetry, one for religion, she sang as she picked them up and rushed to the shelves. Libro the Golem eyed her as she formed out of many books. Delta looked up at him. Say, she instructed, and the Golem did so to let Delta slot one of the books into his face. After a moment, he turned a vibrant shade of reds and greens. Festive, she grinned. That reminded Delta. She pulled up another notification. Libro Golem has gained massive power boost due to the influx of books. He has become a repository of knowledge and magics. His power grows as he is fed knowledge. His awareness of the secrets of the world evolves. He is pleased by the gift from Delta. He shall delete the 3 laws of golems to make space for this book to reside in his permanent mind. 3 laws, those sounded familiar. It'll come back to me, along with even more traumatic memories, I'm sure, Delta said with a shrug, deciding fretting over it would do her no good. We will need, Winnie the Witch, or the one where she has the black cat in the black home. I love that one. Along with that, we'll need the Waldo books, and everything I recall about dinosaurs, please, Delta announced as she finished putting the last Hungry Caterpillar book in world politics. Delta could argue it was an allegory about eating the rich or something. The books started to rain down, and Delta held her arms out as her childhood flooded the room. Lizards, horrible historics, comics, all of the books about Harry the Wizard, she announced. The torrential downpour of books started to become a real issue. When the weather changed to start hailing goblets of fire at her, Delta ran for cover. Just when it started to die down, she brightened. The magic school bus, she recalled, and the ceiling literally just gave up and dropped all of the books. Delta forgot the series had so many books. For 15 DP, she was drowning in escapism. She saw Libra was staring at her with his featureless face. Just because I'm a dungeon corp doesn't mean I don't enjoy escapism, she said defensively. Some of her books started to mingle with Jack's altar. Delta would have to apologize for the mess later, but she was too busy swimming in paperbacks. In the realm beyond and before, and sometimes afterwards, Pup hummed as he shuffled about in his slippers and robe, putting back the Lucille Greenstone Book 15. The Revenge of the Ghost Vampire still loved her. It was all right, but the formula was getting stale. If Lucy didn't start eating with her issues instead of sleeping with them, she was not going to develop in the next 30 books the series had. He let his thin fingers browse over his collection, closing his eyes to pull one out at random. He eyed a book with great confusion. It was not his typical affair. Animorphs, Book 1. Yuck, changelings, sir. Curious. The personifications of heroes' death said as he carried the book to his armchair by the fire. All around him, books squeezed themselves in between his smut and cheap trash romance novels. Colorful, bright books. Delta closed the door to the library, swearing she'd return to binge after she spent her DP elsewhere. There was a lot to do and a lot of time to do it. Immortality. Delta paused as the word came over her. Technically, she was immortal in the sense of being ageless. Repress, Delta said tightly, right eye tensing. The thoughts of knowing humanity might perish before her was swiftly replaced with the tunes that made her brain light up with good feeling bits. I want to be the very best, she announced and floated off to the garden where she pulled out more notifications. Call moved beyond empty bathroom. Stairs are closed off to the 4th floor. Would you like to select a theme now or wait? Delta sat down on the giant new statue that hid her manor well. Is that allowed since I can't go there? She asked curiously. Like setting up a reservation at a restaurant. You can plan ahead, New said, appearing at her side casually. What were you up to? She asked curiously. Placing more signs. I got lax with them, he said simply. Should I be worried? She asked, eyebrows raised. Of course, but look, an important choice, he said, pointing at his hands. Delta blinked, watching the box unfold to show 5 options. What? That's 2 more than last time, she pointed out. Mew turned to her. Technically, the last time you didn't get a choice, he reminded her with a casual shrug. True, Maharia saw to that. She read off the list. 4th floor theme. Please select 1. Crystal theme, a selection of round caves filled with the special crystal growths that can be used to make elemental crystals and special crystal lizard monsters. Mansion theme, a special series of hallways and inner floors that emulate a noble mansion. Its specialty is humanoid monsters and mimics. Ice theme, a large expensive snowfield and hidden ice tunnels host to dangerous monsters. The main snowfield has a boss monster roaming its space. Island theme, a series of interlocked islands in a tropical climate. Powerful monsters reside in the water, and it's safe to pass each island's trial, then go swimming. Gothic swamp theme, a large dark swamp that has a few Gothic churches as landmarks. The swamp is said to be home of witches and vampires and mud baths. Those were some options. Delta was great at making choices, however. Random button. Where's the random button? She muttered, pressing around the frame of the box. You have to choose. New was unsympathetic to her plight. But they're also cool. Delta threw her hands up as the choices continued to face her. She blew out a sigh. I kind of wish I had a ton of people just out of sight to vote on this for me. I suck at making informed decisions because ice level sounds really fun, like Hoth. But the islands are also amazing. I need to think it over, she admitted and stood up, grinning. I got 3 days, right? Plenty of time to not think about it and panic the last minute before doing the work, she said calmly, making New turn around and make a sound similar to an old dial-up tones. I am partial to the Mimic Mansion. Something about it makes my code tinkle. I wonder if guests would like my health potion mimic. Or perhaps the entire floor is a boss, and they're inside the mansion mimic, New exclaimed in excitement. Delta gave him a look. Wasn't that a filler arc in that ninja anime? She asked doubtfully. New went quiet. How dare you call my plan a filler? I'm filler than your unwanted sequel that no one wanted. New accused and Delta gasped, hand over her mouth. Not two-piece, she asked in an aghast tone. New leaned in. Dragon Ball GT, he whispered. Delta withered in disgust. They're speaking in ancient tongues and spells again, Dr. mused as he stroked his stone-plagued doctor mask. The watching gargoyles watched the sun and moon rub and accuse each other of being something worse and worse, until New said Delta was FF11 of the series, and Delta lost her cool. Mimic Mansion is cancelled. I just brought cancel culture down on your screeny butt, Delta cried, fist shaking. There was a pause. Actually, it is neat, but I won't pick it just because you want it, she added afterwards. Just like 11, you once again made no progress in bettering yourself. New's a good guy. He's keeping her busy, Dozer said, as Dragon grinned. Hard to ignore that she's spooked by her weird scar. But I think she looks neat. Gargoyle turned to the tallest of them. What do you think, Van? he asked, and the stoic humanoid merely nodded. She will never stop being beautiful to me, he agreed, and turned away to skulk into the shadows. But, you're just walking into the corridor. We all have night vision. We can see you, Dozer called, getting no reply in return. Edgelord, Dragon muttered. He has a crush, leave him be, Doctor announced, and went off to the lava shroom tunnel to perform, science. After a moment, as they began to move off, Dozer casually spoke a sentence that made both Van and Dr. pause in their tracks as Dragon turned to listen. I heard there's a boss spot open, he commented quietly, and the air charged instantly. The casual banter gone and the competitive stare-off taking its place. Interesting, the doctor said evenly. Near the kitchen door, Jeb the troll blinked as he stirred his soup, listening to the gargoyles talk. Hey, boss, he mumbled, wondering if Nashley knew what that meant. He could ask, if nothing else. If we trick Delta, we can have her calling the fiend to us and use the dungeon against him, Maharia said, floating before Wyan, who was looking down, thoughtful. The parasite sucks mana up and feeds itself. If it burrows near Delta, she'll be starved, Wyan pointed out casually. There's no dungeoneers near the tree now. She spoke as if she knew that for a fact. And Delta will suffer a little and break, but stopping the tree is our ultimate goal, Maharia said coyly as she floated up, turning away from Wyan as she put a finger to her chin. He is a threat to everything, she summed up. So, it's between Delta's well-being and the parasite's death, is it? Wyan said, chuckling as she fanned herself with the branches. Maharia smirked, turning, but gagged as Wyan hooked a branch into her mouth, the thing burrowing deep into her throat as Wyan dragged her closer, until Maharia was forced to stare into Wyan's golden amber eyes. I choose Delta, you conniving little worm, she hissed. I can't harm people. But you aren't people. We aren't people. We are dungeon, and you are less than us. You wish me to offer Delta up to the parasite, as you and your people offered me up in the end. I'd rather crack and burn, you little wretch. Now, give in. Delta took you in, and trust me, none of us, not Lord Mushy or Sir Fran, and certainly not I, approve of your continued existence. You are here by her kindness only, and while I am a jaded shell of who I was, Wyan whispered, and the fairy could feel her insides being stretched. Delta would have been welcomed as my head priestess or a friend if I were still your goddess. Now, I am her shadow, and if she dies, I'll weep as I use her corpse to burn this world down and raise my enemies to ash. Understand? She asked, voice suddenly sweet, and Maharia nodded frantically. Wyan removed the roots and looked bored. Excellent. Now, be a dear and get me a honey tea with a mix of red honey and blue, but not green. Makes me gassy, Wyan said, shooing the fairy away. Maharia looked shell-shocked at what occurred, so Wyan leaned in. Oh, and the queen is sometimes a tea companion of mine. I hear, through the grapevine, that she doesn't like you, the tree whispered with glee before straightening up. Good luck. Wyan waved, and Maharia knew that she was in hell. It just wasn't operated by some reaper, but by Delta. An orange, fungus-infected hell. End of chapter. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed, and on to the fiction. As always, I hope that you enjoy. A quick thank you to the T5 peeps. Bob the Dragon, Data Magnet, Cat Crab Lobster, Duck Machine, Try Again 95, Astray the Dreamer, Mezic, Budic Joel, German Chemist, Casper Arnholtz, and Chaos to Mist. Thank you very much. Chapter 139. Angelic. The best way to tackle something was to take it one step at a time. So Delta did that. She had an ample time to choose her next floor, confident that she'd have her choice before long. First order of business is... Delta pointed to a simple door to the north. The boss, she said, and it was like the entire floor tensed in excitement. Like all boss rooms, it was simply empty round room, waiting for Delta to mold it into something. First floor, bran and bacon. They offer direct combat and a sort of give it your all vibe. Delta mused aloud as she paced back and forth, finding it soothing to just be a dungeon for a moment. Make a room, fill the room, use the room, then move on to the next room. Second floor has Wyan, who is about challenging you after long trials and purposely being antagonistic towards adventurers and kidnapping one of them to cause panic. Delta held up the other hand. So, her third boss should be something either tricky, gimmicky, or minion-using if she was going to keep things fresh. She pursed her lips. Or, one of those, she said slyly, and putting up her menus to go through them in search of important items. After a moment, she had a simple iron cauldron over the flames as she began to drop things in. One dragon skull, a gut rot, a lich bone or two, and to make them cook so lovely. Delta held her hands up, and a jug appeared before she poured a thick goop into the pot. Troll soup, she said with a grin. After a moment, nothing happened. Delta frowned before she went to the library and returned with a spare copy of Hungry Caterpillar. I forgot some good taste, she amended as she dropped the book in. The cauldron began to shake and shoot sparks into the air. Delta took 3 steps back, hands clasped together. Come on, show me the horrors I made, she beckoned. Shucho knew who was 11. The pot exploded. I mean, we have a job. We can't exactly just ask for a promotion, Dragon said gruffly. We could, countered Doctor, interested in what his boss form would be. Van opened his mouth, but an enormous explosion rocked the 3rd floor, and a terrible presence soon filled the boss room. On second thought, I'm happy staying out here, Dozer announced quickly. I heard the sound of chaos, Doctor sang, and tried to glide towards the boss room, but was held back by Van. Best to wait until Delta screams or complains. Then we'll know, he said gruffly, his muscles flexing as he crossed his arms. Know what? Dragon asked as he snorted out flames. If our minds can handle what lies within, Van responded quietly. They all waited. Delta coughed, clearing the smoke from her vision as she looked to see what she'd made. On the ground in front of her was a tiny draconian skull with 2 curly horns. Delta stared at the tiny skull. The skull stared back, empty eye sockets without expression. You're going to do something the moment I look away and drop my guard, she accused, and inside one of the eyes a little green grub emerged, more slime than bug. It yawned, with black floating material inside forming its little beady eyes. Delta bent down. I was trying to make a giant wave of bone and slime that would be a threat unless they did the right trick, she admitted. The little slime eyed her and opened its mouth to reveal 4 little stubby nubs in each corner of its mouth that could have been teeth. I don't believe you, Delta said with a smile, and the creature blinked then smiled with a happy goggle. She pulled up his notification. You have created Jelligan, a creature made with powerful necrotic energies and a habit of snacking on expensive things. As a potential boss, it is weak now, but if made a boss, it gains a strong effect. Make boss. Delta thought about it, and the grub made its black eyes enlarge pathetically. Oh, all right, she said, as if she were ever going to say no. Her bosses weren't really about being bosses. They were about bringing the floor together, and the sky was great. Make boss, she announced, and booped the grub's face, making a goggle with delight. All that seemed to happen was on its dragon skull. A little golden crown appeared, making the grub applaud with delight. Her field was abruptly filled with screens, and she barely had time to read them before another one appeared. Jelligan has become King Jelligan, the 3rd floor boss. Jelligan is a happy creature that is usually easy to defeat. However, the more adventurers take from the floor, the stronger he becomes. If an adventurer overeats at the feast hall, Jelligan grows larger. If an adventurer takes from the mushroom tunnel, he develops stronger acid and mushroom powers. If an adventurer steals from the runic blacksmith at his forge, his skull becomes a body. If the adventurer takes or destroys things in the lab, Jelligan can produce Prince Jelly and Princess Jellica slimes as minions. If anyone drinks from the manor well without permission, Jelligan becomes the Dark King Jelligan. If anyone steals from Jeb's kitchen, Jelligan can produce skeletal pygmy mushroom minions. If books are taken from the library without permission, Jelligan can invite Libro into the boss room at the back of the adventurers. If the trolls and/or all the gargoyles are destroyed, Jelligan can summon Royal Slime Knight and Troll Soup Slimes. If both are destroyed, can summon both types as minions. If every previous bonus is activated, Jelligan can go from Dark King Jelligan to Overlord Jelligan. Delta read this over a few times, her smile growing as she read. I wonder what happens if I add 10 more things for people to take, she mused before picking Jelligan up and holding his skull to her body. Who's a cute destroyer of gluttony and greed, she said, and the little worm slime cheered. She was smiling as she was so simple and fun. No liches, no war, no pressing doom, just good old dungeon fun. Now your room must be befitting a king of your stature, she announced grandly, and Jelligan warbled in agreement. You know, she began, walking forwards with the boss in her arms. I just got this thrown off this brat, she said brightly. She began to weave the room around her like a canvas, and her hand as a brush. Her joy was the paint. Hit me, Maharia mumbled. Farah eyed the fairy before pouring yet another hot milk, sliding it across the counter into Maharia's open hand. Hard day? Farah asked acidly. Funny, I get it. I'm a horrible fairy lich you should suffer because I dared upset Mummy Delta. Maharia groaned as she sipped her milk. Nah, we can forgive whatever you had done before becoming dungeon. It's the fact that you kept going after Delta, let you live, that annoys us, Farah said bluntly. Maybe I didn't want to live. How about that? Maharia snapped, and she turned her dark glare on Farah, trying to conjure dark power, only to be facing down some massive twin-barrel fire crystal pulve gun. One reason. Just give me one reason, and unlike the self-absorbed rocking chair called Wyan, I'll actually do more than play, Farah snarled. They stared at each other. Maharia backed off. I don't get why I'm here, Maharia finally admitted and drained her milk. Farah had a fresh one waiting for her. Punishment, prisoner of war, redemption, maybe something else. You're expecting to be able to get into Delta's head, and that's where you're screwing up. Delta can be directed or even shifted, but Delta cannot be stopped. Farah leaned in, and her frame was powerful. She's too nice, so she asked us to lay down the truth. None of us get enough time with her. We all want to know more, ask more, be more. But Delta is one person, and we are many. You cannot ask the sun to shine on you alone, Farah said quietly, and walked off. So, am I to wait here just to hope for the best? Maharia asked, scoffing slightly. Get a hobby, or bother anew. It works for the rest of us, Farah said as she vanished through the back of a bar. Maharia glanced at the door and floated up. Perhaps you're right. I should do something. Maharia agreed and shot off flying through the first and the second floors so fast it was a blur, edging around Wyam, who looked savage and delighted Maharia's reaction. The fairy powered on, and before long she was inside the room beyond the garden, ready to speak to Delta, to demand the sun look at her for a moment. Delta was busy shaping the room and the floor to resemble some rather basic throne room of sorts. Maharia opened her mouth, but the skull resting on Delta's shoulder turned, and the creature within looked at her, and Maharia suddenly couldn't breathe. It felt like the air had turned heavy and was on fire. The skull seemed to grow to Maharia, the slime inside becoming less of a worm and more of a worm. It rose above her, and its black eyes ignited in sickly yellow flames as the skull filled and cracked. It stared down at her, with a long, serpentine body, dripping with more potent necromantic energies than even Maharia once possessed. Delta turned around, and the skull was just a skull, the image of the dangerous being gone like a mirage that had wandered too close to. Maharia, Delta said, surprised at the sight of her. Can we talk? Maharia asked. feeling like her fake flesh had turned ghostly white. Delta eyed the room with a frown as if she had been enjoying herself, then nodded. I could use a break, from my break, she joked, and then put the hellish beast let it die down on the ground, promising that she'd be back after a quick coffee break. Let me show you to my favorite place, Delta said, and Maharia would agree to go back to the troll pot if it meant getting away from the Wyan or this thing. Delta's bosses were the stuff of nightmares. Alpha had gone to the moon. That was an experience. Now he was back in Durance, and arguably a stranger place. He walked past people that felt completely outclassed by, monsters walking around like normal villagers, pretending to barter or enjoying the act of town gossip. They had carved a life here, but it felt like a stage prop at times, like they were waiting for the curtain to rise and the show to begin. And Alpha would soon become one of them. The idea didn't scare Alpha as much as it used to. He'd camp outside Delta's dungeon if need be, but he was glad to be nearby. He pondered the idea of being in contact with her, but apparently the idea unsettled people. Contracted humans had a stigma attached to them from what Alpha had heard anyway. As he walked down the street, he was stopped by a voice that he had learned to fear. I wonder where you ran off to, Owl. Pearl's voice sounded out as she emerged from the tavern, looking peckish. Pearl was looking peckish. It was when she was starving that Alpha didn't dare get near. I was exploring, he said simply, deciding that he wasn't lying. Explored the dungeon, found family, lost his soul to a demonic lich girl, got rescued, was present for the meeting between two gods from his nightmares, left for a snack. He didn't skip too much, honestly. Come on, you're sticking by me. I'm heading back to report that the town is functional as a new base of operation for the King's little men, Paul said brightly, as if the idea of those little men was a snack that she could pick up on the way home. Less than 24 hours ago, Alpha would have snapped to attention, accepting the request without a word. But he didn't. No. Her request? No. Her order. Alpha didn't care for it. I quit the Knights, and being your squire, I'll be staying here, Alpha announced, and he felt almost pain at seeing the words quest fail appear. But Delta's face appeared in his mind, and he powered on, only shaking slightly. What was that, Owl? Prowl asked, confused, perfectly innocent with her expression. I quit, he repeated, a cascade of quest-failed notifications appearing, and his requests built in his time in the capital were abruptly cut off. He trembled, feeling like a failure. He held on to the lingering touches of Delta's manner. It felt safe, like an old hand that used to promise him safety and made it happen. Sure, you can quit, Bahal shrugged and leaned down. I just need your hand to sign the papers back home. You don't mind if I just take one? She asked brightly, and drool escaped the corner of her mouth at the idea. Alpha backed up, unable to stop feeling afraid. Bahal's frame seemed to be rippling like her skin was a suit she wore. Al, you always look the most scrumptious out of the squires. It's why I wanted you as mine, she explained. Someone stepped between them. Excuse me, a soft voice interrupted. Alpha looked to see a familiar red hair and the boy that he met in Delta's dungeon. Dio. Miss, I advise you to step back and not eat my friend, Dio said bravely, although looking around, wondering if he missed another one of the teens from before, or Kemi. He didn't see anyone, or wondered if Dio's friend was a level 99 stealth skill. Impressive. And what a cute little strawberry you are. Pearl giggled like she was a schoolgirl and bent down, drooling obscenely now. I could call you right up, she promised. Ma'am, I think eating people has been illegal since 5 years ago after Mr. Vaughn got cranky, Dio admitted before turning and smiling at Alpha. And you can't eat me. We only just became friends. I haven't had time to invite him to dinner or play Heroes and More Heroes, he explained. Wait, did Dio mean Alpha was his friend? He checked his mental notifications. He hadn't gotten a party invite or request. You two are like cream and strawberries, just the perfect match. A little bite of each is all I need, and you can go home, the large knight said and took Dio's arm. Alpha didn't know exactly what happened next, but his sensory skills went insane. The world went so quiet that his own heartbeat hurt to hear. It thumped louder and louder, the sound overpowering. He breathed, and the sensation of his lungs inflating was torturous. There was a new sound, someone stepping on cobbled stones, and the sound was like crashing waves or cannon fire. But however bad it was for Alpha, Bahal was on the ground, skin tearing, ears leaking fluids, and eyes expanding. Dio winced, but didn't look to be harmed. A beautiful woman who bore a striking resemblance to Dio appeared and looked down at the royal knight with disdain. If it was too quiet before, it was like the world completely stilled around the woman as she seemed to eye Alpha before the effect she had over him faded to a bearable level. She bent down, looking the snarling Pahol in the face. When she spoke, it was like a primordial bang in the space, bringing light. Don't. A single word, and the street shattered, Bahal's royal knight armor cracking as the woman was pushed back hard enough that her bones began to fracture. The sound returned to the world with an almost simple pop. Bahal was still unmoving as her hair was splayed out and away from her, her slowly heating skin raw. Dio, do you want sweet potatoes or carrots? The woman asked, voice sweet. Dio eyed the fallen knight with a frown, but looked like he was thinking hard, and then eyed Alpha. Do you like carrots? He asked. The woman eyed Alpha with a wary look, but offered him a small smile after a moment. Alpha liked carrots. Whatever you like, he said in shock. Let's get both, Dio suggested. His mother nodded with a smile, looking tearful at her son and his ability to hear her. Then Alpha was dragged away by the two for an unexpected dinner. His resignation from the Royal Knights didn't go with a whimper, but that was definitely not a bang. Delta, what have you got me involved with? He mentally asked. This isn't my fault, Delta mentally grimaced, trying to not let it show. At the bottom of the lake, Maharia and Delta sat in a very strained silence as they avoided each other's gaze. I didn't start this war or this conversation, she added, and Maharia sighed. What's that? She asked, pointing to something, but sounding like she wasn't bothered if it was answered. The air bubbled around her head that Delta made let her speak clearly. Delta followed her gaze to see the bouncing googly eyes of a very obvious sunken treasure chest. It's a trick mimic. People think that it's a trap because inside is a rare key to all the doors in the dungeon, she said, and Maharia floated over and kicked it with interest. A second later, and there was nothing but bubbles in the lake as the calamity swallowed Maharia, its large tongue sticking out at the side of its body. I hate you, came Maharia's muffled voice. Delta gestured for the clam to release Maharia, and it spat her out with a grin. Let's talk, because you're bumming me out, Delta said, and Maharia looked pissed. I'm bumming you out. You enslaved me, she reminded Delta, as if the core could forget. You tried to kill me, eat my friends, then turn me insane. I win, Delta said flatly. Just tell me what you want so we can end this charade. Clearly, neither of us is happy about it, Maharia said, smoothing down her small dress and folding her wings behind her to let her float in the water. You agreed to this, and I've got so much going on that yes, I'm sorry that you feel enslaved and forgotten about, but I really do not stop working. Delta sighed as she eyed the fake moon. It was funny how she always ended up back here. Maharia went on about how she felt like a joke or like she was just around as a punching bag, but Delta wasn't listening for the moment. She just had an idea. Usually this only worked with Nu, but Maharia could also fill the same role. Ria, I have a plan, Delta said. Maharia stopped abruptly, mouth open. "I beg your pardon. I will not have my—" she began, but Delta grabbed her and shot into the air, taking the fairy with her. Delta zoomed at the very first room beyond her entrance. "Oh, spiderwebs! That didn't get old after the first 10 years down here," Maharia said sarcastically as she tried to fix her hair. "Shh, etiquette time." "You were a princess, right?" Delta asked, and Maharia paused before nodding slowly. "The middle child of 3, but yes," she muttered, and after a second a spider court emerged, reformed from their time as a symphony of nightmares. They all perched on webs, beginning the 3-hour-long dance of greeting. Behind them, 2 more shapes lowered themselves into the room from above. The ghostly form of Muffet moved with an elegance and ethereal grace. Qui was less elegant, more of an awkward teen trying to dance down the web. Delta responded with a, "I'd love to talk, but must cut the greeting short," counter-dance, so as to not simply be rude. It involved a lot of squatting and flailing. "No, mighty spiders, I bring you a noble annoyance from the fallen kingdom. Her attitude makes her molting awkward, and her manners make poor webs," she said, and Maharia turned slowly to glare at Delta. Muffet twisted, making elegant gestures of such lyrical poetry that it would bring tears to the 8 eyes of any spider that saw it. Qui crossed his human arms and glared at Maharia, who was staring at his very pretty features with shyness before she looked away, angry at herself. Delta translated the beauty of spider word into a less pretty English. "What do you wish for us to do with the rude bony one?" "She needs a place to be a catty little rude thing, but in a way that she can pass it off as charming. She needs politics," Delta said easily. "I am not sure that spiders can provide such means." Maharia scoffed, and one of the spiders touched her wings before shaking its head. 2 more shared whispers behind their legs. Qui puffed up his chest. "Your cheekbones are quite high," he said smugly. Maharia stared at him before she clung to Delta. "You can't leave me here," she commanded a little desperately. Delta calmly took her and placed her on a nearby web, sticking her in place. "I'll swing by later. The spiders are the most unbiased of my monsters if you observe their rules. Just work your way in and keep your cool head. You'll be popular in no time," she promised, fudging the truth just a tad. Popular was overselling it. "How many rules?" Maharia asked, her cherubic face pinched as she waved her hands. "Well, you just broke 4 there and insulted someone's 3rd leg in the same motions. So watch that," Delta replied brightly. Muffet placed an elegant web hat on Maharia's head. "Look, you've been given the forgive this one for her actions in future tidings, as her knowledge is that of an unborn hat," Delta exclaimed excitedly, as the floppy hat settled on the lich fairy's head. Maharia eyed the hat. "It's a nice hat," she had to admit, after being stuck with the same clothes for the last 100 years. "I shall instruct you, as we have mostly similar arms and hands," Qui said briskly, walking forward, long hair flowing. Maharia went quiet. "'Kay," she finally said, shrinking into her hat to avoid being seen. Delta eyed this with amusement. Undeveloped mental personalities that got stuck at the mental age of early teens for a century. So easily flustered. Delta should have sent a dozen handsome spider boys at Maharia, not hulking monstrosities. Hindsight was funny like that. End of chapter. Chapter 140. Dancing Qui. "Jalagan, do you want a blush red or silky purple?" Delta asked as she conjured a soft pillow on the throne, the skull on the floor moving with the pace of the slow slug, goggled something out. "Green cotton," Delta mused, switching it up so the pillow was set into the throne. The entire image was to be more of a symbol than the usual imposing sight of power to anyone walking in. Ran made an entrance. Wyan put on a show. Delta wanted a little Jelligan to make a statement. The throne itself was a little shabby-looking, with only a cheap-looking banners about it. It was long and rectangular, with stained glass set into the walls, showing off various scenes of the dungeon. A hot spot under a full moon with Luna, a party in Hogshead with Farah, Wyan at dusk, and even Lord Mushy fast asleep atop a nonplussed sheep. For someone who went about the third floor with grace, able to act like a sensible people, this room would be what they saw. A simplistic stone room with bright chandeliers and candles set into the bumblebee candle holders, and a snack table with some empty bowls that Delta would soon fill. Chairs surrounded the table and a teapot bubbled away. King Jerrigan's humble throne room. Bowls filled with rare treats from across the dungeon. King Jerrigan lets them pass without a fight. Delta hummed and mentally flipped the switch, shifting the room so it grew larger, the stone turning to a darker grey. The bumblebee candle holders became glaring wasps as the table and chairs vanished. The humble throne pressed into the back of the room, the top of it spreading up like a creeping vines of metal. The metal turned from brass to a stained glass images changed to show Luna rising out of a spa with a knife. Bare as pub dark except her eyes and the glow of a boomstick. Wham turning to the viewer, smiling. Lord Mushy was sitting up now, frowning. There were two new windows. One showed Maestro leaning on his cane with a wicked smile, and the last of Fran riding bacon emerging from the darkness of his room. King Jerrigan displeased throne room. King Jerrigan grows stronger and fights. The windows occasionally let loose abilities based on their images. And finally, Delta flipped the switch once more. The stone turned utterly black, glowing red lines moving between each block like a pulsing veins leading to the throne, which was made of some crimson metal. Its height spanned the massive hall, arcing out into two giant metallic wings and snarling dragon head, as the seat itself was massive, able to fit 3 adult males side by side. The chandeliers blazed out of control, burning and warping the air, dripping black wax every few seconds like an angry rain. The candle holders were now full-sized gargoyles, ready to spring to life when Jerrigan needed them the most. The stained glass windows were no longer able to smash since the dark holes in reality were in their place, occasionally letting a shadow clone of one of Delta's various monsters appear to attack, their forms smoky with glowing eyes. 2 more had joined the fight, a furious hero with a cap on his power, and Bob the Worm. "Oh, looks nasty," Delta said with respect as Jerrigan gargled with pleasure at the sight of it. King Jerrigan's furious throne room. Jerrigan becomes almost full strength. Minions spawn, slimes from the melting wax and gargoyles. Shadow monsters aid Jerrigan. There was another switch to the room, but it required a password just to be safe. "You Jenny," Delta called out, and the room shuddered. The stone and walls broke apart, teetering on the edge of the dungeon and the warped space that allowed it to be massive without being constrained to simple layers. A purple void stretched out between the floating platforms as the throne rose, breaking apart, forming a metallic dragon armor that Jerrigan would equip as his full form, becoming the throne itself. The armor was so big it had to rise above the platforms, leaving its legs and tail below. Storms crackled overhead dramatically, and horrid winds blew across the void. The shadowy beings that had been pretty much a feature so far gathered into massive blade that occasionally bulged with forms of past monsters. "Feels very final boss," Delta managed to get out without choking. Jerrigan, thankfully still in his baby form, cooed at the sight of the power he wielded. Overlord Jerrigan's Oblivion Throne. Jerrigan is done. Falling into the void removes someone from the dungeon. The Shadow Blade can use moves from the past bosses or combine them. Violent Storm buffets invaders. Maestro provides dark Latin choir music waiting in the background along with electric guitar riffs. "Do you think this is too much?" Delta asked Jerrigan, who made a soft "oh no, never" motion with a shake of his head. Maestro let loose on his rock music and Delta conjured a lighter as a damn guitar which just so riffy. "Destroy all death," Maestro chanted with his best impression of JRPG in Latin. "Destroy all life," he went on. Well, thank goodness mushrooms didn't bother with such things as that. The woman Isanella sang, and she waited with sheer joy as Dio turned to her. "Ah, ah," he sang back, and Alpha was a little awestruck by how beautiful they made each basic note sound as they sang to each other. "Humph," Dio's father mumbled, and the floor shook. This family was singing to each other like they hadn't actually seen each other in years. Alpha felt like an intruder, but every time he tried to flee out the window or teleport, Isanella appeared and gave him food. Damn social etiquette. Alpha knew that there were one of the many weaknesses, like social skills, talking to people, and necromantic liches stealing his soul. Miss D would chap his hide if she caught him being rude to nice people. He paused between bites of some homemade cookie as a thought went through his mind. Miss D? He was getting stuffed onto too much good food. Delta would be upset if he was rude to her neighbors. You sing, Delta insisted, leaning in with a grin. Alpha put down his napkin. I don't sing, he said without apology, and all three of them looked at him with shock. Damaged chords, Isanella mumbled, a sweet sound even when she was muttering. Cursed, Dio's father eyed Alpha with concern. Shy, Dio exclaimed, voice rising a bit in horror. All three. I should get going. Alpha tried to get up, but hesitated when Isanella put a hand on his shoulder. I had words with the innkeeper. She's odd, but due to the unique circumstances of your arrival, you have a room there for however long you need. It's only a small room, she trailed off, and Alpha frowned. I don't have a reward for your work, he pointed out, and she looked amused. Then sing for me. She teased, and Alpha felt stuck by his own logic. He had to reward her. She did a quest for him even without him knowing it. Okay, he said slowly. A, B, C, he hummed out, feeling like a total idiot. Isanella took his hand and spun him around. D, E, F, she carried on as if you were creating some masterpiece. Alpha flushed, so distracted by the sheer enjoyment the family got from singing the song that he didn't even notice the pattern when it swung back to his turn. He had been musically shanghaied. Delta better send a disaster for him to address, or Alpha was gonna die. Delta was sure she was missing something, but after returning to the bathroom back to normal, she checked the upgrades and only read the first two before she slammed the menu shut. Allow Jelligan's greed punishment to affect the That's enough scary stuff for one room, she laughed nervously as Jelligan settled on his humble throne, falling asleep on his pillow, a large green bubble expanding from his face and deflating as he snored. Besides, the rest of the floor needed loving. It was far from done, and the sheer amount of upgrades also meant that the second floor could finally reach its peak. There was a dungeon sense, when the floor reached the sort of perfect balance that any more large upgrades would be a disservice to her other floors. Obviously, Delta would still improve the first floor like the pond room and more, but it was just the way she liked it. The second floor was close to that, but it needed a lot of changes to be closer to peak. She floated out the main garden and decided to do something obvious. She marked Jelligan's door with a massive set of double steel doors on it, the earth shaping over it to form a dragon-like maw with the door in its throat. Delta added torches into the sunken eyes to make them glow. Now, there was no doubt which was the boss, which suited Delta just fine. If she knew people, and Delta was pretty sure that she was still a human being deep down, then the idea of not exploring for loot would kill certain people. It was a rule of explorers. If you found the correct path in the first try, backtrack and go the other way. It'd raise a potential future issue where people just ignored the third floor and rushed past Jelligan. But she could devise some conditional lock based on the floor later. Information was going to spread by word of mouth from adventurer to adventurer. Delta couldn't stop, and she wouldn't have the DP and mana to constantly change every room or floor every time someone visited. It would trap Delta in a loop of actually making no progress. She decided to start where she always ended up. Delta would start with the mushrooms. She floated into the tunnel that once contained a massive hole that likely connected to the other castles of silence. Delta could have kept it open and thrown insults down it, but the thing was creepy if she was honest. Now, glowing orange mushrooms grew everywhere. The caps cracked and glowing veins of their roots caused ominous light to emerge from out the ground. The air inside the tunnel shimmered, and Dalton noticed one mushroom, likely the first one that grew, was larger than the others. What should I do here? What should I do to make things fit into the aesthetic of the floor? She asked aloud. The theme was a castle and a garden, really, with a built-in demon blacksmith. Every castle had one demon smith, right? She mentally went over what she had had. A library, a feast hall, a romantic garden with terrifying gargoyles, an evil laboratory that would need to be converted, a blacksmith, a troll in a kitchen, a mop room, and a throne. The idea hit her when she imagined what she would want in her castle if she was a princess. Delta would have to admit that she was hitting queen status, not princess soon, but not today. She rubbed her hands excitedly as she stretched the room out massively, making it almost as big as the garden and feast hall, using up some DP to really push it to where she wanted. With a wave of her hand, she began to shift mushrooms around, feeding them mana until they grew truly massive. It had themes of the mushroom grove, but she quickly put that to rest by focusing on the floor. With stuff she absorbed on Maharia's castle, she watched as cream marble formed like liquid being poured until it settled into a gleaming floor. Delta gave it a few experimental taps before she grinned, putting up her sleeves to get down to the fun stuff. The large lava shrooms narrowed, becoming thinner and also covered in marble, causing their heat to form into the stone, forming orange veins like glowing ivy. Occasionally, flashes of heat rose, causing them to have a soft strobe effect before the heat spread across the ceiling, where Delta created elegant paths for the light to pass through, forming her own magic artwork on the ceiling. Delta coughed, looking around to make sure that she was alone before she manually took control of the mana and the pillars. The heat inside the pillars began to pulsate in ever-increasing rates before the surface of the pillar became covered in various colored glass, causing the expanding space to flash with an intense pumping bass and colors. Unce, 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 Delta said, moving around like she had a ragdoll physics on. She paused, beating eyes on her. She turned to see the gargoyles and Jelligan watching her. I see you're developing sonic attacks, Doctor said good-naturedly as the sound ceased. It's music, Delta countered, crossing her arms. It's intense, Dragon replied, his lips pulled back into a grin. It's meant to be blood-rushing, she added, feeling defensive of her early 2000s rave music. A screen appeared before anyone else could make a smart remark to force Delta to seem more insecure about her fading. You have developed a room to become a hot-blooded ballroom. Accept change. Delta grinned and headed without thinking. The entire room began to shake as the walls and pillars warped, stretching further. From the very top, a chandelier much grander than Jelligan had in his throne room appeared like a molten gold. All the lights were made of fire and water crystals, their lights pulsating to form a soft, shimmering lilac color over the room. Nearby, a wall pulled in on itself, forming a grand stage where a band could play. But at the top of the marble steps, a platform rode, showing Maestro's form as he was lowered down, his majestic cane propping him up as he leaned on it sideways, hat tipping down. The shaking did not stop, and Delta threw herself to the ground in hopes of avoiding blame if New came looking. A panic in the ballroom, Maestro declared grandly as the top of the room had various spaces. Large observation windows for people to sit appeared, each of them having a personal sign. Delta could not quite give them a decent look over, as the shaking hit some sort of crescendo. A double set of doors formed at the far side and felt like it stretched and looped elegantly to the surface, connecting to her entrance hall. From the first window, a confused Sir Fran and Bacon appeared. Fran had lost his usual armor and weapon, appearing in some sort of elegant tuxedo. Bacon, his calm, piggy self, had a cute little bow tie around his neck. I see, Brad said after a moment as a chair appeared for him to sit. The next window showed a smaller version of Wine, who had a beautiful black cocktail dress on, and actual legs. Her hair trailing back into the shadows behind her chair. She smiled, holding up an ornate fan that had a bloody red sunset on its surface. "Delta, it's only been a day since you consumed the pest. I shouldn't be surprised." Wyam smiled mischievously. Jennigan was gone and appeared on a booster seat in the final window, a top hat on his dragged skull. 3 windows were made across them, showing Farah, Muffet, and Lord Mushy in attendance. Lord Mushy was his usual royal regalia. Muffet had a ghostly white dress around her body, and Farah wore a giant puffy pink ball gown and had a massive powdered wig on her head along with a cherry red lipstick. Delta stared, but then it clicked as Farah reached under the dress and pulled out a massive bottle of spirits, throwing one to Fran, the bottle sailing across the room easily before she uncorked her own. Only Farah would wear the most ridiculous things to smuggle contraband into the ball. Delta quickly pulled open a new window to see what she had accidentally done. Hot-blooded ballroom, a massive dance hall that allows all to enjoy the elegant politics of ballroom dancing or a rough and tumbling fun of doing the worm with the surprise guest's appearance from Bob. The room has different functions depending on the event. The floor bosses are always able to attend, even if defeated, but lose all combat power. The other windows will have random guests from all around the dungeon, so the adventurers better hope they were kind to the one random goblin or frog. Competitions can be held or general party mode can be activated. Any outsiders who use the entrance door are put under a condition they cannot kill, same for monsters in attendance. Usually they cannot leave the hall, but unique ballroom parties may extend to the garden beyond. Adventurers who challenge this room must dance to the satisfaction of the selected theme, be it robot, pop, or romantic waltz. Doing all the challenges and intentionally doing poorly simply to get any gift will activate King Jennigan's consequence ability. Upgrades, unlock metal mosh pits, rave parties, and kid bop themes. O2 album automatically added for free. You cannot reject the O2 album. Just accept it. 10 DP. Panic at the Disco. Unlock a special event where dance machines are spawned. Insane footwork needed, but the prizes are much better. 20 DP. Phantom of the Opera. Unlock a special mini-boss event, transforming Maestro into the ballroom phantom, able to challenge adventurers who attack the judges. 25 DP. I might have done something, Delta admitted, and she was spun in surprise. Sir Maestro, a waltz please, Doctor said pleasantly, as he managed to hold Delta's hand, her avatar becoming stronger by the day. Aren't you supposed to ask a lady to dance before you sweep her off her feet? Delta asked, relaxing as Maestro spun his cane. This one is dedicated to all those foxy boys and girls out there waiting to shake their moneymakers. Delta's grandest ballroom is open for business. The greatest show is here, he announced, making the music flow from the marble pillars as Delta was led away by Doctor. She laughed as he spun her under the twinkling lights of the sky. A moment later, Dozer stepped forward, taking over as the judges all applauded politely. Delta laughed as she was spun around and around. She felt a little like a princess. She couldn't wait to share this feeling with everyone, Dio, Quis, Rudy, and everyone. Everyone deserved to feel like a princess. High above, unseen by anyone unless they were looking, the Grand Royal Court of Spiders all gossiped and chatted elegantly in the web seats. Nearby, Maharia looked down, a little sadly as the ballroom was fantastic, but there was just enough hints of her home ballroom to make it quiet. Qui, easily the largest of the seated spiders, made awkward gestures with his hands. No, I don't want a cough drop, Maharia muttered. I said, you sound sad, he replied curtly. Maharia wanted to speak a dead language to him and make him feel like she did. Stupid. But you weren't far off. You're improving rapidly, Qui said. A silence settled over them as Delta dotted on, favored by all her monsters, acting as though nothing had happened between her and Maharia. Was it spite or just normal for Delta to abruptly move on with her life? I pretend not to remember, he announced, and Maharia gave him a look that she had said no clue what he meant. Before I was me, I was another. I was her. She was not a nice person, or really a person, so to speak. For Delta, the great mother of us all, I don't want to burden her with the knowledge that I remember being broken down, burned by her rage. However, I know what it is somewhat like to feel like you are in chains without any manacles or iron links. You feel alone, an outsider, like it'll all come crashing down, Kui said quietly. How can you not hate this then? Maharia asked, and Kui thought about it. Because when I was reborn, I saw who I was through the eyes of a new person. Delta was utterly in her right to destroy who I was, and it would be her right to not return me. But she did. She saw something in me worth saving, I suppose, and that makes me feel more positive towards Delta and who I was. I feel good being here. It's that simple, Kui shrugged after speaking. Simple, Maharia repeated, spreading her wings in thought. She looked down at Delta, bringing some of her talk back, even if accidentally. Perhaps simple, but Maharia would struggle with her reality for some time. But for now, she'd simply enjoy the music and her companion, Kui's company. At least the half-spider monster was sophisticated and mature. Ria, look, it's Maestro, Kui abruptly gushed, squealing as he nearly hopped out of his chair. Maharia was tugged forward with blinking eyes. Singing Mushroom Man. Yes, I see him, Maharia responded dryly. Kui looked scandalized. That is the supreme star of the dungeon, the singing darkness, the gentlemanly spectre, the voice of 1,000 songs. It's Maestro. Kui flailed his arms in disbelief at her lack of interest. Maharia thought about it. He ravaged me and my supreme forces with his powers and a bunch of mushrooms and spider fusions. Then he multiplied by 3 and surrounded my gaping dragon. She mused aloud, thinking back. Ah, jealous, Kui muttered. He was coming to kill me, Maharia reminded him flatly. Kui sighed in a daydream-like tone. What a way to go, he agreed. Maharia looked away in disgust. Boys, spider boys, and their stupid crushes on singing mushroom men that could be giant piles of spiders and mushrooms. Now, if it were Wyan, there'd be a figure to admire. Strong, scary, commanding. Now that was a death. They both sighed, oblivious to the other. End of. Always, I hope that you enjoy. A quick thank you to the T5 peeps, Bob the Dragon, Data Magnet, Cat Crab Lobster, Dark Machine, Estrella the Dreamer, Messick, Fudic Yol, Casper Arnholtz, and Chaos to Mist. Thank you very much. Chapter 141. Hardly knew you. The sound of a branch snapping underfoot disturbed the dark forest. The way around Durance was long, and more than once they had cut down old spiderwebs. But the creepy thing was that there were no spiders big enough to make the webs to be found anywhere. It was like they all got up and died, and ran away. You sure that they were heading here? A gruff man asked over one shoulder. Definitely. My contact in the Capital Bank told me they're opening a special account for this backwards place. That only happens when there's a profit to be had. That means a dungeon or some new god. A thinner man in leathers and a red bandana around his neck said with a smile. And this place is what? A farming village? Cattle? Candle makers? The third member of the group asked in disdain. It was just listed as village in the local records. It was likely some old baron's villa that got fobbed over to the local peasants to keep them happy, and they built shacks around it, or something. The first man snorted, a massive battle axe slung over his back as his arms rippling muscles. His bald head has a nasty burn scar going down one ear. Great, another crappy place getting red carpet treatment because some hellhole dungeon spawned under it. The third person, a woman with a staff that had 3 snakes intertwined together until they all led into a red orb at the top. The woman wore a shimmering purple robe that had massive slit going up the side, and her heels would be unsuited for the forest. But little magical platforms appeared under her feet every time she took a step. The last member didn't speak at all, but their form was hidden under a cloak, their bulk bulging at the seams, while the book they held had yellowing pages with the symbol of 2 eyes in front, one blue and the other yellow. "Halt!" the first man said abruptly, causing the group to come to a dead stop as they listened. Far ahead of them, a man walked around with a jar, picking up mushrooms. His dress robe was expensive, and he looked to be some scholar. "Huzzah! Remove or ignore?" the man in leather asked, drawing a wicked long curving black blade that began to immediately drip the moment he removed it from his sheath. "Ignore! We might need the town to use as an inn or info source. No need to burn bridges before we use them. Put your blade down, Khan," Hazer instructed, and the other man looked massively displeased, but did so, the dripping stopping the moment it was back in its sheath. The ground from underneath them hissed where the magic acid ate into the plants and the roots in the soil. "We could blast down into the dungeon, make our own entrance, and just pretend it was always there," the woman suggested, as she stroked her snake staff as it glowed with intense energy. "Don't bother. Taxman already mapped out the first floor, and dungeons don't make new entrances so soon. Just find a damn entrance and get on with it, Estelle." Hazer barked as the man in the distance vanished into the trees, his weird jar with him. Estelle sniffed but waved her staff about, creating a dome of light around the orb that showed the flowing lines of wisp energy. They all watched it for a moment. Estelle frowned, tapping the staff a few times. "I'm getting strong mana influxes from the village, but that must be royal knights, those monsters, but others' mana signatures are coming from the opposite direction, and it's definitely not human." Estelle pointed to a series of streams as she prodded. The streams moved under her finger, as if she was something unpleasant. "Follow the orange lines, and we find the filthy hole in the ground," Estelle said with a smug superiority at her work. Hazer longed to point out that a 20-minute search or a marked map could do the same results, but she would get into a snit, and Estelle in a snit was far worse than a flesh leech stuck onto his family jewels. The last member of the group merely watched in silence from their shadowed cowl, gloved hands gripping their book tighter. Together they moved as one through the woods, eventually being led by Estelle towards a clearing where the entrance to the dungeon was hard to miss. It wasn't the usual skull maw or glittering jewel affair. "Those who say forfeit may leave," Hazer muttered, reading the carved words into the arch above the door. "Cute," Cod said as he walked up to the closed stone door, spinning the series of symbols on various rings with the frown. "I hate puzzles," he declared abruptly. "Any guardians or dungeon protectors?" Hazer asked the cloaked figure, who shook their head after a moment. They gave Hazer the creeps, but their ability to perceive things was unquestionable. Khan pulled his knife out and buried it into the stone where it sank like he was stabbing butter. He slowly moved his hand around the ring as his stone bubbled and black acid smoke filled the air. Moments later, he shoved with his shoulder and the puzzle slid inwards, letting Khan dig deeper until the whole door groaned, opening with juddering movements. "Everyone loves a one-trick man who only knows how to penetrate," Estelle yawned, waving the smoke away as she walked down past Khan, who scowled at her back. He moved aside to let the cloaked figure down next. "Estelle, I can be paid to tolerate, but the creep is setting off every alarm I have," he muttered to Hazel, who slowed before him. "They're not human, but that doesn't matter," he said back and nodded for Khan to guard the rear as they went down next. Hazel took the last few steps in time to see Estelle kicking tables over in disgust. "Gifts! Tributes! I hate such pitiful things," she scoffed as she slammed the base of her staff down, smashing the round clay bowls into pieces. Hazel grabbed her wrist before she could use magic to do more damage. "Get a grip. The act was cute when you were in school being taught how to wipe your ass, but down here you do what I say," he reminded, and she glared at him, her skin crackling, burning his fingertips. Still, Hazar didn't let her wrist go or look away. "Fine," Estelle said finally, and wrenched her arm free to sulk over by the wall. If the damn woman wasn't so talented, so damn useful, Hazar would have taken someone else. But blood was thicker and all of that. "Well, you're off to a great start," a voice said, dripping with sarcasm. They all turned to the tunnel leading deeper as something floated there, a demure, tiny girl with dragonfly wings. "What the hell?" Hazar said, but before there was any more sounds, Khan flashed past them, and the next thing they all knew, his knife was buried deep into the floating creature's stomach, the acid smoking as she croaked in surprise. "First blood," he said triumphantly. There was a hacking cough, the sound of someone trying to dislodge something in their throat. "My first date, no, my first clients, and this happens," the fairy screeched, her skin melting off in rage as she yanked the knife clean out of her body with annoyance. "Must be some rule-bound creature. Can't stop being so rude," Estelle said smugly as she walked forward, stepping on the remains of a childish temper tantrum, spreading the wooden and clay mess. "Little monster, do you speak riddles? Must we guess your name?" Estelle asked in a voice that was akin to speaking to a child. Hazar would be worried, but he could see the thick layers of magical defenses over her body. Even if Hazar swung with everything he had, Estelle would likely shrug it off with ease. The woman was a prodigy in barrier magic. God liked to joke that she was so good at it, no one could actually get close enough to see if she had any likable qualities. The fairy inhaled, half its face fixing itself, but one side of her face was still an exposed black skull. Something about that made Hazar frown. Black skulls. Why did they remind him of something? "Riddle me this, riddle me that," the fairy began, face turning serene, which only made Estelle appear even more smug. "How does one even fit in that dress when they're so damn fat?" The fairy's tone turned as acidic as Khan's knife. Twin barriers appeared around the word in the air, shimmering blue, as they pressed in on the creature as Estelle's smirk turned strained. "Cute," she said, and to everyone's surprise, the fairy gave a frustrated cry and dark energy leaked out, smashing the barriers before they could squish her. The fairy panted before smoothing down her dress. "Good. That made it into this body. I thought I might only have sarcastic clapping and my charming words left," she said gruffly. "Last chance, you foolish humans who ignore the cries of their seeds. I am Maharia, the fairy of this dungeon. I'm the only friend you'll have down here, and if you reject me, I'll bathe you in tears," she warned, skull socket igniting with a fire. "Get lost. The day we accept such an obvious trap is the day we deserve to die," Estelle announced. Hazar didn't quite argue. He was too concerned about this whole thing to be fully against or for the idea. Dungeons were tricky things. Sometimes they were so simple in nature that people couldn't help but look deeper for trickery. Which was it here? He risked a peek at the cloaked member. They simply watched Maharia with a long look before turning their head to Estelle, and he could almost feel the disdain coming off of them. "I know your feelings, but know you must follow your code of honor," he said quietly, so only they would hear Hazar. They finally spoke, and the sound of it made him grimace. It was like windpipes slowly blowing in a way that sounded like words, a form of mana speak that vibrated mana rather than air. "I won't harm her for disrespect, but I can detest her in my heart. All I wish," they reminded. Hazar really wished these kinds of people weren't rich or resourceful. The Order of Silver was a pain, no matter how simple the task was. Those who hunted the Silver God. "Bunch of dungeon-worshipping nuts," Khan said as Maharia took them all in, and her smile was coy. "My, and I thought I had a chance. You lot are just oozing with confidence. I shall enjoy watching it crumble. But, don't kill, don't steal, don't harm, and you'll come up richer than rich. But act as you are, well, I've always wanted to see her go all out. I think she even held back against me somewhat." The fairy mused, floating back down the tunnel, her form turning translucent. There was a force of magic in the shape of a fist flung down the tunnel, going through her ghostly fairy as Estelle scoffed. Maharia's giggles were loud, clear, and sinister. Well, that sounded like a challenge, Khan said eagerly, as a cloaked figure wandered over to some mockery of the dead, some memorial hall. Hazar didn't give it a second look. Estelle cast a protective barrier on Khan as he walked down the hallway, looking for traps. Fungus, but at least it's pretty, Estelle said as they eyed the soft glowing mushroom on the ceiling. Khan yelled as something sprung out at him. His knife buried itself in the pop-out sidepost. Jumpy, aren't you? Don't piss off the dungeon. New. The sign attempted to suck the knife into the wall with it, but with a flick of his wrist, the dark jewel on the knife pommel glowed, and the thing snapped back Khan's hand like an eager pet. Men who spend all the cash and time into a single object are sad. Do you have a name for it when you sleep? Estelle said with a hand covering her mouth. Khan slowly stepped back without looking at her. Nick, he said flatly. Enough! Any traps beyond the sidepost? Hazer asked as the Silver Order returned. He bowed and looking sorrowful, but also moved. It just solidified Hazar's choice not to go into the memorial room. After clearing the tunnel, they moved ahead around the bend as one until they saw Maharia lounging on a beautiful bush, the fruit glowing succulent and ripe-looking. They grew in the middle of a garden of webs. Strands as long as rope and intricate as magic symbols covered the four walls, only leaving thin paths for people to move about. We've agreed on no challenges for you. You all, what was that news said? She mused to the seating before going on. They've already courted death as far as the dungeon deals it. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Maharia giggled. Estelle went to do something, likely blowing up a storm to tear the webs apart, but Khan stopped her. Easy now, you don't kick tripwires for fun. Spider webs aren't just nature's tripwires with glue on top, he said slowly, and Estelle looked ready to argue until she saw how Khan's eyes were a little vacant as he took the room in. Hey, trap, Hazar asked him, readying his axe in case of action. It's a room full of webs, mate. It's a bit obvious it's a trap, Khan reminded. He moved slowly, moving carefully around some webs and testing others. Only some are stinky. We're meant to walk the path, and I think the webs could be a massive trap. If they go, then the seeding crushes us, or maybe we're locked in here with a dozen eyeball-eating critters, he said with an annoyingly chipper voice. Hazar was just glad he sheathed his acid knife before going web diving. Wow, afraid of spiders, yeah. You'll get far, Maharia said as she took another berry to snack on. Don't you have children to scare and teeth to collect for chump change? Estelle called over with clear annoyance on her face. I'll collect your teeth for free here and now, Maharia muttered back to her around bites of a rather delicious-looking berry. Following Khan's excitable self, they navigated through the maze of webs. It was awkward passage as Estelle accidentally found a real tripwire by falling over it. But nothing happened when she fell into the webs other than a painful screeches on her part. Maharia was beside herself with gleeful laughter. She had a grudge against Estelle rather than Khan, which was strange since Khan had stabbed her, but Estelle was just rude at first. They left the room and Hazar had a bit of a feeling that they were a hair's breadth away from meeting something else in that room. Maharia was lurking around them, easily avoiding Estelle's swatting or the evil order's almost religious petting. The hallways had the vibe of a natural cabin, the musty smell of water, earth, and something more potent filled the halls. Hazar could almost smell ale. He chalked it up to his desire to drink as Estelle and Maharia bickered. Maharia floated before the break in the path going left, one going ahead, and one to the right. The fairy looked darkly amused. Now, esteemed guests, she said, voice dripping with abrupt noble disdain that made Hazar uncomfortable, and Estelle's cheeks turned red in anger. Your choice is your own, but let me explain before you moan. To the left are humble collections with a merry time. She held a hand to the left. But I heard the entertainment is far more sublime. She grinned suddenly. Must you rhyme? Estelle asked, stressing the question. Not at all. It is not needed in the slightest. However, it explains things to those that are not. She trailed off, smiling down at Estelle. The brightest, she finished. She pointed directly ahead as Hazar stopped Estelle from trying to clobber the fairy with her expensive staff. Under the stars and moon, take a breather, take a rest, you'll catch a fish soon. Then again, once in a moon so blue, the fish catch you, Maharia said with a slight twirl. She then pointed down the last path. That way is mud. It's good for your skin, she said lightly and kicked her feet up to rest in the air. The last one is a trap. I bet it's either a dead end or a floor mini-boss. Estelle spat and Khan looked far too excited at that. The Silver Order was tilting their head and pointed down the other way to Sublime Times in eagerness. Which way takes us forward? Hazar asked, seeing how much the fairy would spill. All of them. Some further than others, Maharia said breezily. Which is the safest? Estelle asked, and Maharia opened one eye before a smile grew larger and larger until her face deformed into something demonic. Oh, they're all so safe it's pathetic, but so is fire until you throw fuel on it. She cackled and vanished. A silence lulled over them, except for the excited ruffles of the Silver Order tugging them to the left. This dungeon gave Hazar an uneasy feeling in the pit of his stomach. That didn't happen too often. Something was very off about this place. Something very wrong. Nu watched as Delta turned in a sort of restful peace. Between defeating Maharia, upgrading the third floor, choosing the fourth floor theme, and dancing her heart out, Delta was lights out. However, dungeon calls did not sleep often. The fact that Delta could, and Nu became more, meant that as long as Nu was willing to take on the burden of being the subcore, like some sort of receptionist ready for Delta, then the core would have days off. Nu would hate to be a bother and wake her up for something as unimportant as fools. No, Delta deserved to sleep, and Nu deserved some stress relief. It all worked out in the end, mostly in Nu's favor, but who was counting? End of chapter. Chapter 142. Catfished. The Order of Silver was outvoted. They went directly ahead. The factor was Estelle's determination to avoid filthy mudrooms and savage rituals of putting dirt in skin. Hazar didn't argue since they were here to explore everything, so they'd get around to it all eventually. Still, not even Estelle could stop a murmur of appreciation when they stepped into the large cavern, with twinkling lights and some realistic illusion of a crescent moon high in the ceiling that slowly shifted across the peaceful sky. The room was some homage to a lakeside cabin affair. Its trees and bushes didn't clump together to hide any monsters, and the lake was active with fish that occasionally splashed the surface in brilliant flashes of gold, silver, and mixtures. Off to their left was a circle of rocks, stumps, and fallen logs around a used campfire with stacks of logs nearby for ease of use. No traps that I can sense, but like that barmaid back in Hollowful, Khan said slowly before grinning. Just because they don't see it as hiding doesn't mean that you don't get a surprise when you get your skirt up. Not a bad surprise. Just not for me, he admitted as Estelle shot him a disgusted look before she waved a hand. It's a lake. It is made of natural mana-infused water. A jug full of the stuff is already enough to bring in mages and alchemists. Natural occurring water like this just isn't found so close to the surface or in such volume, she said as she waved her staff about. Proudly, she leaned down at the lake edge, her staff recording conflicting energies. There's, something else, a few things in this lake, I think, she mumbled, her staff prodding the lake surface. Her staff bobbed as she lifted it with a confusion to reveal a red crab hanging on the end with one claw. It's lousy with seafood, she moaned, shaking it loose at the tap of the surface of the lake to make the surface turn slightly transparent as she layered a barrier spell over it, slowly filtering out the murk for the moment. A circle about as wide as Estelle herself became clear, and at the bottom of the lake, Only visible due to its immense glow was a large blue crystal formation that pulsed gently. Hazar was no merchant or wizard, but glowing crystals in a dungeon was pretty valuable in his eyes. "That's a water crystal, no. That's an untainted water crystal," Estelle squealed in delight. There was a tapping as the name was a pain. "What is it, Oz?" Hazar turned, the name coming off as Oz aloud. They were near the sign that said fishing and herb collection only. "Don't duck around." "No." "It's fine. I can't read," Khan said pleasantly. Oz tapped the pictures at the bottom of the sign with significance where it showed a stickman fishing and hugging a bush. This was followed by a long line of pictures crossed out. Crystal mining, peeing in the lake, 2 people sharing a tent, and what seemed to be 2 people arguing over justice, money, and politics. One of those seemed to be mad at the lake. "If I obeyed every warning I ever read, I'd be a dull girl," Estelle said dismissively. "You might also not be in severe debt to the capital," Hazar reminded dryly, getting a dark look in return. "Watch my back. I need that crystal. I could do so much water-repellent barriers or sell a water purifier," Estelle said, tapping her staff in a determined manner. "How?" "As far as we know, no crafters has set up in Snoozable outside. Without crafters, your treasure will only break down unless it comes from a monster," Khan pointed out. Estelle brushed a lock of her hair back with a smirk. "Old news, you stabby-happy gremlin. Perhaps you haven't heard that dungeon items only break down if exposed to outside global mana. I just happen to have this," she said, flourishing a big janky-looking bracelet that was too big for her wrist, and gaudy beyond belief with an emerald in the center. "I heard of storage rings, but a bracelet is new," Khan said slowly. Estelle hummed. "It's the newest model. I can store up to a variety of items, less if they're magic, but still plenty of space. The added mass means I can also use it as a defensive bracer, and it's fashionable," she said in a haughty laugh. "The gold is breaking off the sides to show the copper underneath. Shut it, Hazar. It was an investment," she snapped back, walking onto the lake with her magic heels, creating stable platforms for her. Oz was rapidly tapping the sign in a frantic manner, but Hazar felt a bit bad for the other 2 ignoring them. "You can lead a horse to water," he shrugged at them before motioning towards Estelle. "But you can't disown them," he added helplessly. Estelle swung her staff around in an arc in the air. "Creatum, marinum, hookum," she chanted with authority. From the tip of her staff, a long whitish line of mana flowed outwards, unspooled from Estelle's staff until she had enough to form a cross between a pickaxe and a hook on the edge. "I really hate monthly wizard magazines and their budget spells. They all sound terrible," Khan said. "And you can't read them," Hazar added, ready to swing into action the moment something began to overwhelm Estelle's barrier. "They have nice pictures, but the content must be garbage if Estelle uses them," Khan agreed. Hazar would agree, but he knew the spell Estelle was using. Its original use was for a kid-sized rod with a tiny hook. Estelle had modified it with some work to be, useful. That was his cousin, all right, talented to high heavens, but always falling short due to the weight of her ego. Gimme, some loot, gimme, so I can give debt the boot," Estelle chanted as her magic line sunk into the water under her and moved deftly towards the crystal. Her line abruptly stopped and Hazar frowned, turning to see an oddly curious Oz fiddling around with a strange pedestal on the far side of the lake. Above them, the moon went from a crescent to almost full in a few seconds. "My line must be caught in another crab. It's bobbing up and down," Estelle complained, yanking as hard as she could. The moon above slowly creeped to white fullness, lighting the chamber up like a dream. "Estelle!" Hazar snapped back as the black shadow grew rapidly under her. "I almost have it, Hazzy. Stop acting like I'm useless," Estelle said, face turning red as she pulled with all she had. Khan and Hazar moved across the shadows of the lake, both attempting to get to the wizard, but a moment later, she was gone. Hazar watched as her barrier utterly broke under the gulping of a giant fish that couldn't possibly live in such a tiny lake. It splashed into the air, and the last of Estelle's mana line being slurped up like pasta. then it vanished back into the lake. Hazer didn't hesitate and dove into the water in a near-perfect arc, his axe drawn. Khan cackled as he followed next. Order of Silver rank 299 stared at the slowly stilling lake's surface. They were undecided on how to feel. On one hand, Hazer wasn't a bad person. Order of Silver rank 299 enjoyed their sensible mind and calm attitude. On the other hand, Estelle. However, on the other hand, Khan. So, that was 2 ups and 1 down for the party being wiped. Deep down, however, Silver 299 felt, a little perhaps sad that their time together was already over. It had been like having companions or, dare they say it, friends for a short time. Friends they had to pay to tolerate him, but friends nonetheless. Silver 299 lowered the cloak to reveal a misshapen head and squished metal and flesh. A knight's visor melted into the drooping eye and gaping mouth, the silver streaks twisting around the neck, intermingling with the skin. It was unlikely that Silver 001 would be found here. Not enough silver. Silver 001 wouldn't be around so much dirt in nature. But 299 found it quite enjoyable. Being in a dungeon always was nice. After a moment, the lake's surface rippled to reveal a giant catfish creature. Its mana structure was a work of art. Chaos in motion that rippled like an uneven stars to 299's vision. Dungeon constructs usually had very little deviation in their bodies. But this dungeon, 299 had yet to find a single repeating pattern. It was borderline insane in its magnificence. The catfish opened its mouth to let 299 see inside, a dimensional space door staring back. They're not dead, but simply elsewhere. I'm happy and sad. Sappy at the news, 299 said in pure mana speak. You, a voice said, and 299 turned to see the fairy appearing before him. You're wrong, she said flatly, and 299 flinched, but he had heard of it before. Yes, he read. You're lucky you're here, otherwise the normal dungeon would try to end you. Are you a corrupted dungeon monster, or a human in the process of being a contract? She asked, and 299 eyed her, her glowing eye igniting in the knight's visor, and his human eye managing to look at her. Yes. The word hung there for a moment. You're pathetic, Maharia said, and 299 flinched again, pulling his hood up to hide his face. But so am I. You'll like it here, I guess, she said, and floated off. She paused to look back once more, blonde curls bouncing. Nu will hide you from sister and brother until Delta wakes. You're their ideal enemy, a dungeon being with its own growing seed. They won't be happy, or maybe they won't care. I don't know anymore, she said, and vanished. 299 stared, and the catfish nudged him with its tongue, inviting him to jump in. Making sure his hood was secure, 299 patted the fish. Thank you, cousin, he said, and hopped in, vanishing. After a moment, the giant fish sank without moving, eyes glued to a full moon with a gleam. Estelle moaned, her pillow feeling damp and slightly too squishy. The refresh and cushion charms must need renewing again. She would sneak them out into the Academy's laundry room and perform the magic there before the others could see. Estelle didn't want Melinda to see her with less than perfect appearances on room inspection. She spread the gossip that the farm princess slept like a pig back home, sweaty and disgusting. That cow, Estelle snarled, snapping her head up, ready to throw a blasting ball at the magic-proof walls when she stopped. She wasn't at the Academy for talented magi of the kingdom. She wasn't in a single room while everyone else had roommates. Estelle wasn't there. Instead, she had been sleeping on some large protruding fleshy lump that was sticking out the wall of some flesh corridor. Estelle inhaled, and the taste of raw fish clung to her tongue. The walls, the ceiling, the floor, the doors, it was all flesh, bone, and slime. Estelle let out a soul-wrenching wail. I'm fish food, she said in horror before she saw Hazar and Khan nearby, also staggering to their feet. Moments later, the creepy silver guy emerged from the wall of flesh like a phantom, unbothered and upbeat as always. Estelle hoped he might have gotten lost. Where the heck are we? She asked the others, remembering she had been so close to the water crystal. It would make such lovely earrings. It crushed her to know she might not get them now. Inside the monster fish. Some hidden room or something, Azar grunted as he stood up, and Estelle opened her mouth to say sorry for dragging him down, but then turned at just the wrong angle to look remarkably like her father. His annoyed, disapproving, and worst of all, at times, uncaring expression making her clam up. Gee, thanks. I wouldn't have guessed from all the drooling flesh and fish guts, she snapped back. Khan put his hand on the wall with little concern. It's not an actual fish. The walls are cold and there's no beat or blood rushing. It's just themed, I guess, he said, looking around as water came up at their ankles. The Order of Silver moved ahead, looking about as he touched what seemed to be a bony protrusion on the wall. Moments later, with a sickening squelch, a door opened like someone took a metal scoop to the walls. Estelle muttered her thanks as she stomped past, pushing her magic shoes to the limit to remain above the water. It might drain her mana just a little bit faster, but she would not walk in water that had crabs, eels, and what looked like broken pieces of white glass floating about. Khan lifted a big piece to show that it was a moon in the lake, but crunched into smaller pieces. The fish had eaten the moon. A lot. At least, no one was telling her what to do. A sign popped out of the flesh crack and hit Estelle in the face with a goop and mucus, the sludge going down her neck and into her dress. Estelle made a tiny growl in her voice and turned, only to nearly be hit by another sign that popped out of the ceiling. She made a growling noise again. The first sign read, "Welcome to the hidden first floor alt rooms, a fleshy space that will offer some biological challenges since I know you humans like your fluids and such. It's called Jonah's Revenge." No. The other sign was a little more worrying. If you don't find an exit, the water slowly rises until you all pass out and potentially drown. I'm kidding. You won't drown, but merely wash up on a lake a mile away from town, and likely with all your valuables stolen. Good times. New. Where's the exit? Estelle said in a slight panic. Khan looked around with a calm expression. If this is modeled after a big fish, I can think of 3 exits off the top of my head, he offered, and Estelle stared at him in confusion for a moment before it dawned on her. I am not going out of fish's butt, she said, with the indignation of a priest confronted with his hidden reading material by the sisters. Hazar put her hand on her shoulder. If Khan and Oz say that it's the only way, then we have to go out the butt, Etsy. Let's find the butt, he said soothingly as Estelle's mouth dropped open. This dungeon was hell. Pure hell. Alpha followed the demure ancient woman up a flight of stairs as she grumbled. The old hollow inn was the sort of what perfect inn should be if you asked Alpha. The slightly soft glow of the candles and a fireplace spread light up many floors as he ran his hand over the slightly chipped and marked wooden banisters, as the smell of bubbling stew and wax along with earthy smells filled his nose. At the recommendations of Esanella, Madam Crew can offer you a premium room, she said, repeating her words from the front desk slightly. Alpha wasn't sure who or what a Madam Crew was, but the way she spoke wasn't about the fact that she spoke a different dialect. No, Alpha was certain that the woman called herself Madam Crew because of some beneficial reason, as if it was both technically true and at the same time not really her name at all. They reached near the top where, despite the fact it had the feeling of not having people visit it in a long time, there was absolutely no dust, dirt, or cobwebs to be found in the rafters. Stopping outside a very normal door, Madame Gu reached into her sleeve with a bony, pale hand that had expensive gold and copper rings on her fingers that sparkled with gems that would pay for a small plot of land in most places. The key she retrieved also looked quite normal, but it was metal and round, with sharp, straight edges on its wooden carving sides with glass teeth and bone handle that meshed well with its stone head. Stop staring, it's rude, Gu reprimanded, breaking the spell, and Alpha saw the key was just a key. Apologizes, he muttered, and she sighed, putting the key into the door that seemed impossibly big and small for a split second before it too was just a door.
Madame Gu will collect you in the morning. You will leave the room when the sun rises. You will have breakfast. Staying in the room beyond checkout will be quite impossible. Now, enjoy," the old woman said, more a warning than an encouragement. Alpha once again considered just sleeping against Delta's entrance and simply getting on with it, but he supposed he could look at the room. Inhaling, he took a step through the door and found himself in a single small room with a window. He took a step and looked down at the soft blue plush carpet that his feet sank into. He looked up at the shade hanging down over the light bulb. Without thinking, more on instinct, he reached up over and flipped the switch, casting light over the room. To his left was a bookcase covered in hardback fantasy novels, manuals for games, encyclopedias dedicated to ship designs, monster stats, and some space set aside for little plastic figures on stands. To his right was a desk with flat glass screen set behind a black row of keys with letters and comfortable-looking chair. A still half-popped can of soda sitting on a coaster, looking right at home to the side. Right ahead was a bed that he didn't know, but had known all his life. He looked over at the table by the bed and saw a simple notepad for some educational purposes. He picked it up and opened it to the first page. On the first few pages were comments and corrections. "Need to work on your syntax, but massive improvement, Miss D. We went over this, so I have notes that you can take home. See me when you feel comfortable, Miss D. I'm so proud of you. 70%, Miss D." Alpha dropped the book to the floor where it flipped to pages of doodles, a scribbling of a boy dressed as a knight slaying ogres and dragons, smiling. It was horrible art. And of course, another comment. Miss D had drawn herself as a sun beaming down on the bad drawing. I might seem really hard, but if you work with me, you'll see all your problems are quite light, Miss D. Alpha looked around, taking it all in. He might need Madame Gu's help in the morning. He lay down on the pillow, and a scent so strong hit his nose, causing memories with no real detail to rise up. He closed his eyes, settling into an unknown but weirdly familiar sleeping posture on a strange but personal bed. Alpha remembered dreaming of a smiling woman holding out a test with a big smiley face next to a 90% pass mark. She wore a tie over a woman's shirt, a long skirt, and her face was blurred by the light and hazy fogginess. "Adam, you made it. You can go on the trip. I'll drive everyone." Alpha curled up, resting deeply. End of chapter.
And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed, and if you do, please consider supporting the author, even by popping over and leaving a thumbs up or a nice comment, just to show your appreciation for the story. However, if you wish to support this channel, there are links down below which will help immensely. I will see you all in the next one, and until then, I hope that you have a fantastic day. Cheers. Bob the Dragon, Data Magnet, Cat Crab Lobster, Duck Machine, Estrella the Dreamer, Messick, Fudic Yol, and Casper Arnholtz. Thank you very much. Chapter 143. Something Fishy. They stared at a lone obstacle keeping them from leaving the Fish Gut special event room. It was a bone-like structure rising up from the floor lining, curling outwards until it formed a spreading instrument of sorts. A flowing inscription on the top of the thing gave them a hint. "Some say speak friend to enter, but we aren't friends and I find you all annoying. Play the notes of the flesh using the keybone keyboard. Since I was kind and only put about 180 keys of variant notes, it might take a while to guess the right series of notes. Try looking around, but gestures to the water. Might want to hurry. New, overworked intern." "Did it actually just write gestures?" Estelle asked aloud as she shifted in the water and was slowly coming up the back of her feet. "Estelle, Hazard, we should hack down the door and blast it open. I don't see any traps," Khan pointed out as Oz shot the man a disapproving look behind his back. Hazard was going to speak, but was surprised when Estelle beat him to the punch. "I don't fancy being imploded. Punching into a dungeon is fine, Khan. You connect inside to stable outside. Punching a path inside a spatial dimension space to an unstable dungeon floor. We'd be lucky to emerge as fine paste, Idiot, she said with a scoff. Khan and Oz stared at the woman, so Hazar felt the need to explain on his cousin's behalf. Her magic major was separation of space and matter using barriers. She knows a lot about magic stuff, he said, and Khan eyed the flaking gold bracelet. Everyone's got one area, I suppose, he muttered. Why barriers? Oz asked, and everyone flinched at his use of manner speak. Estelle turned and looked right at the darkened hood with a dark look. I don't like people touching me, she said, before adding, I can't sleep without a barrier up anymore. She muttered and stalked off to gently peer into the fleshy hole for the hidden notes. They all took time to search slowly through the slowly filling dungeon. There didn't seem to be any monsters, but more than once, a hole in the roof opened to pour mucus down on them. They were easy to spot, and Estelle's barriers proved to be exceptional umbrellas. Before long, they had 10 round stones with depictions of notes on it. That's still all combinations, Hazar muttered aloud, the water up to his knees now. It was a little off-putting since the water was warm, like a swamp. C, U, Y, Estelle said, tapping the keys as she spoke, each press of the bone instrument making a harrowing wheezing sound of grinding rock and mournful howling. The keyboard ran into letters, then numbers, then simple pictures of emotions. The notes they found happened to be all in letters. You all suck, Oz said abruptly, making them all turn with surprise, but they shut up as he took all the rocks and spread them out. Ooh, Oz said, reading each letter with ease, stepping forward, moving his hand out, and Estelle skittered out of reach as he weirdly shaped gloved hands. He shifted the letters one at a time until they spelt, You all suck, Hazar repeated with a groan. Could be a coincidence, Khan pointed out, without any real argument to his tone. Oz turned to him. The signs, they point to this answer, he reminded, and no one could quite argue. The sign maker was quite a character. Estelle played the notes in a series, and they began to sound out the tune similar to a spluttering drum being beat before lifting upwards. After a moment, the floor in the center of the room began to open, draining the water away. This was great until they saw the hole kept growing. Hazar shouted for them to retreat, but all the fleshy doors had become so stiff as stone with thickening blood vessels. This better not be a butthole, Estelle screeched. You're all lucky, came a familiar voice, and they looked over to the instrument where Maharia the fairy rested, tapping a few keys lazily. She pressed a few. How does it go according to Delta? Tra-la-la-la-la. Not quite, she said as the hole expanded. New hasn't finished with this place. He got the basic idea in place, but there's going to be challenge rooms like stomach acid and windy lungs and, well, all the good stuff. Well, it's tra-la-la-la-la, she muttered to herself as Khan fell into the abyss below with a yell, his position the most awkward. Is this a death trap? Hazar demanded, readying himself to surrender and hoped the dungeon was true to its word of letting them go. It would not risk his and Estelle's life if it could be avoided. Maharia fluttered her wings and smiled at him. Oh, it's always a death trap, but you've only amused her so far. You aren't even worthy prey to snap the jaws of failure on. No, you're going down to the next floor. Exciting, isn't it? She said before eyeing Estelle, who was slowly toppling over the edge, her heels turning an inch of the edge into magical platforms, cheating a little. Maharia floated over innocently. Don't you dare, you little monster, Estelle growled, but Maharia pushed her with a single finger. Ah, yes, trollololol, she said with a bright smile as Estelle vanished with a scream. Oz swam dive after her without a comment. Today is a good day to die, Zanny, Hazar told him Maharia, like it was some spell to wave all omens off. Wrong. Today's the day you learn, and what good is knowledge to a dead man? Well, unless you're me, then it's quite useful. But for you, no. You'll live because you're going to see something amazing. Maharia leaned into Hazar's footing began to slip. What? He said through gritted teeth. How amazingly outclassed you are. There was never any hope, and when you understand that, I want to see you break. It'll make me feel fuzzy inside. The fairy beamed, and he fell, doing his best not to yell in panic. Maharia looked down to see one of the spiders from the court peeking out from her ribcage. False alarm, it was just a spider. No humanity left, she called out with an "Oh silly me" dripping off her tongue. She swooped down in the air and dived after them. Maharia was not going to miss them meeting the Bob. She had heard of this Bob. Maharia had heard many, many things. Khan felt himself fall down, then in a sort of weird twisting of his perception, he was falling up before he breached the surface of some massive pool under a waterfall. He blinked, moving water out of his eyes before Estelle, the Order, and Hazar followed him moments later, all spluttering to a degree. He paused before climbing out in sight of something like a forest spread out before him. This forest wasn't like any Khan had seen. For one, all of the trees were wavy or bendy, with long droopy plants, with odd patterns. The air was wet, but there was no swamp. Colorful birds flew about, a river flowed, a big eye-catching flowers grew everywhere. It was a weird forest, also quite warm. Estelle rolled past him, encased in a barrier bubble that made her spin with the greeniest expression on her face. "You all right?" Khan asked, not truly concerned for the uppity woman. "Seasick and motion sick," she whimpered as she rolled to dry land, popping a bubble to land in the sand completely dry. The Silver Order moved like a freak, slithering more than swimming to the shore, and it made Khan's skin crawl as he got a glimpse of the Order's silvery flesh mingled with human. Khan couldn't get those people who'd go into a dead dungeon and willingly let one of those monsters climb into their body. No, Khan couldn't get that at all. "Tropical air, might be some jungle level," Hazar said as he squeezed his armor and sleeves free of the water. A jungle, a jungle, a funky forest. Khan would choose which he preferred later. "What is the difference between this and a normal forest?" he asked, and Estelle shot him a withering look from where she sat on one of the rocks. She clearly didn't think Khan had much thoughts in his head. He did. It just didn't involve jungles. "Heat stroke, venomous creatures take a sharp rise, and 10 different insects could kill you at any time," Hazar offered, and Khan brightened. "Sounds great," he admitted. "It's like you never leave cities," Estelle said mockingly as she waved her staff about, getting a confusing mist of readings back. Khan stared at her, head tilting. "Why would I? Trees and rocks don't have money. Squirrels and wolves don't hire assassins. Bugs don't have safes," he said with an odd tone that made the woman look at him for a split second in fear, but she glanced away. "Then why are you here?" the Silver Order asked. "Because I was paid to be here. Now I might do it for fun, now that I know this kind of thing you find in dungeons," he admitted as he twirled his knife, flashing it down to stab something between the tall grass. His knife came back with a tiny, squirmy creature. A little man made of fungus and carrying a spear. It withered away from the acid with the pained motion and crumbled to dust. "It, didn't do anything to you," the Order protested, sounding disturbed and angry. Khan frowned as he bent down. "Could have, might have. I don't trust anything that needs 10 buddies to surround you," he commented, readying his knife as there came an angry shuffling from the bushes. Something flew from the corner of his knife and he turned, letting 3 tiny darts fly past. He moved with his heart pumping as more darts came for him. His allies coiled out in surprise, but Khan already found 2 more of the snipers and removed them as a threat before retreating. Keeping his back to the water pool, Khan ensured that he had one direction to put his back to. Something moved at his feet, and Khan moved without really thinking, sending his foot crashing down on a red crab, crushing it. Its friend stared before backing up, clicking its pincers in shock. Khan was confused. Crabs didn't feel joy, pain, or love, yet this crab looked upset. The jungle went quiet. A meditating woman opened her amphibious eyes as an orange bird on her shoulder looked ahead. "They're not worming their way out of that," the bird said, and the witch doctor didn't sigh at his words. "Fools and death. I doubt a stronger romance exists," she agreed. Downriver, a boatman doing his 200th squat stood up with shock. "My friend needs my stick to beat root guests with. Sir Bob, I'm coming." the strong man said, and began to push his boat up the river with ease. Near the hot spring, a lazy, graceful frog paused in her cleaning of the waters. "Is that my problem? I could make it my problem," she mused in her beautiful kimono. She shook her head for a moment. "Nope, don't care enough to walk through the jungle in heels," she announced. Deep in the most sacred of shrines to the frog people, an old sage meditated, not stirring. Not enough droppings had hit gale-force winds to rouse him yet. The tallest frog merely guarded his bridge, hand tightening on his spear. Khan turned as all little jungle demons ran. The sun had abruptly been blocked out, and it was raining. "I'm not associated with him. I love the little fungus men," Estelle said, voice straining and high. Khan kept craning his neck. "Khan, don't move. Doesn't have eyes. He could work on motion," Azar hissed at him. Khan looked up and up. "You?" asked Barrett, stabbing first and asking questions later. "What sort of life did you expect to lead with that?" The Silver Order said darkly. Khan saw that besides the water pouring over the massive worm's body from the pool, thick liquid poured from its open maw, not from its throat, but higher up, as if it had tear ducts on the roof of its mouth. "Come on, then!" Khan yelled, readying his knife. "But, Khan, you idiot!" Estelle snapped her hand out, forming a weak last-minute barrier on the man as the giant monstrous worm reached down and swallowed him in rage. The barrier broke, but Khan had been in a situation like this before. Sure, it was massive, God, and not a worm, but the same principles applied when they both wanted to lift you up. He got his arm as a barrier broke, sending his blood flying. The moment it touched the worm's skin, the blood began to sizzle like acid. "You see that? You eat me and you're gonna have a stomachache of your life," Khan warned loudly, backing up slowly now that he'd made his statement. "Khan, they respawn. You can't give them lasting wounds," Azar yelled. This got Khan's attention. "Oh, that's not fair," he said abruptly and turned to run. His allies were just behind him. "I thought you said you knew the dungeon basics, even for his first," Estelle screamed as the giant worm crashed after them, departing its pool to tear down trees in anger to reach them. "He said he did," Azar yelled back. "Dungeons have monsters and treasures," Khan yelled back at them. "Why am I running? I've done nothing wrong," the Order complained. The monstrous creature abruptly slithered in front of them, more nimble than Khan thought. He didn't fear the creatures as he found the emotion distracting. No, he was ready to eye this worm up like any other target. Vitals, organs, old wounds. He slowly spun his knife, but just as he and the worm were about to square off, Khan had to admit the giant monster had a slight advantage, but he was confident. They were interrupted by someone launching themselves from the ravine of the river. The massive form crashed between the group and the giant worm with a huff. "Halt! In the name of my glistening biceps and the laws of Delta," the figure announced grandly as his arm snapped up and away from his head in the same direction while he buried his head into the crook of his shoulder. "What now?" Estelle hissed, moving away to a more open clearing in case the worm decided to chase was back on. Khan was ready to win or die because this event was sort of his fault, but he would really prefer to win. The surprise figure was a giant frog-like man who had powerful bunched muscles that rippled with every movement, showing his skin could barely contain his immense prowess. "Oh my God!" Estelle moaned in fear. The frogman turned, his rippling abs and confident grin on full display. "Oh my God!" Estelle repeated with less terror and more interest. "I am here," the newcomer announced, spinning a strange three-pronged spear about, and the river to his side sloshed abruptly, as if a frog was some conductor of the water, his instrument. The worm gave a shriek, and the frog merely looked up with a long expression. "But your friends simply restore themselves as critters. Death is a concept that holds no true meaning for dungeon life forms, giving rise to unanswered questions about what life truly means, and if we might one day go insane from time itself." The giant frog reminded the creature before he sniffed. "I bet death is like the river rafting, but like a cool Halloween event river," he muttered before the worm deflated with more of a whiny screech. The pygmies inside their own troubles, you know that," the frog went on. Then he turned to them, and Khan had to admit he felt confident against the giant worm. Against this guy, something in Khan's soul insisted that there was things that would simply break him, and this close to the river, the frog would break him. The worm gave one last petulant noise. "Yes, they are rude," the frog agreed as he rolled his neck, making more muscles than Khan had in his entire body flex. "It was Khan's fault," Estelle insisted, and he nodded in agreement. It was true, after all. "Well, in that end, it doesn't really matter. Visitors who arrive by flesh and moon. I am Rael, Lord of the River and the first of the second floor. Do you seek trial by combat or trial by water?" the frog continued, arms crossed. "Combat means we fight," Hazar began, and Rael's smile turned far too eager. "Me." As Rael said this, the river heaved, making the currents turn rapid. "I find the prospect less than exciting," the Order of Silver announced quickly. After the others agreed, and Rael looked deflated. Fine. One day, He winked at Estelle, twirled her staff. "Oh, definitely," she promised, and Hazar shot her a horrified look, which made her blink. "I gotta kiss some frogs for a prince, right?" she muttered, and the trees around them began to give a horrible creaks, and Khan thought he imagined the branches going for Estelle's throat, like someone was angry with her, but the effect stopped as Rael tilted his head at the tree line, but said nothing. "So, that leaves us with a trial of water, then." Khan brought the subject back to not dying to giant worms. "Sort of, as you came in the back way, I guess I'll explain about the challenges. If you cross the river here, you'll miss out on the potential task. But the trial is simple. Simply don't get thrown off my boat," Rael announced, clapping his webbed hands brightly, causing a hollowed-out log to rise out of the river. Hazar gaped. "Challenges?" he asked, tone-tight. "Oh, it's so quaint," Estelle tried to praise. The older creep was just staring into the tree line like something had caught his attention. Rael's smile widened as if he couldn't wait to explain everything. Khan looked down, and a root slithered into the underbrush as if teasing. Something or someone was enjoying the show, it seemed. "No redeeming features?" Wyam asked lightly, and Maharia shrugged. "I said they were not Delta's sort," she corrected, and Wyam pretended to crane her neck as if to hear better. "Total annihilation, you say?" the tree said softly with a saccharine sweetness. "Sure, go wild." End of chapter. Chapter 144. Dramatic flashbacks under the moon. "To your left, you'll spot a very famous tree," Rael said brightly, pushing his long trident into the river to propel the boat along like it was ferryman's pole. "This is the 6th famous tree that you've pointed out," Hazar pointed out, trying to keep his tone neutral. Despite the clear power the monster radiated, his personality was a little grating to Hazar. "Yes, but this one is famous for when 3 pygmy mushrooms did battle that lasted hours until they became friends and then swore to grow up to be adventurers," Rael promised, and Estelle scooted a little closer to his bulging arms as he pushed them down the river. "That sounds magical," she fawned, making Hazar's mood drop even more. He was a giant frog. What was so damn attractive for Estelle? Was it the bright personality, the confidence? Hazar supposed there was a simple fact that his cousin would flirt with anything that had biceps bigger than their brain. Out of nowhere, another tree branch smacked into Estelle's perfectly doe-eyed face, making her yelp. That made the 5th one so far. "That's it," Estelle said, red-faced as she stood up, making the boat rock slightly. "Why, am I the only one being pelted by these forsaken pieces of kindling?" she demanded loudly. She opened her mouth and gagged when an insect flew into it. Then she was splashed by the river fish, and a bird only narrowly avoided her dress with its droppings. "Nature is beautiful," Khan declared, oblivious to Estelle's suffering as Silver nodded energetically behind him. Estelle waved a hand, and one of her barriers snapped into place, saving her from the spray of water. "Care to join me? I have enough space for 2, Estelle said, trying to go back to the swath towards Rael. An almost blinding bright orange bird soared through the shield like it was paper and flapped in her face, making Estelle scream and wave her hands in surprise before she toppled backwards into the river and out of sight for a moment before Rael fished her out. Hazel was now sure that Estelle had offended some nature spirit of some kind by flirting with Rael. Estelle looked like a drowned cat, and Rael held the offending bird between two of his large fingers. "Inchi, these are my guests. Mind your manners," he told the bird, who didn't try to escape. "My manners are perfectly fine. It's you who should work on your, bedside manners," the bird guffawed, and Hazel recoiled at the words. The joke so bad it made his teeth ache. Rael looked amused for a moment. "Davina won't be happy you're causing trouble. Now off with you," he insisted. "Oh, no kidding that she's not happy," the bird muttered and darted off, somehow vanishing into the trees despite his plumage of rising sun. Hazel was about to ask what the hell was going on, but something caught his eye. The river ahead was smooth and ambling, but if you ignored the sheer wonder of the jungle around them and looked ahead, his jaw dropped. The land was parting. No, it was like the river was painting itself into the land, allowing the boat to go where it pleased. The water carefully formed bends around large trees and rocks, and behind them, the river was swallowed up by the ground as if it had never been there. The frogman was making a mobile river. When had they left the actual river? Rael grinned at him. "The usual first task is on rotation, so Giant, a good friend, won't be able to challenge you, and I know he's asleep, so we're just taking the long way around to be polite," he explained, and none of his words made any sense to him. "Giant is, bigger than you?" Estelle asked, more in actual shock than anything disgraceful. "A head or so, but he's bigger in heart, sweet frog," Rael said with an honest affection as they came to a stop at, a bathhouse. "The most elegant stop." Rael waved a large arm at the place that seemed infused with mist and a soft, glowing lanterns contained in an odd paper shell that made the light humble and gentle. An almost quaint sign declared this place as the Lunar Springs. Hazel sniffed, drawing in the scent of a dozen aromas he had never smelled. It was a miracle he hadn't smelled this place a mile off, but somehow it was contained to this tiny, cleared part of the jungle where the trees were strangely thin and taller. They watched Rael break one to drink the sweet-smelling nectar inside. "I'm confused. You said tasks and trials of water," Khan asked, scratching his chin as he frowned. Rael nodded and inhaled once. "The second floor's boss. The only way down is guarded, not just by a powerful force of nature, but also 3 impassable gates," Rael explained as he sat on his boat, bobbing up and down in the same spot. It was unnerving to see such a deep water inches from solid ground. "Gates? So if we can just break them open," Hazel began, and Rael leaned forward with a flex of his hands. "Oh, you might be able to. Nothing is impossible in Delta's touch, but, breaking the rules means the lady breaks you," Rael said so simply and casually it abruptly brought him back into focus the fact that he was a dungeon monster. Hazel. He had forgotten that. What the hell was this place? "And this spring is one of these challenges," Silver asked, and Rael nodded. "Indeed. However, I am but a humble ferryman. It is for the lady of the spring to introduce herself," he said, grinning at the misty building. Hazel didn't feel any danger in his senses, and they were usually the first to rise at the hint of trouble. He turned, searching for any possible threat. He stopped instantly when he saw a group had gone from 4 to 5. As if conjured by the mist, there now stood a feminine, gentle-looking frog, clad in a strange, robe-like dress of midnight black, embroidered with delicate pink blossoms that shimmered and danced as she moved. As she shuffled forward onto her stiletto heels, Azark felt a cold sweat run down his spine. Should she have wished them dead, they would never have known what killed them. "Welcome, most honored guests," the smaller figure said, and her strange robe-like dress was decorated with images of falling pink blossoms on a black background. When she shuffled forward on delicate-looking heels, the petals seemed to dance or shimmer with movement. "Oh, hi," Khan stuttered, looking as pale as a ghost. Hazar gave him a side-eye. wondering how he wasn't spooked by the giant deathworm, but this lady freaked him out. "On!" he hissed, and the man gestured to his waist, and Hazar looked down. No. He reached to his back and found his own weapon was gone. "Fret not, weary travellers. I placed your lovely instruments of magic and death on the table just yonder. I will treat them with loving oils and the best care." The frog bowed once more before turning to Rel, who looked proud, as if a big brother witnessed his little sibling's first scare tactic on his squishy humans. "They'll be absorbed," Estelle protested, and the frog merely smiled. "I give my word. Is that not enough?" she asked, the question like a keen dagger bared from its sheath. Khan moved closer and leaned in. "How, did you take all my daggers? One of those was in an awkward place," he said, more conversational than upset. Hazar blinked. The man only had one dagger. On the table where the frog lady gestured, 6 smaller daggers surrounded Khan's larger dagger. "As a carer of the springs, my touch is undeniable," she said before bowing once more. "I am Luna, 4th of the 2nd floor and one of the chosen key guardians. I welcome you all to my springs. Please don't make a mess," she asked and turned with a smile, her dress giving off the illusion that she was hiding nothing on her body. "I've seen some shoddy bathhouses in my time. We're not going to be felt up or robbed while we get subpar massages, are we?" Estelle asked, and Luna paused, back turned to them. "If I wished to feel you up, I could just go caress Sir Bacon on the 1st floor. It would be much the same feeling, but Sir Bacon is of much more agreeable temperament," Luna commanded airily before walking into the mist. "Luna, I leave them in your capable hands," Rail said, hand over his mouth as the rest of him shared a confused look. Sir Bacon, was that a monster on the 1st floor? After a moment, they followed Luna to the center of the springs where open pools of water steamed, fire crystals heating the water. Such pure, flawless fire crystals heating a bathtub. This dungeon was either woefully ignorant of their treasure or smugly rich. Luna walked to the central platform and spread her arms before she spoke. "Normally, these springs would be a haven for long, weary travelers who might have ruptured organs, smashed bones, bleeding veins, popped eyeballs," she listed, sounding more excited by the possibilities as she went on. "An exploding heart is neat," Khan agreed as Luna listed more gruesome injuries. "But as challenges, the springs will serve a different function. The trial of water has but another name," she explained before looking at each of them in turn. "The trial of cleansing," she finished. As she spoke, the pools that surrounded her began to glow with a light, as if the moon shone beneath each body of water. "I assume that it isn't us just showing you that we can bathe?" Hazar asked. Luna smiled as she eyed them all, still semi-reeking of fish guts and worm spit. "It's a start," she admitted, before pointing to one of the pools. "I prepared a special concoction that'll lure you into a special test. The test itself poses no threat, but I must warn you that it'll bring back many unpleasant traumas. If you feel your past pains are too great, then do not step into the pool. As there are 4 of you, only 2 must pass," Luna said softly. After a moment, no one stood back, which surprised Hazar. He thought the silver member might refuse given the circumstances, but... "Very well. I have prepared bath suites for the changing rooms. Everyone needs to wear undergarments. Uniforms are there for anyone with issues with their image or would rather be respectful." Luna pointed to the 2 small shacks. "Can we not just go naked?" Khan asked, not seeing the point. Both Estelle and Silver turned to him with a glare. "No, innocent children bee workers might pass by," Luna said affronted. Hazar also had an issue with that, but he still had his past lover's name inked across his, well, nothing he'd want Estelle seeing. She'd mock him for weeks. "Never thought that I'd get near naked in a dungeon," Khan announced as he took off his armor and shirt, revealing a hairy torso and so many scars that they seemed layered one over the other. Hazar stared at the 2 marks on his shoulder. Clipped wings, symbols of an old slave trade business that was torn down. Those marks were stamped onto the younger slaves, if Hazar remembered right, to remind them that they had no future. Hazar didn't exactly recall what happened to them. Just that the name of the owners were torn down as if some beast ripped them apart overnight, leaving only the slaves alive. If he recalled, one of the slaves made a report to the kingdom, but what he saw had undone his mind. Hazar hoped to never meet the demon who did that. Mila turned to Rudy and slapped her daughter's hand. "They aren't cooled yet," she barked, watching the meat puff pastries with an eagle eye. Rudy scowled, shaking her hand. "I'm part demon. I can handle hot food," she said, as if Mila could forget who her father was. "It's manners," she retorted, and put them in the oven to cool. Mila was feeling oddly twitchy, and Rudy saw. "Spill, you old handbag. What's making you tense?" she asked, as gently as Rudy ever did anything. Mila scowled, but shrugged. "My old nose is acting up. Thought I smelled." She leaned out the window towards the forest in which the dungeon laid. It was a scent hours old, but lingered in the manna-rich air. Hot sand, ice-spilled cacti, men riding dark horses, blood soaked in the dark sand, bringing more monsters. Mila remembered that smell well, but there were others. Then she smelled wrongness, a tacky perfume, worried sweat. For a moment, Mila's eyes flashed yellow. Outsiders. Forcing herself back, she inhaled. Memories of her time spent near the ruby dungeon in the sands always made her cranky. Rudy raised an eyebrow. "Should we raise the alarm, or should I hunt them?" she asked, and the teasing between them had faded to hunter and warrior, demon and beast, daughter and mother. "No. Outsiders are coming, but we must accept that. Check the inns for who it could be," Mila instructed, sitting down and packing Rudy 3 of the meat pastries to go. "And if they're not in the town?" Rudy asked softly. "Invite them. Escort them if need be. Even if we weren't endurance, rules and etiquette must be upheld, and I gave none permission to go tramping through Delta," she said darkly. At the idea that they might be stomping through Delta right now, Rudy's yellow eyes glowed before she exhaled through her nose. "With pleasure. I'll give them the tour, personally," Rudy agreed, gone like a dark predator out the door. Mila turned to the window, inhaling once more. "Wrongness and metal," she concluded, thinking over the one scent in particular. She knew that smell, but it eluded her. Mila didn't dig deeper into her memory. Things that she didn't remember anything about could possibly be lurking just below an innocent question or rumination. The wrong memory could undo many years of work, so Mila decided to make some more pastries. She still had so much damn direwolf meat to use. The soul is connected to many things. The heart, the points of energy within the body, the chaotic thoughts running through your ever so tender and fragile brain, Runa said as she softly ran a strange tool around a large bowl, producing a hollow, ringing noise that seemed to sink deeper in than a simple volume. Estelle shifted in her pool. The suit she wore was made of some elastic rubber plant. It hugged her body, but she was pleased to see that it went all the way down to her legs and arms. Luna had even given her some nice shorts to wear over it, so nothing was revealed if she got out of the pool. There was little to be done about the upper areas, but they each had their own pool, so Estelle didn't protest. The springs was just the right amount of hot to be deep and therapeutic, rather than uncomfortable. It was odd, since Estelle knew personally that she had a rather finicky, just right temperature for baths, and usually had to settle for near, but never perfect. She looked over at Khan, who wore the tiniest of shorts he could, the cretin. She was curious about his back wounds. Some of them looked like his skin had been torn by something with spikes repeatedly, but she refrained from asking. Khan had earned his secrets for now. Silver wore some sort of bulky diving suit, but even then Estelle could see how his body wasn't right. Hazar wore baggy shorts, but she didn't exactly look hard at her cousin. He seemed embarrassed by something though. so she checked for hilarious birthmarks or perhaps ugly tattoos. She didn't see anything, but nevertheless. However, deep within all mortals is a core, a point through which all your experience flows. This core becomes a seed which emanates trauma, hate, pain, and more. This challenge is not to defeat this pain, but lessen its grip upon you. Strength can be gained from this. Luna let the bell ring one final time before putting it aside. And a key, hopefully, Estelle muttered. Where is the drug added? I haven't seen the Dancing Moon Children in some time, Khan called, making some drug reference Estelle didn't get. Children of the moon. Khan was a fool. Oh, I added them before you all changed, Luna said conversationally. Estelle stopped enjoying the cute little pink petals floating on the water, her eyes widening. What? Hazar said flatly. Estelle turned to glare at Luna, but the frogwoman was floating, or perhaps her platform. The mist seemed awfully thick, and the others seemed far away, as if they were drifting apart. A ludicrous thought until she remembered Rail. Oh, she remembered Rail all right. She made to stand up, but when she gripped the side of the pool, her hands met cold marble instead. The uneven rock markings the pool edge was now a weird mix of elegant bathtub and rough stone. The mist drawing closer and closer. Damn it, I thought I'd see some colors or have a minor flashbacks. This is too intense, Estelle complained, standing up. Wow, I thought she was a boy from how awkward she is. That I was wrong, came a nasally snide voice from behind her. Estelle froze, every inch of her withdrawing into a cold steel sphere of, don't look at me. Actually, she's a goblin, the voice finished, and a dozen girls began to laugh around her. The bathhouse was now a large communal bathroom, a very familiar bathroom. Estelle turned to see Marby Hassenvein and a dozen or so followers wrapped in towels all crowding around Estelle's tub. Estelle couldn't be here. Estelle refused to be here. She threw her hand and was pitiful. Horribly small wisp of smoke exited one finger. This elicited more laughter. Common little Esty can't even use common little magic, Marby said with a mock sympathy before she flung out her own hand. A fireball ignited and flew towards Estelle, flying past and igniting her towel and spare clothes until they were only cinders, breaking away and leaving her with nothing to hide her body. Estelle sank back into the student bath. Dread, shame, loathing filled her. Hurry back, Esty. I heard the corridors are so cold tonight, Marby said, and they all erupted into shrieks of laughter again. Goblin, goblin, Esty, they chanted as they walked off. Common, ugly goblin Esty. Estelle wanted to shut them all out, erect a wall so thick that they couldn't touch her. Look at her. Burn her. But she had right. There was a horrible, confusing moment of knowing she wasn't the scrawny, unnerved kid anymore. She was a proud woman who was neither common nor a goblin. She was being courted by a damn muscular frogman who would break her walls any damn day. Marby, Estelle called, and the girl turned, a smirk on her face which died when Estelle rose from the bathtub. A barrier so close to her skin it looked like a dress made of hexagonal panels that shifted. You grew up to be mediocre and boring, she declared, and the girl's eyes turned back. At least I grew up. You're still here, Marby spat, her goons turning to the shadows. Yeah, if you're my deepest, darkest demon, I'm so ready to become a badass. Bye-bye, Marby. You were a second-rate bitch and a third-rate magician, Estelle announced, returning back to her full adult form and snapping her fingers, causing the illusion to explode outwards as Estelle summoned a barrier inside of them. Is that all? Estelle bragged, and a heavy hand landed on her shoulder. It was tight, slightly cold, and she remembered exactly the feel of the gold rings digging into her skin. Estelle, stand straight, the man said, and Estelle was 4, shaking like a leaf. Father, she greeted, a voice so fragile. Silver walked through the gleaming halls of polished metal. He didn't deserve the name, but the others called him Silver, so he would choose a name over 299 for now. He would just never call himself Silver, and there would be no issue or consequences. Floor 44 was his home, and it had been many years since the Great Silver One changed anything here or even visited. It was the nature of dungeons. They knew that, and honestly, they didn't feel boredom or loneliness, only passing curiosity of lower floors. In places, the silver was wrong and replaced by simple human home of beds, kitchen tables, half people, half silver statues. The illusion was impressive, but Silver was part monster. It saw the manner making it all up. It didn't stop him glaring with all his hate at the figure walking through the hall. Flowing hair, a body not suited for combat or being in a dungeon, a gentle face with a soft beauty that was at odds with the sharp Silver, soft and supple, and a basket full of flowers in her arm. Silver glared at the woman who doomed them all, the woman who his master had fallen in love with, the one who chose over them all. "Kiriel, I'll find you. I will kill you," Silver whispered, and the woman paused before him, eyes black and smile kind. "You're hunting ghosts?" she said sadly. "Then the dead yet wander," Silver replied. "Beast, cease bothering her," came an order, and Silver recoiled as he was forced back away from Kiriel as a bright silver orb came closer, its light opulent and all Silver ever wanted to see once more. How cruel of Delta. How kind of her. Master. End of chapter. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed, and if you do, please consider supporting the author, even by popping over and leaving a thumbs up or a nice comment, just to show your appreciation for the story. However, if you wish to support this channel, there are links down below which will help immensely. I will see you all in the next one, and until then, I hope that you have a fantastic day. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the narration of the web novel There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns, taken from Royal Road with the user's approval. If you are new to the series, there is a playlist listed in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 145, The Things That Brought Us Here. Hazer nervously tied the knife to his waist. "Nice and tight. You don't want to lose your nice side knife. Adventurers who lose their side knives lose their lives shortly after," said an old, familiar voice behind Hazer. He turned to see the leader of his group strutting towards him. Hazer tried to recall why he thought he was in a bath, why he was in a place he only saw in memories and nightmares. "Master Ivan," he said nervously, voice deeper at age of 16 than most. The man clapped Hazer on the shoulder. "None of that. We're going into trouble together, so just Ivan," he said, and Hazer's head hurt as people moved past, some with faces, some blurred, as if the world that deemed them unimportant. But despite that, Hazer felt like he was exactly where he should be. "Is it trouble? I thought we kept on top of it," Hazer mumbled, and Ivan peered over him to something in the distance. "Dungeons can be sneaky. Yeah, this one more so than most. About their new levels, sir. You only get the big mana surges every couple of levels, and the deeper the dungeon, the less makes it to the top," Ivan said as he rubbed his grizzled face and collected scars from many years of trouble. "I thought fair play had men on every floor, merchants before every boss, and constant material collection," Hazer said with a frown, idly rubbing the bridge of his belt that denoted him as Fairplate Scout Team 35. "It's good propaganda, isn't it? Dungeons made safe," Ivan cackled, as if he imagined the slogan on some colorful poster. "We have enough men. If we focused ourselves, we could do that, but that was 20, 30 dungeons ago," Ivan went on as he pulled his short sword and shield out of check for nicks and damage before the expedition began. "I don't know that there were that many," Hazer said, frowning. He mentally counted the famous ones in his hand. The Royal Dungeon, the Great Ruby of the Desert, the Lighthouse, the Pestilent Swamp, the Silver Halls, and a few that he heard about by gossip. Like one in a land where they spoke semi-common and a mix of their own tongue. Supposedly, there was one under the world tree, but the thing went feral ages ago. Dungeons are symbiotic or parasitic depending on your relationship to local life. Some dungeons just get unlucky and birth in areas with not much in them. No prey, no growth, and thus no one really knows that they're there. Ivan went on, checking his armor straps next. Hazar hesitated and did the same. Doesn't Fairplay pay big magic for tracking maps? He pushed, wondering if he could join up with the scam group. It's no delicate spiderweb, lad. It's a big metal nose pointing at the sky, and only a big prey gives off any reasonable manner to sniff at. Most of the scouts find dungeons off the beaten path, mostly by luck, Ivan admitted as he stood up on the road. That's right. They were in a town. And the towns that sell the rights, Hazar recalled as he turned slowly. Aye, the dungeons are like finding a caged beast in your garden. Some talented folk can make it work, but most just end up feeding it. There's no shame in admitting that you're over the head with illegal jargon got important when greedy mayors and kings try to snatch the dungeons back once we mastered them, Ivan said with a dark look. Hazar was sure that the jargon went both ways in unfairness, but he didn't care. He was just here to get his name out there. He wanted to be a famous like Cataract the Spear or Lorsa the Night Captain, maybe even like the rising hero in his hometown, Ruberio Smalls or Smalls the Great, the man whose rapier could have cleaved iron from rock and web from a spider. Ivan's hand smacked the back of his head before he put on his gauntlets. Daydreaming already. We haven't even gone inside, he guffawed with a bright cheer. Hazar glared at his leader, rubbing his already forming bump before he followed him and the others to the entrance of the dungeon. It was a chaotic-looking thing. A door that half rose out of the sea with pink coral forming walls and stairs. The chaos came into focus when the metal gate that would guard the castle rose out of the sand and rocks, mashing wildly with the coral to form a twisted blend of pink and iron. The entrance opened with snaps of coral pieces and metal bars, but it did open. Ever been to the famous dungeon the Twin calls? Ivan asked conversationally. Hazar was too awestruck to answer. Someone came up to Ivan, speaking in a faint voice that Hazar didn't take notice of. He took a step forward, almost hypnotized by the entrance. His glory and fame laid within, and he gripped his axe with eagerness. Hazar the Mighty, no, Hazar the Great. His heart burned with a joy and anticipation. Yet, even lost in the tranquil memory, a horrible lurch of pain filled Hazar. He was not 16, or a boy. He knew how it ended, and he tried to make his feet turn back, to run away. But he was a watcher more than an actor at this point. They entered, finding the entrance hall to be a mix of swirling coral doing battle with jagged metal statues. The coral infecting the statues like parasites as metal rusted and diluted the pink rock in return. In front of them, a door opened to the left, leading down, and a door opened to the right, leading forward. The doors were simply rock, but on the surface there's scripture that seemed old-fashioned, even for someone like Ivan to read. The other portal is upon certain death, Hazar read as he turned to the other. The other door upon no honor is certain life, he said, and Ivan started. Welcome to the running theme of the dungeon, conflicting style and always two choices, he said with a sigh, and pulled out a detailed map, showing the way forward leading to a series of rooms with clear marked traps and a door leading down to something Ivan had marked as the pit of coral crabs that also had ways to proceed forward. Teams already marked up to 35th floor, so we're covering the majority there. We have to do a week's worth of scouting, checking for new monsters or patrol deviations in existing creatures. Ivan instructed the team, though Hazar could only see Ivan. I don't think I can fight, Hazar said, trading off as Ivan smiled at him. We've got 2 fair maidens coming in. They'll clear a path forward when we need it, but don't expect them to hold your hands. No, you might want them to, he said, grinning as Hazar went pink at the cheeks, looking down at the pink coral to avoid Ivan's gaze. Hazar had seen one. She'd been the most beautiful thing that he'd ever seen. Will it be Winter's Silent Sigh? he asked, ever so casually. Not likely. We're expecting trouble, not a full-blown corrupted dungeon, Ivan replied dryly. But, Isanella, she'd be the strongest, right? He argued, as if Ivan had any say in what the maidens went. In the right field, they're all the strongest, but I'm not getting sucked into another maiden debate. Everyone has their personal favorite, he warned. He marked a path on his map. Anyway, Isanella is getting sent to the Blood Plains. A tribe there has knowledge of the dungeon that she's been sent to convince them to share, she said as Hazar's heart dropped. He really wanted to impress the fair maiden with his, low-rank skills. Besides, everyone knows Brulda of the Striking Summer as the best fair maiden, Ivan said cheerfully as they set off. Hazar bristled. Maybe you'd let Spirit Hope Maiden or the Kingdom Fall Maiden be considered. But Summer? He was as bad as his cousin who sneezed smocks and ate frogs for fun. Khan stared up at the giant tower jutting out of the sand in the far distance. The harsh sun of the sister beat down hard in this region, and the sand around him shifted in harsh winds. I've already handled this, he called out to the illusion of drugs and magic. The sun flickered, and the tower tilted. The scene shifted to him staring up at a half-wolf, half-woman covered slave of blood, snarling as she raised her weapon to remove Khan's head. Nope, I got this out in a drunken party. Was cathartic. There was a pause, and the scene shifted, and Khan found himself in one of the few oases in the desert, holding a gleaming scimitar. He was maybe 12, maybe younger. I haven't dealt with this, This one's a good one, he called out, trying to be helpful to make for his crab-stomping business from before. The weapon he held had many gems embedded in it, and Khan had pulled it out from the bottom of the oasis after he fell while trying to swim. Khan wasn't sure if he was trying to kill himself, or honestly, was just wondering about being in the water was like. Child of the dunes, the sword mumbled, as if trying to remember a script it had forgotten. It sounded male and half asleep. I am slave 22, Khan said, remembering how the conversation had gone. And I am the great Gamma, a weapon of 1,000 dreams and forms. The weapon responded, sounding more on track now. This is painful, can we not? Khan asked honestly, ignoring the scene for a moment. Luna's voice hummed from far, like she was in the moon itself in the sky. The point is to address old wounds, but you're free to leave. Only 2 need pass, but no one else has yet, Luna said breezily. Khan thought furiously for a moment. He presumed Hazar would pass. Silver was 50-50, but still. I already know what happens. I don't see how reliving it makes me stronger, he argued, but decided in his heart to remain in the ritual. Slave, huh? Well, listen up, kiddo. If you tell me what you wish and take me away from this oasis, I'll make your wish come true, Gamma said, and Khan sighed. You won't, he said, with an absolute confidence. Oi, don't doubt me. So I just need to ask a question real quick before I make some magic happen. Do the names Alpha, Beta, or Delta sound familiar? Gamma asked, and Khan jostled in surprise. He'd forgotten Gamma had asked that. His original answer would have had to have been no. But now, Delta. He was in a dungeon of Delta. Khan felt his heart beating faster as he had dark thoughts rise up. Shame, Gamma said, as if Khan had answered. In a moment, Khan threw the blasted sword back in the oasis with a snarl. There was a ripple, and the scene reset itself. He was holding the sword. Child of the dunes. Khan threw the sword away. The scene reset itself. Khan tried to bury it, and the scene reset itself. Finally, he just stood there, listening to Gamma effectively talk to himself as if Khan was a slave boy was still there. Still talking. You just hold me high and announce yourself free. I'll take care of the rest, Gamma promised, and Khan watched as Gamma turned into some strange contraption that he had once seen at the blacksmith's. A sword moved on its own, clipping Khan's chains so that they dropped into the sand below with a thud. See, freedom is here already, Gamma sang, and Khan looked at it. You gave me hope, he accused hoarsely. Gamma oddly broke the script to reply. I gave you a weapon. Don't blame me for anything else. The weapon retorted as it shifted to a giant axe that little Khan could lift with ease. Khan remembered the path he took back to the camp. The other slaves saw him first, backing away as their chains rattled, tied to metal poles buried in the sand. Khan couldn't lie. Gamma did as he promised, and as he held the weapon up, Gamma seemed to attack on his own, dragging Khan around rather than the other way around. The axe became a myriad of weapons, cutting down his slavers to the point Khan could feel he was losing some strength as Gamma wielded him. Before he could do much to stop Gamma or even think of letting go, Gamma lurched towards the harsh, open deserts. Come on, more will come, and you are my only chance of getting some real place. I've been stuck in the oasis for 2 months, Gamma complained as Khan stared wide-eyed. His face felt hot as sticky stuff dried on it. No, the others, Khan protested as his will made Gamma pause. Well, all right, but that's a lot of slaves, he reminded as he let Khan drag him back and started hacking up the chains. Khan hacked and hacked, remembering very little of the faces he rescued. They all backed away from him and just ran. Kid, the patrols are coming back and we don't have the energy to take more on. Grab a horse, Gara insisted. Khan didn't exactly regret trying to save the slaves, but he clearly could see that it was a lost cause as he was much older. Khan watched his little hand swing over and over, freeing more people as he returned closer to the water's edge in his haste. He was going to fight, die as a free boy and live anymore as a slave, but... Anyone with a brain, raise your hand and I'll get us out of here, Gamma yelled in a slight panic as Khan got too close to the oasis once more to free more people. I don't want to go back into the oasis, Gamma yelled, losing all composure. Khan blinked as the older woman snapped Gamma out of his hands. It was so easy for her since Gamma forced himself out of Khan's grip. Take me from here, Devil Blade, she commanded with a rasp and kicked Khan down to the water's edge as chaos erupted in the camp. Khan looked up, sand sticking to his face. Gamma, you, he said, but both of them were gone over the embankment and into the fight. Khan reached his hand out for someone to help him, but no one came. No one came except for the chains. The others say the boy brought the Devil Blade to the camp, a large man called, and Khan just laid there, feeling hollow and used. The slaver leaned down at the ruins of the camp, gripping Khan's collar tightly. No magic blade here, boy. No friends among slaves, no heroes, he said, and Khan didn't feel fear at the sight of the man. He had seen far greater men and demons bare their teeth at him. I was a hero, and Gamma was a coward, Khan said flatly, and it broke apart. He was abruptly back in the pool, head in Luna's lap, and he rested in calm pool. I failed, he said with a blank tone. Oh, adventurer. The only mark of failure at my hot spring is the unwillingness to face your demons at all. Running is failure, but I think seeing things from a different perspective helps a little, Luna said smoothly. Khan just sat in the steaming pool for a moment longer before speaking. I do not get the lesson, he finally admitted. Depends on how you want to take it, Luna said, bemused. Perhaps seeing that you were a boy who was used and left made you not a failure or a coward. Perhaps seeing the fact that you were a boy who was used and left made you not a failure, nor a coward. Perhaps seeing the options that you had, that if you left the slaves to perish, then you would be a different, lesser man, with a cowardly blade at your side, she said with a long sigh. Khan blinked once and then looked down at his pruning fingers. I chose to be free, even when they put those chains back on me and branded my back. I had tasted hope from a traitor, like a poisoned wine. I was free in my heart, they said slowly. Luna smiled at him, and Khan couldn't say that he was into frog people, but she was pretty in her hazy hot spring air and calm aura. Now you can be free to hunt down the treacherous blade and snap it like a man's private pride into two, then melt those pieces down and make fashionable earrings, Luna advised brightly. Anyone else past? he asked, and Luna gestured to the side where Silver waited on the bench, holding a rather tiny shell of some hairy fruit that had a pink umbrella in it. Gon needed one of those things, so he joined the odd Silver on the bench. "How was your drama?" Gon asked politely, and Silver turned his head to Gon with an unnatural rigidity. "Inside, I am a storm of howling beasts that slather and drool for serene release from these memories that hound my soul like hornets that have knives instead of stingers," Silver responded tersely. Gon trailed off, not sure what to say. "It sucked, and I am now on the path of cathartic healing, I suppose," Silver summed up. There was a violent explosion from the pool Estelle had been in, and she stood up, barriers forming together in such a way that she made two giant hands that were attempting to squash somebody's head. "Fulva!" she screamed, before she spun and stormed forward, still in whatever illusion she was in. She began to knock over something in a vision. "I hate you, your porcelain duck collection. I hate your stupid pen collection. I hate your stupid books," she yelled, throwing the objects down with glee. Luna cautiously prodded her back to the pool with a long stick. "I am a mage. I don't need your or anyone's approval," Estelle concluded, as she flexed her magic and pointed forward. "I am a barrier mage, Estelle Unnamed. I discard your name, Mage Thunderblaze," she announced, and Khan stared as her swimsuit was tearing from the magic. "What's the drama?" he said with excitement, but Luna swaddled her in a large, colorful towel. "Mage names. I remember that being important," Khan commented, and Silver nodded. "Mage names are the very magic they wield. It's rare to see one to have such a powerful effect as Thunderblaze. It would be worth a lot of clout in magic circles," Silver explained. Khan remembered a few mages, but they all had wiggle or tapping in their name. He hadn't fought one that had a real mage name before. "Chris Fire Smasher," Alpha said, making note of it. The scarfy blonde man sighed, and his companion leaned over with a wide smile. "Salvation! I am Sethimus Purging River. I am a life companion of Chris. I cool his burning tongue," he introduced, and Alpha stared at the man with utter bafflement. "He's a long-time friend who stops me from saying rude people on fire," Quest translated as he nursed his drink. "Isanella said that I should introduce myself to 10 people so that I can get over my crippling fear of socialization," Alpha said, as to explain why he was bothering with the wizards. "Chris, isn't he funny?" Seth said, in that weird tongue that used manner. "I thought I was being serious." Alpha frowned at the same tongue. Seth and Quist turned to him with surprise. "You're a mage?" Quist asked, and Alpha paused. He was a lot of things, if he was being honest. Nodding, Alpha watched as both men eyed him. "What's your name?" Quist asked slowly. "Alpha," he responded simply. That was an easy question. "No, your mage name," Seth asked with excitement. Alpha mentally checked his stats and didn't find the title that fit the mage name. "I don't have one," he admitted, as he wondered if he should flee the bar and try somewhere else. But the only other interesting place was the bank, and the man there asked if Alpha was donating blood, memories, or gold. Can't be left alone. A mage with no name is like a man with no underwear on. Just rubs the wrong way," Chris said, as he stood up and took his very nice hat off. Alpha stared at the magic hat as Quist waved a hand over it. "By the power of a named wizard and someone who's worked double shift today, I open the way to the realm of names," he said, and the hat shook before there was a sound like a plug being uncorked, and a cold air began to leak from the hat. "Don't be nervous, just reach in and pluck out a piece of paper," Seth said, in a magic tongue, clapping his hands excitedly. Alpha got a quest to do just that, so he shrugged and reached in. It was a lot like pushing his hand through a thick pudding that was cool and occasionally parted to reveal pockets of air that had jelly worms in them. After some fisting of the pudding-like realm, Alpha finally felt what seemed to be a scrap of paper. He pulled out his hand, which was now covered in a dark purple slime, holding a piece of paper. He read it. "Alpha, First King." Far across the Rand, near the capital, a series of tools and instruments began to vanish off a very shocked, bow-naked old man, leaving him standing nude in the great hall of the wizard clan. It was soon discovered that there was a new position above Grand Mage, and its name was Mage King. In a single act of pulling it from her hat, magic, as they knew it, was forever changed. Or, as Sister would say, finally moved out of Alpha. End of chapter. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed, and if you do, please consider supporting the author, even by popping over and leaving a thumbs up or a nice comment, just to show your appreciation for the story. However, if you wish to support this channel, there are links down below which will help immensely. I will see you all in the next one, and until then, I hope that you have a fantastic day. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest video. There is no epic lucha, only puns, taken from the website Royal Road. The link to the story will be down below. If you wish to support the author, please head over there and give them support. If you wish to support the channel, there are numerous ways to do so down below. There is Discord, merch, Patreon, bunch of other stuff too, so have a look in the description, you might be surprised. Anyways, now on to the fiction. As always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 146. Dreams Never Linger. Hazar stood outside the boss door of floor 36. Even in this false memory, this illusion, he couldn't ignore the feeling of how he was caked in blood and covered in wounds. Boy! Ivan croaked as he laid against the wall. His left leg and arm were missing, and Hazar had run out of materials to bandage his stump with. The floor underneath him was an almost perfect blend of naturally growing ivy and glass shards one would find on an old church window. It made it dazzle to shine light on, but unbearable to rest upon. Inside the boss room, sounds of fighting could be heard. The sounds of cracking glass, roaring fire, and waves of mana rolled out from under the door. I don't understand, Hazar whispered, turning to Ivan with a hollow expression. It was bad luck, Hazar. It happens, Ivan said quietly. Hazar gripped his only remaining weapon, his side knife, of course. It was the only weapon he didn't actually bother using. Bad luck, Hazar echoed and turned to Ivan fully with agony and fear on his face. Bad luck killed all of Team 35. All of them. Junie, Matrix, Nips, he demanded of the dying man. The twin dungeons have a reputation of being highly unbalanced due to their dual nature. Some floors can be mastered with fire or ice, having flying beasts too heavy to fly, Ivan said, coughing as he tried to sit up. But rarely, horribly, these two natures meld perfectly together on a floor. No fighting, no arguments, no inefficient designs. Then the dungeon's true terror is unleashed, Ivan said, flexing his fingers on his only remaining hand. Does that still have 2 bosses per floor? How is that fair? Hazar cried, falling to his knees, ignoring how some spines of the ivy buried into his knee. Ivan's hand fell on Hazar's shoulder. Dungeons aren't fair, my boy. It's down to humanity to make it fair. But we're so few, and the company is only one. Still, it was my judgment that pushed us on, not yours. Ivan wheezed as he closed his eyes. A tremble shook the ground as the fighting inside the boss room intensified between the monstrosity and the fair maiden. Even their beauty, their striking blaze of Brilder's spear, and the life blooming around Galana's staff couldn't bring back Hazar's dead friends. Brilder of summer, who struck with a lance of the sun. Galana, who seemed like an elven princess that stepped out of a storybook. Ivan inhaled once more as the bottom of his shoes began to hiss and break apart. Hazar snapped into action, trying to lift the heavy man off the dungeon floor. Boy! Let go, Ivan said with a soft tone. Hazar took a few steps, but the ivy made the ground uneven, and in Hazar's mind, they slithered with eagerness. He tripped, and Ivan rolled away with a groan. His eyes half-lidded, his sleeves and broken sword hilt on his hip still broke apart. Stop wasting the time that I have left and listen to me, Ivan commanded as the last of his life fled his body. Hazar looked up to the ceiling, covered in so much of his friend's blood, his heart now filled with so many of their dying words. He wanted to scream, but he listened instead. Wait until the maidens are done and then go back. Collect our pay. All the teams as one, and then get out of this business. I was hoping to scare you off, but the dungeon did it for me. Ivan chuckled, teeth red. The sum will be a big one, and the maidens will vouch for you. Take the money and find a purpose, boy. Get drunk, make mistakes, have a fling or two. Get a tattoo somewhere you'll never show anyone that you won't make love with, Ivan insisted, gripping Hazar's hand hard. But what if I end up back in a dungeon? Hazar whispered, wishing that he could vanish instead. Stick to ones with 5 floors or less. They aren't crazy, Ivan said simply, and exhaled before he pulled out a coin. Hazar nearly snorted when he saw it. That old trick? Hazar had to ask incredulously. One last time, Ivan said before he moved his hand and the coin was gone. It's gone, he said seriously. Then it's back, he announced as the coin reappeared in his fingers as if by magic. Ivan made it vanish again. Gone. It reappeared. Back. He made it vanish and his hands trembled. Gone, he said with a whisper. The coin hit the ground and rolled away, absorbed moments later. Come back, Hazar pleaded as his mental broke apart into mana motes and was gone moments later. Back! Come back! It's sad, came a girl's voice. It's alive, countered a boy's voice. Hazar snapped his eyes up to see 2 glowing orbs of green and blue encircling him. They brought strong people, not fair. I don't want them to have rewards, the blue orb, the boy maybe announced. But they're winning, the girl pondered. One uses Yell's power. How is that fair? The boy countered. Not fair. So we don't give them the rewards, but they must be rewarded, the girl whispered. There was a pause as they seemed to look down at Hazar, holding a knife at them. No, we only need to reward someone, the boy countered with abrupt glee. Hazar watched as they came closer and closer. He didn't want to see what happened next, but just as they were about to touch him, the green and blue were split apart by a basking warm orange sun that seemed to melt the scene away. He was resting in a strange room where the universe seemed to be compressed. Someone gentle ran a hand over his cheek. Under him, a bag filled with soft, squishy pellets comforted his body. Well, hello there. You seemed like you were having a bad dream, so I guess I accidentally brought you into mine, the kind woman said as she looked down at him, her neck-length hair and the odd tie dangling down to touch Hazar's chin. She was beautiful in a way that wasn't perfect like he had seen some mages and elves strive for, but her looks spoke of her pride in her dimpled cheeks and slightly buttoned nose rather than shame. Who are you? He asked, wondering if he drowned in the frog's hot spring and was going into some higher plane. Delta, I presume you're currently on a trip through my dungeon, she replied, and Hazar tensed, but after a moment managed to sit up. A core. The dungeon itself pulled Hazar from the memory. Your dungeon core is beyond weird and it makes me uncomfortable, he said bluntly, sinking into the bag against his will to a comfortable place. The woman gaped before she inhaled, making a notepad and pen. Well, I appreciate the feedback where I can get it. Was it new? Did new drop you into the fish level? She asked, and Hazar twitched. The fish level is a thing, but, he trailed off as his hand turned transparent. Sorry, first time someone's done a lunar trial, and I don't sleep often, so I'm pretty new to the dream magic thing. I didn't know that I could do that with anyone. I thought it was just L. She mused, and Hazar fell off the bag to reveal what was the shape of a giant mushroom with a large zipper across its brim. If you're asleep, then who's running the dungeon? He asked, fearful that another twin core was occurring with his very eyes. New, my partner in crime, Maharia for guests, Farah to keep people in line, Wyam to scare people, and I guess Jelligan to dish out some court justice if need be. Data listed with her fingers. How many cores did she have? The important thing is that you rise to the challenges, and remember. Delta jumped down and pushed Hazar's cheeks out with her fingers. Try to smile. My dungeon isn't your enemy. Just don't become ours, 'cause I just finished my second Great War and I really need a break, she said, her tone becoming bedraggled towards the end. How does a dungeon have a war without going corrupt? Hazar whispered, as Delta stepped back with a hum. You make me mad, and the rest just sort of happens. So, be on your best behavior. I'll check on you when I finally wake up. I was in this awesome dream where I was having a tea with a unicorn centaur cross princess who had the best dirty jokes ever, Delta proclaimed as she began to fade. Hazel wanted to question, well, any of Delta's statements, but found himself awake back on the second floor as Rail inhaled his big beefy chest to give Hazel more mouth-to-mouth aid. Stop! Hazel threw his hands up in protection. There was a sigh of relief as Luna peered down at him. You were nearly pulled under by your pain, but you also faced it, she said. Hazel looked at her. Why didn't you give me air then? He croaked. Luna looked away, abashed. A lady never kisses before she's ready, she proclaimed. Rail smacked his chest. Mouth to mouth is an art and I've mastered it, he added, and there was a sound like a branch high up snapping, followed by something hitting the soil nearby, and Estelle choked, turning red. Hazel stared for a moment before he decided to keep the strange fever dream of Delta to himself. He was now half convinced it was an image his brain projected on the verge of drowning. His cheeks tingled from where Delta made him smile, and he mimicked her, pushing his own face into a strange smile. Luna coughed. Well, 4 for 4. I must admit I am surprised, she smiled as she spread her fan open and wafted air at herself softly. First, the key of the moon, she declared, putting the key out from the inside her sleeve. It was a simple, long silver key that had a crescent moon-shaped head. And for an additional reward, Luna said with a smile as she pulled out a potion that shimmered on its own. It didn't look like any market-branded potion that Hazel had ever seen. Silver was staring at it, but Khan was busy soaking back in the hot spring, half listening. She handed the potion to Estelle, who eyed it suspiciously. When you face the tree of pain, use the potion for an advantage you will gain, Luna said, and walked into the mist with a giggle. It's a special brew, so don't lose it, she cautioned. Tree of pain, like punching pine or a bashing birch? Khan asked curiously. This tree doesn't just hurt you physically, Rail said wisely as he turned the massive yawning tree in the distance, which the gates could be seen under its roots. She also hurts you spiritually, mentally, and whittles down your confidence if she's really bored, he announced. Hazel didn't like the sound of that. Rail then pointed in the other direction towards what looked like a giant cliff wall. You'll find the second key trial would be in that way, closer than the other two you may attempt, he said and bowed. Any hints? Estelle asked politely, batting her eyes. Rail thought about it. If you must stay awake later than your normal bedtime, drink water and distract yourself with a good book. He saluted and jumped into his boat to push to dry land. Through dry land. The dungeon hurt Hazel's head. Does anyone else notice something about that direction of the jungle? Khan asked, and Hazel paused towards the giant tree and something that looked like a cave. Birds sang, giant bees buzzed, and life was normal. The way Rail pointed was dark and deadly silent. Well, if Rail says go that way, we go that way, Estelle said and walked forward with a staff held out at the ready. Hazel couldn't help but feel the while the jungle was silent, they were being watched at all times by little shapes in the trees, branches that shifted or undergrowth that rustled. Countless eyes bore on them. Many results? Seth demanded, and Quist looked up from his own bed and scowled at Alpha, waiting uncomfortably in a chair nearby. Quist's shack was a lot, longer on the inside. It stretched on a little, bending space in odd ways. I'm looking, you prissy water fart, Quist warned, and threw books around with agitation. Alpha hadn't meant to cause any trouble. Book was present from one's teacher. Seth threw his hands up. Quist turned, snorting smoke out of his nostrils. And where is yours, then? He demanded. Seth looked away. Lost in a whale, he muttered. Indeed, so shut it. Quist turned back and reached for the book that was being used to support his bed, to keep it even, as one of the legs looked, chewed. Ah, here it is, he said, and Alpha read the cover and his head tilted. Mage Names in the Potential Meeting, Volume 4, pending Volume 5, he read. But Quist's hand covered the name of the author. Exactly. Our teacher noted that several names popped up over and over again through the years, Quiz muttered as he flipped through the pages. First King, Quiz said, flipping the pages, and then he reached for another book under the bed. The third volume. King Protector, King Seeker, King Licker. No, that's not it, Quiz said before going straight for volume 1. I can't give it back. The name, I mean. I don't want to cause trouble, Alpha offered, standing up, but both mages spoke at the same time. No! Alpha sat back down. Names are a right given by destiny. It is just that some of them come with their own terms, Quiz admitted. First King, Quiz said, stopping his speed reading, and read something. First Duke and First Lord were awarded to powerful mages who mastered 10 and 20 styles of magic respectively. Their ability to master elements seemed to be a stroke of luck from correct bloodlines and training. Quiz read, then turned the page, before looking back with a frown. That's it, he said to Seth. They looked at Alpha. How many kinds of spells can you do? Quiz asked slowly. Alpha opened his mental menu, flicking through the categories that he had never bothered to sort out of fear of interacting too deeply with the menu. Fire, ice, and all the rest of the elements, holy and demonic, nature and death, animation, animal communication, candy and block magic, dragon and insect magic, enchantment and warding. Alpha really wanted a true double jump, though. That would be neat. He had a further 20 or 30 sections with 1 or 2 simple spells in them. Some, he finally admitted. First King, without doing Archmage, Seth asked, suddenly coyly. The current Archmage is Opabel Talent Dragon, so, yes, by rules of magic and the system in place, he would lose his seat to anyone assigned to a higher spot than himself, Puss admitted. Alpha stared at them. I don't think a governing system dictated by a name pulled out of a hat is a stable one, he pointed out. It's the least corrupt, Quiz said fracturally, getting a nod from Seth. Alpha thought that this was extremely worrying. Still, it was none of his business, as long as he stayed in his new home inside the hole in the ground. This Archmage guy would just leave Alpha alone. Alpha didn't want to rule anything or lead an army of wizards. He wasn't a hero. He definitely wasn't a wizard hero. We could use him to tear down Talent Dragon's regime and install one that respects anarchy, Puss said conversationally. Install a raving beetle king and prune all naughty dogs, Seth said with a glare. Alpha needed an adult that wasn't insane, or Seth. Estelle stared in horror, backing off slightly. She trailed off, not able to give weight to her words. Estelle, it is a hole in the ground. It might have bugs in it, Hazar said, trying to remain patient. Estelle glared at him. I don't mind bugs. I had a spider as my only roommate in school. No, it's worse than that. There might be dead people in there, she whined. Spiders are not classified as insects, Silver mumbled. Any undead in the dungeon are technically created, therefore not real undead, Hazar replied, as if this were drilled into him at a young age. Estelle didn't know if it was. Hazar's early life was like a big secret, and her father saw that side of the family as lowlifes. It smells dead, acts undead, and bites me. It's close enough, Estelle shivered. Khan came up and hopped into the hole. Well, we ought to do what we learned. He gestured to what seemed like an ancient bell tied to a nearby rock in the pit. He climbed down and rang it as the others slowly followed. Summon doom? Estelle asked sarcastically. Be polite, Khan reported smugly. The door closing off the tunnel was etched with drawings of tiny people praising the sun of sorts, offering up their weapons as if sundering their violent tendencies from some idiot god. The door split down the middle and opened slowly, showing what looked to be a parade of shorts slowly making its way into the depths. Oh, it's little mushroom people that Khan murdered, Estelle said conversationally, as Khan went painfully still. Estelle was about to make another snide remark when her eyes went huge. What is that? He demanded with a voice so tight that Hazar looked actually concerned. With a great fanfare, unique-looking little mushroom people emerged from the top of... I want 20, Estelle gushed as little pigs with mushrooms growing out of their back oinked and blinked their button eyes. Bacon with mushrooms already cooked in, Khan whispered with drool.
The trumpets and strange songs they sang came to an end as the literal army of mushroom creatures gazed up at them. "We're here for you, little piggy," she began. "Trial of the key," Hazar interrupted. The creatures were all still, almost acting as one, being they parted like a sea of mushrooms. Someone or something inside the cave was slowly making its way out in an elegant sweep. Another mushroom, but this one was much larger, and in her cape, barely visible, was a glowing crystal. Her little eyes glowed softly, and the air shimmered in front of them as her fluffy white body came to a stop. "Hi, Missy. Greet," she curtsied. "I love this hole," Estelle gushed. "Same," Khan said with delight. The mushroom had laser eyes. Hazar wasn't enjoying any of this more than was needed. "Trial, maze of terror. Come," she beckoned and walked into the deep cave. "Can we follow?" Khan asked as the silver was already doing so. "We will, if you want to know what she was talking about," Estelle said brightly and walked into the pit of laser mushroom death and terror, supposedly. He felt a slight tug on his bald head, and he turned in surprise to find the pygmies were gazing at his head in slight awe. Asa quickly picked up speed. End of chapter. Chapter 147. A Maze-ing. Nu watched the group move deeper into the pygmy caves. His feeling on them hadn't shifted much. He was still every part of the dungeon that Delta cast off to retain her humanity. If they died, he would shed no tears. "I thought the pygmy cave was taken last time by young Dio and his friends. Should it not still be recovering its energy?" Came a soft voice of Davina emerging, her orange bird perched on her shoulder. Nu turned, his faint blue avatar now fully humanized to a young teen. Nu preferred to be a box. Things were less complicated when one was square. "The worm is refusing to allow them to participate in his trial. I could force him to let them, but when Delta awakens, he'll cry to her, and then she will get on my case. I just redirected the trial energy to the pygmies for now. It's enough," Nu said simply, not expressing his actual displeasure with Bob aloud. "They did crush his friends," Davina pointed out. "Yeah, they really stepped in it," the bird chirped. Nu would punt the bird as far as he could if he thought that it would actually have any lasting impact. "Monsters refusing to do their duty because their feelings were hurt is disgraceful, but that is for Delta to fix. She has the better handle on making them obey. I'm merely a pretender king for now," Nu said, turning to float towards the other side of the floor. "You make Mother sound like a tyrant," Davina said bemusedly as she followed him. "More like a natural disaster. But that's besides the point. This floor has so many ways to be exploited. It is going to be a mess when we have to deal with more than just one group." Nu sighed as he watched the birds of paradise and rabbits frolicking instead of deadly pythons and blood-sucking leeches. At least the pygmies rode their piggy steeds well enough. "I've been wondering about that," Davina said smoothly as she checked the plant by her feet, clearly satisfied with its growth. Nu asked as he made his way past a B-rock formation. "How do dungeons handle groups? Surely, if the outsiders just keep pouring in, no dungeon could keep themselves safe, correct?" she asked, and Nu nodded. "Not that Delta is asked, but there is a system in place for such a thing," Nu admitted. Later, when she developed a few floors, she'd be able to create echoes, simulacrum for all the monsters on floors, automatons with perhaps a sliver of your actual personality in place. These echoes are weaved between key anchor points in the dungeon, safe spots, certain bosses, and core rooms, Nu said as he examined the honey pools with an idle curiosity of honey bombs dropped in panicking adventurers. It made him feel good inside to think of such things. "But now," Davina pushed, "when enough people enter a floor, their mana pushes Delta's mana back, sort of creating air bubbles in water, so to speak. That mana presses up against the entrance of the floor and begins to compile into a barrier. Only someone with stronger mana can pierce through and join the others, so it's sort of a deeper you go, the less you can progress when others are about. Mana gates are a more byproduct of being invaded than a clever design, however," Nu warned. "So a strong person was to sit drinking in Versus bar," Davina trailed off. Like the demon woman Rudy, yes. The entrance altogether would be quite impossible to enter without effort. If you wanted to lock down a dungeon from shifting or creating too many new traps or monsters, you would need to place a very weak person on each floor, which in itself is a risk to that person dying of mana poisoning. Dungeons are tricky things to abuse, you said proudly, as if this dungeon were his own. Davina frowned as she thought. But many people entered when others were already inside, she recalled. New had to give her credit for her sharp mind. She was one of the few monsters New didn't mind as a creature. Intent is 2/3 of the game. Mana is enriched with intent, so when one dives into a dungeon, they want to covet it, complete it, keep the treasure, and so on. Rudy, Chris, and the others had no such issues, New concluded. Every day, my home becomes more impressive, Davina mused. Does Mother's Manor have intent? She asked curiously. New paused for a long moment. Technically, they were all made of Delta Mana, which said everything really. New turned to Davina and spoke softly. All is for Delta, and Delta is for all. Welcome, one and all, to the torturous pits of despair that is the maze of the Pygmies. Maharia beamed brightly, as if she was some sort of demented tour guide. Oh, you're back, Estelle said, with such a cheer as a graveyard. They stood before a large open stone arch that was leaking a cold mist, obscured the ground from sight. Vines with dark green foliage crept along the wall, occasionally thinning out to reveal complex symbols carved into the stone. The entire subterranean cave was cold, and the group kept feeling fingers on the back of their neck. There was also a soft hum of organ music being blown through the mushrooms on the ceiling. Maharia feigned hurt before she broke into a ruse with a smile. I couldn't keep away. Drugs, murder, and oh my! You lot certainly have been going mad on the second floor. I love the little bit of madness, Maharia promised and looked around. Still, you're not here to listen to me babble for too long, she mused. The maze is simple. Reach the end and get the key, she said, and Hazar sighed. Simply isn't the same as easy, he pointed out, kicking off a tendril of mist climbing up his leg. Maharia smiled that demonic grin once more and cleared her throat. I won't spoil too much, but if your hot spring was a test to resolve, the maze here is to test something else entirely. This test will break those who look but are blind to see. The maze will set you free. Maharia warned and vanished into a mist herself. I hate that creepy thing. You're no prize yourself, Maharia's voice echoed out of the darkness. We shouldn't antagonize the avatar of death and conquest, Silver warned. Estelle's nostrils bled. She shouldn't antagonize me, the avatar of grace, and done with her crap, she warned. Khan ran his head around the arch. Trap 3. But then again, not all traps are physical. He stood up and tilted his head at the arch as if noticing something. Look here, it's a little storybook, he mused as the others gathered around. The frame of the arch depicted a sequence of events told in the passing of time. It began with what seemed like a flat place of earth, which in the next spot showed a sun-like symbol forming in the sky, casting rays down. In the next one, little figures began to rise from the ground as the trees sprung up and birds took to the sky. Estelle moved her glowing staff closer to reveal more details. The little figures worshipped the sun, building a village and growing. The sun sent down a holy scroll of sorts, and in the middle of the village a great key sprang into existence. From the key, light leapt, and the people and 3 little figures were chosen. The image depicted them as becoming larger, more important. For some rocks, these are pretty compelling, Hazar had to admit. The next image was hard to miss since it seemed bigger than the rest. A monstrous-looking tree demon was wreaking havoc and throwing the little mushroom people about. Dark curses were flowing out of its jagged mouth. The sun appeared once more and slammed down 3 large gates, forming a 6 keys with the tears. Each key was given to a different figure, but the carvings made it a little hard to make some of them out. Is that a bee on a chair? Hazar muttered. Oh, the big worm I upset has a key. Sorry, guys, I messed up there, Khan said with regret. Rich frog, beyond chair, big worm, Luna, the hot spring owner, the maze. What is that?
Estelle arched, jabbing a finger at what seemed like a skull under a, tent. No, but look here, Khan said, pointing at one of the last images which showed the pygmies carrying a key into a deep cave where ghostly spectres of their dead watched from the walls. I don't like ghosts, or dead things, Estelle said, cringing backwards away from the arch. She screeched as an organ music abruptly went into high gear with a thunderous applause. She turned, waving a staff at the mushroom making the noise. You're not helping, she yelled. Khan and Hazer shared a look before they took Estelle by the arms and made her take a charge as a barrier mage. The mist was even thicker inside the maze, and the temperature plummeted until their own breath was visible as they exhaled. The hallway was only big enough for two of them to stand side by side, causing them to double up. The carvings on the walls turned from history to almost warnings. Several of them depicted demonic tree roots draining their insides, while others showed skeletons covered in tiny little dots, left to slumber in the maze forever. Estelle turned and came to an abrupt stop, jostling some vines that dripped down from the ceiling. The wall! One of the drawings moved, she hissed, and Khan peered where she was pointing. I must have gone still. Did it run towards us or away from us? He asked as Estelle blinked. You believe me? She asked, surprised. Hazer didn't, but he let Khan take the lead. Khan simply nodded and Estelle pointed the way the carving seemed to have gone. They carefully moved forward as they came to an intersection. Hazer reached over and placed a rock on the corner of the crossing to indicate which way they had come. Wisdom says that we keep turning right until we loop, Hazer said to the group as Estelle looked down the passage he indicated. An ominous thrum was covering the deep in the maze. They all turned to stare at Hazer doubtfully, but he refused to budge. Let's get a move on, he insisted. Moments after they went down the hallway, the intersection began to grind, two of the hallways sealing shut. But before they closed fully, a tiny pygmy ran out and snagged Hazer's rock and ran back into the wall, vines crawling down the wall to make it look authentic. Haldy put his cheese down on the platter as his guests all squeezed into the coveted old church that had become his home. Archmage, Haldy repeated with a frown. Yeah, you knew him, right? More like a formerly before you were exiled here, right? Chris asked bluntly, between him and Seth. Alpha was squished like a tiny piece of ham between two heels of bread. I suppose, if you call trying to kill each other as knowing, Haldy admitted with a smile as he put down his second platter of cheese samples on the table. The selection was divine. One had been curdled inside a golem for 3 years. Another came from the milk of a particularly angry yak. His guests were just being too darn polite to dig in, however. The West Grand Magus knew you much, Seth boggled, as if the idea was a little preposterous. Haldy rolled his tongue. Right. Seth was from the East. He wasn't heard good things about the mage circle. Not at all. Hard not to, since we grew up together. Brothers, if you can believe it, Haldy said, and this even caught Quiss off guard. You're related to the upper-bald talent dragon, Quiss trailed off, and Haldy just chuckled at their shocked expressions. Mage names tend to confuse family connections. Most families tend to cultivate their kids to a particular branch of magic, and thinking so they end up with the same or similar mage name. Ironheart, Ironbark, Iron Fist. But whole new mage families can spring into existence at the drop of a hat if the divide is too great, Haldy said, and then eyed Quiss and Seth. You know this, surely. You were trained in the school, he said, as if they didn't know. They both looked away. Our teacher was a bit more focused on, Quiz began, but Seth finished for him. Us, he said, with a long look. Well, Hoppy and I grew up in a good old-fashioned style. He was a talented young master who could sneeze magic if he wasn't careful. I was a second-born useless child who practiced until his fingers cracked and my eyes bled. I only ever really became an average mage compared to Hoppy, who rose up the ranks faster than you could blink. Haldy sighed at the memories. But you're strong, Alpha spoke up abruptly, confused. Turns out that I was just ill-suited to most magic. Once I was given my niche, I bloomed as well. Haldy beamed and handed Alfred cheese candy. So, why are you asking about Oppie? Haldy asked with a sudden hard stare at the men. They shifted in a way that made it Haldy want to call Mila over for a drink. We, may have taken your brother's job and given it to Alfie here, Quist said simply. Haldy blinked once, then twice. Say, again? He asked bluntly. Alpha held out his hands, and a very familiar set of pristine magical robes appeared, shoes and hat included. Haldy gently picked up the garments and got a whiff of the expensive, terrible cologne. We, pulled, Alpha's wizard name, and it was, big, and considering your name, we thought you should know, Quist said slowly, but Haldy began to shake. He shuddered. Then he broke into an uproarious laugh, needing to sit down as the image of his brother being stark naked in the middle of his palace wiped years of stress off of Haldy's back. Oh, he's gonna come here and kill you all, Haldy said, wiping tears from his eyes as the three guests stiffened in alarm. He's going to deaden us, Seth whispered with a gulp. Well, he would, but thankfully, I find you all good kids, so I can fend him off for you, Haldy promised as they gingerly took some of his cheese finally. Are you stronger than him? Alpha asked curiously, and Haldy liked the boy. He was so forward. Haldy inhaled, and the sun seemed to dim through the grimy windows, and the fire in the place flickered down as if cowering. Shadows loomed in the room, and the various pieces of cheese trembled. Well, they don't call me Haldy the Big Cheese for nothing, my boy, Haldy said smoothly. Inside he giggled at their pale faces. Being an old fart had its benefits, and this was just one of many. We're lost, Estelle announced after Hazar slid down the wall in defeat. There's no airflow, and our vines aren't staying still. I can't track a way out, Khan agreed as they looked around the hallway. We're going to turn into dart-covered skeletons, wasting away, Estelle gasped, holding her figure as if someone was going to steal it from her. Excuse me, Silver spoke up. We should eat Hazar first. He has the most meat, Khan said quickly, eyeing the muscular man. I don't mind. Get me away from Estelle's whining faster, the man muttered. I think there, Silver tried again. I want to club him. Final mercy from family, Estelle said, raising her staff in annoyance. The wolves, they're literally telling us which way to go, Silver yelled, manner voice pulsing. Everyone paused and looked at Silver. He was pointing to the wall where the symbol of little men running towards the key was moving to their left, but the others showed pygmies disappearing at a dead end. I know that. I didn't want to show off, Estelle said, smoothing her robe down before gesturing onwards. To the key, together, she declared, and there came a rumbling from all around them. Around them, in the eyes of monsters and stories, little wooden instruments poked out of the stone wall. Oh, little straws, Khan mused before looking a lot closer. Countless little puffs went off, and only a thin barrier from Estelle kept them all from being punctured by a dozen darts. You can thank me now, Estelle insisted with her eyes closed. The wall slammed down behind them and began to grind forward, crushing rocks and vines as it raced towards them. We can outrun it at a brisk walk. It's nothing threatening, Estelle tried to assure her teammates, but a dozen little holes had opened up in the wall, and little spears poked through, creating a spiked wall effect. I'm going to shut up now and run, Estelle said with a quiet tone. It's not the time or place, but I'm going to treasure you saying those words until I die, Hazar said, urging her along, putting himself between her and the wall. They ran along the wall, and at the next split, Hazar and Khan went to the left, and Estelle and Silver accidentally went right. Hazar skidded to a stop and tried to redirect his course, but the hallway slammed down like a hammer. Estelle! Hazar yelled as his cousin vanished behind the thick rock barriers. The wall he was about to start beating had sprouted more spikes and began to chase him. Khan grabbed Hazar's arm and dragged him away. Find them at the key, all roads to the capital, he called, and Hazar stopped resisting and raced on. Estelle slowly lowered her hand everything going quiet as she stared at the wall behind which Hazel and Khan had vanished behind. She turned to Silver, and they stared at each other. "We should move on," Silver said, and Estelle stiffly walked past him, trying not to imagine what was under his robes, the twisted melding of monster and human. "I don't see any key signs on the wall," Estelle finally said, and Silver looked around, taking it all in. "But there are new symbols," he said, pressing his crooked finger to a symbol being prayed to by the pygmies. Some sort of burning mushroom on an altar. Estelle spotted another symbol, a mushroom made of 2 grinding cogs. The burning mushroom led to the left and the cog to the right. They had a choice to make. Hazel stared at a large door with a single symbol dominating the walls, a mushroom-shaped cloud that almost looked like a skull. "Only one choice," Khan said slowly. There was no choice to be made. End of chapter. Just a quick shout out to the T5 peeps. Bob the Dragon, Cat Crab Lobster, Data Magnet, Dark Machine, Bezic, Try Again 95, Fudic Yol, Astrea the Dreamer, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Athelia, Meridian 117, and Jordan Bucksmorm. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have a fantastic one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest video. There is no epic lucha, only puns, taken from the website Royal Road. The link to the story will be down below. If you wish to support the author, please head over there and give them support. If you wish to support the channel, there are numerous ways to do so down below. There is Discord, merch, Patreon, bunch of other stuff too, so have a look in the description, you might be surprised. Anyways, now on to the fiction. As always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 148, Moral Fiber. Estelle shifted as she stood outside the burning mushroom door inside the maze. The door looked to be covered in slowly blooming red flowers that attracted butterflies from the jungle above. As she and Silver Order neared the door, the temperature had slowly begun to rise to an uncomfortable level. Given that they were already in a hot, humid jungle, Estelle wasn't exactly happy with this change. "I see one more hot spring and I am out," she muttered as she pushed on the large stone door. The door moved effortlessly as Estelle was about to praise her own strength when she saw the door was pulled back by roots and plants. "We walk into a nexus of power. Step lightly," Silver said from behind her, his manner speak not helping her nerve one bit. It was like buzzing on her teeth. Inside the door was a semi-large round chamber of sorts, covered in a myriad of mushrooms and jungle flowers. Vines crawled over every inch of the wall, and the heat seemed to be rising from below somewhere, as if the soil itself covered a hot vent of sorts. Estelle looked around to the far end of the room where her breath caught. Spreading upwards like a giant, ancient mural was a painstakingly crafted painting on a bare rocks. The rocky wall smoothed down so as to not distort the image. Estelle subconsciously took a step forward to see the painting lit up by glowing mushrooms and surrounded by trinkets and gifts made by the pygmies. The black is mixed in with a deep blue dye to form a long skirt. Creams and yellows for the same noble buttoned-up shirt, a selection of colorful hues to make up some long ribbon that ran down the front of her shirt. The woman, with a gentle expression, had her eyes closed, as if asleep, but still radiating warmth as if she clasped her hands. The room was some hidden, beautiful shrine to a woman, and the lone figure in the room sat cross-legged before her, a staff across their small lap. "Is that the same woman in the memorial room? But she isn't crying here," Silver said quietly. Estelle didn't have the urge to go into some creepy memorial room for her people that died in this dungeon, so she'd take Silver's word for it. The pygmy before the painting was much larger than the other of its kind, covered in a soft grey robe that shifted when they made a stand and turned to face them. Estelle was a wizard, but she knew the feeling of being around people of true faith. This pygmy radiated that power clearly. "Those from the outside world," The pygmy spoke, startling both Silver and Estelle as it spoke in a mixture of puffing spores and manner-weaving. "Why are you here?" the priestly mushroom person asked gravely. Estelle then seemed to point in beating around the bush. The bushes in this dungeon were terrifying. "We want the key that's in this maze, and I chose this door over the other one because it sounded like a metal machine was screaming inside it," she said bluntly, and Silver sucked in air at that tone. The priest hummed in what might be a laugh. "The Tinker's Room has its oddities, but I see that you are not one burdened by doubt," the priest mused as he leaned on his staff. "I'm rude, I get it, but I don't get why everyone is so uppity about it. I'm not stabbing people, I'm not cursing them with magic. I just want to get on with things," Estelle said with a sigh as she pondered as if this was going to be another test of character that made Estelle want to strangle her old classmates and all her father. "Manners can open many doors," the priest pygmy suggested. "So can a well-placed kick," Estelle countered, but she decided to change the subject back to the key, lest she be drawn into some philosophical debate. Estelle's philosophy never seemed to make others feel better when they heard it. "So, do we need to fight, go on a vision quest, or—" She waved a hand. The priest just stood there for a moment. "You suspect that we're here to stall you?" Nid asked with amusement clear in its magical tone. "You're unique monsters in a maze. If you aren't here to spin us around or confuse us, then I don't know why you're here," Estelle said before Silver interjected. "They might live here," he pointed out, and Estelle waved him off. His points, while valid, were distracting at her social skills. She was wearing the priest person thing down. "I'm afraid this room is naught but a space where I go to reflect on my nature. There is no fight here," the priest said candidly. "So, you can't help me with the key?" Estelle asked, deflated. "I never said that," the pygmy said back just as easily. "I was bullied in school, where I was sent by my emotionally distant and disappointed father, which caused me to develop into a form of magic that kept people at bay. There, I poured my heart out. Can I get a clue?" Estelle asked, trying not to sound impatient. "Child, I'm a priest, but I don't take confessions off the sleeve," the mushroom creature said with an awkward pause. Estelle threw her hands up. "What do you want from me?" she demanded. The pygmy gestures to the ground before the painting. "I just want you to pick out a gift that is best represents the Great Mother," it said bluntly. There was another pause as Estelle eyed the hundreds of trinkets and gifts. "What if I choose the wrong gift?" she asked as Silver stared at the piles. "Then you choose poorly," the priest said with an ominous tone. Estelle and Silver shared a look. "I hope the boys are having a worse time than us," she muttered as she looked at the wooden swords, clay birds, pots decorated with fish, a bowl of berries, some carriage and 4 wheels, a plate decorated with the sun and moon, tons of books with covers that Estelle wanted to take with her. And on it went. What sort of gift represented their dungeon core? What was the weirdest and most dysfunctional thing Estelle could find? "I bet that Estelle is having fun," Hazer wheezed as he and Khan looked around at the chamber as green vapors slowly pumped themselves into the room through tiny vents. Above them, on an alcove, a pygmy covered in smaller boil-like mushrooms watched them and searched around the room. 10 minutes until your lungs make the mushroom grove look tame in comparison," the raspy voice warned. Hazer looked around in the room for the antidote the pygmy promised existed. Bottles upon bottles of liquid lined every space that could hold a bottle. Some bottles were thin and red, others were round and blue, some were spiral-shaped and slightly off-brown. There seemed to be no rhyme or reason to the placement, and Hazel was getting close to asking for a clue. Khan went for the first table and picked up a bottle. It was round, and he just uncorked it, downing it without any careful examination. There was a pause as he shuddered and fell to his knees, coughing. Before Hazel could plead for the test to stop, Khan threw up what looked like a mess of mushrooms and bile before he perked up. Hazel stared at the empty bottle in his hands. "How? Why?" "How did you know?" he asked roughly of Khan, who shrugged casually. "If I were going to die, I could just die faster by doing something rather than slowly and in pain," he explained.
Hazar looked around the stone chamber and then remaining 1,000 or so bottles before he decided that he might as well. He didn't think Delta would let such a gruesome trial be held if the answer wasn't within reach. He took the bottle next to Khan's, a goat horn glass vial, and he downed. Khan blinked as he reached his hands to see his fingernails turn a deep shade of blue. "I think that might have been a mistake," he said with a frown, and Hazar tried to throw his drink back up. But it was too late. He knelt, also throwing up the mushroom vial before, on his bald head, 2 curled ram horns formed. Madame Farah had excess Delta surprise. They blend well with the antidote. The fungalmancer howled in laughter as he slapped his knee. "I think I look rather fetching," Khan said, stretching his hand away from to admire the midnight blue nails he now had. Hazar numbly touched his horns and planned to remove them with his axe, if need be, before Estelle saw him. "Oh, wow, that was great, thank you, outsiders," the fungalmancer said, wiping his tiny face under his hood as he stood up. "All right, just go through this door and you'll be in the inner maze hallways," he said, and at the back of the room, a stone part of the wall slid away to reveal another dark passage. "Can we get the antidote to the horns?" Hazar called up desperately. The fungalmancer looked down at him and began to retreat into the shadows of the arches with a cackle. "If you have a case of sudden horns, try asking a responsible friend for a bonk," he said, and Hazar watched him vanish. Bonk? Some kind of dungeon magic? Maybe inside the maze? "Do you think if I drink this one it might have an effect?" Khan asked, holding up a curvaceous feminine torso bottle. Hazar looked at him right in the eyes and spoke. "If you wish to become a woman on any level, I support you as a teammate and a fellow warrior. However, I would say please don't, since you really don't appreciate what the extra weight will do to your fighting posture," Hazar said slowly and clearly. Khan's smile dropped. "Talk about your dead weight. Well, I'm keeping the bottle," Khan said stubbornly and walked into the passage. Hazar looked around with a sigh for a bottle that might just get him drunk, but he didn't see any beer guts or beer-shaped glasses, sadly. "This dungeon is mad, not me. This dungeon is mad, not me," he repeated like a mantra as he followed Khan. Estelle held up a strange melted object that had nails and what looked like half a pot melted into molten slag sphere. "Aha!" she declared. "Oh, that's not part of the test. The tinker left it here by accident when he came here to complain about the combustion and other nonsense." The priest spoke, taking the object before Estelle could say anything. Estelle stared in disbelief. That was the best met. She turned to Silver, who was just slowly looking over everything with an air of delight. She didn't know how to read him at all. "Any ideas?" she finally asked, knowing that he might have a handle on the dungeon more than her due to his status. "There are objects here that show of parts of Delta, but I don't see a singular object that encompasses her ideals," Silver said simply, and Estelle tapped her foot as she looked at him. He finally noticed her staring and looked down. "Dungeons have an idea, a core concept that everything else is built upon," he said, and Estelle blinked, having not known that. "Why?" she asked curiously. Silver took a moment to answer as if the information was something he didn't fully want to share. "A newborn dungeon does not mature with time as other living beings do. They only grow as they make progress to their next level. They literally are forming their adulthood with each level. A dungeon has to cling to something to build that identity upon. Usually, it's the common material or monsters that they end up forming, but it can be deeper. The dungeon I was formed by was known for its silver halls and monsters. They even had rivers of thin silver that fish and monsters could swim in, the silver mist that could be walked upon. It was beautiful," Silver whispered, exhaling as if saying the words aloud were painful to recall. The pygmy priest watched him closely, and Estelle opened her mouth and then closed it. Silver's existence horrified her, but his emotions and pain were genuine, and she wanted to say something back, share her own pain or comfort him, but she found it difficult. It was both her own nature as a blunt person and Silver's nature as a human infected by corruption. Or
was he a monster using a human as a shell? Such beings were hunted in many countries due to the chaos that they could bring. Even the ones where they were tolerated, they faced much distrust and persecution. In the end, she just stood there as he gathered himself. We are looking for something that is more than mushrooms, cooperation and trusting. We are looking for something that embodies all of that and more, he said. That's a lot of things for one object to convey, Estelle responded with a heavy sigh. She looked past him and saw something that she hadn't noticed before. Hanging on the wall by a nail was a key. It was surrounded by pots and pans hanging on similar nails around with vines and roots, making it blend in for a moment. She slowly walked over to it, noticing how it seemed to be of pale green stone and had a red gem slotted into its round handle. You give someone a key to your home when you trust them, to show they're always invited. This dungeon has been nothing but weird and inviting, she said, and paused to think. Well, the catfish was rude, but whatever. She dismissed and reached out for the key. Keys symbolize trust, something to keep safe, and other people, Estelle said, picking up the stream as she plucked the key and presented it to the priest with a triumphant pose. Is this your final choice? The priest asked softly. Estelle's confidence faltered for a single moment before it raged back with the force of an inferno. It is, she declared. Your choice was, the priest began before dozens of vines and roots sprang up, forming a thorny cage around Estelle that trapped her. Poor, the pygmy declared. Silver stared in slight fascination at the scene. I'll strangle you, you sanctimonious little Estelle screeched before the cage was fully enclosed, cutting her voice off and fully obscuring her from view. You may still choose something in this room that best represents the Great Mother, the priest said calmly to Silver, deciding not to take offense to Estelle's muffled screams and curses. Silver was about to say something when something Estelle said came back to him. He slowly nodded, letting his robe shift as he walked forward. He had seen things in the room that came close to Delta. A collection of dolls that would have been children, a map of a nearby town, Durance, a painting of 3 large mushroom creatures, and more. But Silver should have known the answer from the start. He gently put a finger on the priest's head. I choose you, he said, and the priest looked right up at him. I'm no gift, it warned. All monsters are creations and gifts to the world from their core. Your existence is a gift, and you are the embodiment of all of her concepts. Fairness, peace, composure, strangeness, and a little bit of misdirection and chaos rolled into one, he said, and the priest didn't answer for a few seconds. You choose wisely, the priest finally announced, and the thorns receded from around Estelle, where she looked breathless from a long string of curses and perhaps some spell work to try and set herself free. The painting of Delta rose up to reveal a hidden corridor. This dungeon will test your limits like many others, but its goal is not to break you. It is to help you until you can no longer be helped, the priest explained as it turned to walk back into its small prayer mat. What happens when we can no longer be helped? Silver asked as Estelle stood at his side, puffing and glaring at the priest. The little creature sat on its mat with its back turned to them. Without a word, every root and vine in the room simultaneously produced a thorn that looked to be close to Silver's hand in length. It was pointedly clear the floor had not done the same by the will of the priest. You get the point, the priest said simply. Crystal clear, let's go, Estelle muttered, quickly moving down the hall. Silver bowed to the priest before leaving. The door closed behind them with an ominous thud. The priest waited until they were gone before shaking its head in disbelief. If he wasn't so sincere, I would have failed him too, it muttered, trying not to blush at Silver's words. It was a gift. The cheek, it was almost like Silver was flirting. It was a pygmy of spalls and cloth. It had taken oaths to the Great Mother. 50% of the items in the room would be a pass. Any object that could be linked to the Great Mother's ideals would be acceptable. It wasn't the priest's fault that they had overthought it, and that the girl had picked something that had a flimsy reasoning at best. The tinker had warned both the priest and the fungalmancer that people might overthink their tests. But to think it might be right was galling to the priest. Not everyone's room could be bullet hell, whatever that was. The priest patted its cheeks and thought of Silver again. Around her, the dark, sensual voice of one of the primal elders let out a romantic jazz tune, and the priest squeaked in embarrassment. "Lord, Maestro, no!" it begged. It ran into the hidden tunnels to escape the music and to meet up with the others. The entire village had turned out to see the outsiders take on the final test. That, and more than a few, wanted to take part in the last obstacle, the hallway of hornets. End of story. This is a special thank you to the one, the only, the legendary Eric Hino, who has become the only Tier 6 patron. Just a quick shout out to the T5 peeps: Bob the Dragon, Cat Crab Lobster, Data Magnet, Dark Machine, Try Again 95, Fudic Yol, Astrea the Dreamer, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Athelia, Meridian 117, and Jordan Bucksmorm. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed, and if you do, please consider supporting the author, even by popping over and leaving a thumbs up or a nice comment, just to show your appreciation for the story. However, if you wish to support this channel, there are links down below which will help immensely. I will see you all in the next one, and until then, I hope that you have a fantastic day. Cheers.